1914 by Rupert Brooke. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1914. 1. Peace. Now, God be thanked who has matched us with his hour, and caught our youth and wakened us from sleeping, with hand made sure, clear eye, and sharpened power, to turn as swimmers into cleanness leaping, glad from a world grown old and cold and weary, leave the sick hearts that honor could not move, and half men and their dirty songs and dreary, and all the little emptiness of love. Oh, we who have known shame, we have found release there, where there's no ill, no grief, but sleep has mending, not broken save this body, lost but breath, nothing to shake the laughing heart's long peace there, but only agony, and that has ending, and the worst friend and enemy is but death. 2. Safety. Dear, of all happy in the hour, most blessed he who has found our hid security, assured in the dark tides of the world that rest, and heard our word, who is so safe as we? We have found safety with all things undying, the winds and morning, tears of men and mirth, the deep night and birds singing and clouds flying, and sleep and freedom, and the autumnal earth. We have built a house that is not for time's throwing. We have gained a peace unshaken by pain forever. War knows no power, safe shall be my going, secretly armed against all death's endeavor, safe though all safety's lost, safe where men fall, and if these poor limbs die, safest of all. 3. The dead. Blow out, you bugles, over the rich dead. There's none of these so lonely and poor of old, but, dying, has made us rarer gifts than gold. These laid the world away, poured out the red, sweet wine of youth, gave up the years to be of work and joy, and that unhoped serene that men call age, and those who would have been their sons they gave their immortality. Blow, bugles, blow, they brought us for our dearth. Holiness lacked so long, and love and pain. Honor has come back as a king to earth, and paid his subjects with a royal wage, and nobleness walks in our ways again, and we have come into our heritage. 4. The dead. These hearts were woven of human joys and cares, washed marvelously with sorrow, swift to mirth. The years had given them kindness, dawn was theirs, and sunset and the colors of the earth. These had seen movement and heard music, known slumber and waking, loved, gone proudly friended, felt the quick stir of wonder, sat alone, touched flowers and furs and cheeks. All this is ended. There are waters blown by changing winds to laughter, and lit by the rich skies all day, and after, frost, with a gesture, staves the waves that dance, and wandering loveliness, he leaves a white, unbroken glory, a gathered radiance, a width, a shining peace under the night. 5. The soldier. If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave once her flowers to love, her ways to roam, a body of England's breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think, this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter, learnt of friends, and gentleness, in hearts at peace under the English heaven. The treasure. When color goes home into the eyes, and lights that shine are shut again, with dancing girls and sweet birds' cries behind the gateways of the brain, and that no place which gave them birth shall close the rainbow and the rose. Still may time hold some golden space where I'll unpack that scented store of song and flower and sky and face, and count and touch and turn them o'er, musing upon them as a mother, who has watched her children all the rich day through, sits, quiet-handed, in the fading light, when children sleep ere night. End of 1914 by Rupert Brooke. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington.
My 14 Months at the Front, An American Boy's Baptism of Fire, by William Joseph Robinson. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. Sent to the Front. The 10th of September 1914 was the day I landed in England. Exactly 1 week from that day I was notified that my job was gone, as the company I represented was in the hands of receivers. I was disappointed, of course, but tried to look the thing philosophically and to make the best of it. I bought my ticket for home, but as the boat on which I intended sailing did not leave for several days, I proceeded to enjoy the remainder of my stay in England. Things were certainly moving in England at that time, and it seemed as if the whole country was war mad. Very soon I was as enthusiastic as any of them, and in London I made inquiries as to whether I could join the army. I was told that I would have no difficulty at all, but on second thought I decided to let well enough alone. The day before I was to sail from Liverpool, I hesitated again and talked it over with an army officer. He was so nice about explaining everything to me that I decided that I might do lots of worse things than to see a little of the biggest scrap the world has ever known. That night I thought about the matter some more and came to the conclusion that if they would take me into a cavalry regiment I would have a try at it. The next morning I enlisted, was made a trooper in the 5th Dragoon Guards. That same afternoon I was on my way to Aldershot, but had I known what I was going to go through, I don't think I would have been so light-hearted as I was. In the evening I was fitted out with my entire kit and informed that from now on I was a soldier. I was assigned to a bed in the barracks, and from that time my troubles commenced. I was in with a crowd of old soldiers, men who had served from 2 to 20 years in the army, and while they were very decent chaps, they seemed to resent the fact that a civvy had been pushed in on them. I was at once christened Yank, and I believe they found a few other things to call me too. The next morning at 5 o'clock, the sergeant came round and dug me out. He took me down to the stables and put me in with a bunch of recruits, who weren't any happier than I was. We were then instructed in the gentle art of grooming a horse. I couldn't seem to do anything right, and they didn't hesitate to tell me so either. Then we were marched down to a breakfast of bread, bacon, and tea, but we had as much as we wanted. I felt a whole lot better after eating. Breakfast over, we had room inspection, and as soon as that was over, we who were rookies were marched down to the riding school and handed over to the tyrant who ruled there. I had expected to find horses all saddled, and it was certainly quite a shock to learn that we got our saddles only when we had earned them. In other words, we had to pass the bareback test before we even felt a saddle. There were no long explanations as to how a thing should be done. We were told once, and in as few words as possible. Then we had to do it. After we had mastered the art of vaulting on a horse's back, we got the walk march, then the trot march. Then we had to drop the reins and ride with folded arms, and so it went until 12 o'clock, when we got an hour's rest. It was the same thing in the afternoon. All one could hear was the riding master singing his commands: walk, march, trot, march, halt. And every once in a while he'd yell, hollow your backs, hollow your backs. You're not driving a cab now. That's a horse you're on. It's got a head and tail and legs and everything. Why, I wouldn't trust you blighters to drive my ducks to water. There isn't one of you who could ride a table," etc., etc. We were dismissed at 4:30, and told that this was our routine for every day until we had passed out and earned our saddles. I don't think I was ever so tired in my life as I was that night, and I decided to turn in right after supper. That shows how much I knew about a barrack room. After supper, all those who couldn't get permission to go out seemed to blame it on me, for I was battered around until they were tired of it, and when I finally got into bed I was in a pretty bad way. I soon found out that it was futile to try to get even. Such an attempt only made matters worse, and the only thing to do seemed to be grin and bear it. The next morning we went down to riding school again, and had the same old drill all day, except that in the afternoon they turned us around so that our backs were toward the horse's head, and made us ride that way the rest of the day. As I was crossing the parade ground in the evening, a fellow who was in my room asked me how I felt. I told him in 2 words. "Well," he said, "if you want to be let alone, you do as I tell you. Tonight, when you go into the room, pick out the biggest man you can find, and don't see anything, but just walk up and paste him with all your might. You may get licked, and you may not, but you won't have much trouble afterwards, whichever way it comes out." Well, I didn't know whether I'd have the nerve to do it or not, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought he might be right. I hadn't passed through the door to the barracks before the kidding started again, and I knew what would follow. So I screwed up all the courage I could, and seeing a big chap who was making a lot of talk, I swung as hard as I could and let him have it. I wouldn't say anything about what happened to me, but the next afternoon I found I'd been unlucky as usual. The man I had picked was a heavyweight champion of the British Army in South Africa during the Boer War. Things were much better after that, though, and I made some mighty good friends among those fellows. First, it amused me greatly to hear the men talk about the regiments they belonged to, but later I came to understand that their regiment means more to them than anything else. In peacetime, when a man joins the army, he is obliged to learn the history of the regiment he joins, from the day it was formed to the present day. Tradition plays a great part in the life of a regular soldier, and if there is a delicate spot in the history of his regiment, he is bound to hear of it from the men of other units, and if any derogatory remarks are passed, he feels himself honor bound to fight the one who is responsible for the remark. If you should chance to ask a Royal Horse Artilleryman what regiment he belongs to, he would immediately straighten up and answer you somewhat after this fashion: "I belong to the Royal Horse Artillery, the extreme right of the line, and the pride of the British Army." Then he would go on to tell when the regiment was formed, what it had accomplished, how many honors it has, how many Victoria Crosses the men belonging to it have won, how many titled officers belong to it, and so on, almost indefinitely. Nearly all the regiments have nicknames, and these names are very popular. The Royal Scots claim to be the oldest regiment in the British Army, so they are popularly known as Pontius Pilate's bodyguard. The Gloucester Regiment is the only regiment in the British Army entitled to wear their cap badges in the back as well as in the front, and the reason this privilege has been granted them is that in some previous war the regiment became surrounded by the enemy, and turning back to back they fought until relief reached them. Another regiment has the nickname of the Cherry Pickers. In some war long ago this regiment was ordered to make a charge through a cherry orchard, and while passing through they forgot their duty and stopped to pick the cherries. From that day to this they have been known as the Cherry Pickers, and the trousers of their dress uniform are of a cherry-colored material. There is a certain Scotch regiment which for some reason had its kilts taken away, and now has to wear the trousers made of the same kind of plaid that the kilts were made of. The men are working like Trojans in this war to win their kilts back again, and they will probably be successful, as they have done some wonderful work. Each regiment finds something to boast about, and the men never miss an opportunity. The 17th Lancers are known as the Death or Glory Boys, as their regimental badge is the skull and crossbones, and Death or Glory is their motto. The Royal Engineers have more Victoria Crosses than any other regiment in the British Army, and it is no wonder, for theirs is a very dangerous work and affords plenty of opportunities for men to distinguish themselves. The first Victoria Cross won in the present war was won by a driver of an automobile, a member of the Army Service Corps. 2 days later word came round that the regiment was going to the front within the week. By that time I was covered with saddle sores and was in agony the whole time, although it requires 9 months' training to turn out a full-fledged cavalryman. I decided to try and go with the regiment somehow, and I didn't care how I went, anything to get out of that riding school. So I went to a captain and told him the whole story, and I begged and pleaded with him to take me. He was certainly mighty nice about it, and in the end he attached me to his personal staff and took me that way. Up to this time I hadn't thought much about what was going to happen when we reached the front, but what we got just before we sailed certainly made me do some tall thinking. We were issued identity discs first. These are hung around the neck, and on them are stamped the soldier's name, regimental number, and his religion. Then we were given our pay books, and were told to make our wills in the back of them. The chaplain next addressed us and prayed over us. He said that a great many of us would never see our homes again, and he prayed for those we would leave behind us. When this was all over, I was so scared I was beginning to think that the riding school might have its advantages after all. And all the way over on the transport I was feeling mighty blue, and I was certain that I was never going to see England again, let alone the old USA. Crossing the Channel, we landed at Ostend at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 8th day of October, 1914. We had nothing but bully beef, canned corned beef, and hard biscuits all the way over, so the first place we sought when off duty was a restaurant. I chummed up with a fellow named Harry McGarrow, and also with the heavyweight who had taught me my little lesson. The latter was an old soldier and had served over 20 years in the army. 9 years of his service had been done in India, so he knew the ropes pretty well. As soon as we were off duty, we 3 made for the nearest establishment, or small café, in the Flemish town. We were just putting away some bread and eggs and coffee when the general commanding the division walked in with 2 of his officers. Of course we jumped to attention, and were about to withdraw, but he told us to finish our meal. We were the only British troops to land at Ostend, and being the first the Belgians in that part had ever seen, we attracted a great deal of attention. Our horses and equipment seemed to amaze them. They would come up and handle the saddlery and ask, "Officer?" When we told them that it was just a trooper's equipment and that all the others were just the same, they could not seem to get over it. Although it was just after 4 o'clock in the morning, everybody seemed to be up and at work. The Belgian peasant has no interest in the 8-hour law at all. He works from before daylight until long after dark, and I often wondered how on earth they can see what they are doing. They seem to be very poor, and a franc means more to them than several dollars would to our farmers here. We left Ostend about 9 o'clock in a hurry. No one seemed to know where we were going, and all sorts of wild rumors were flying. As a matter of fact, we left at 9, and the Germans were in there at 6 the same night, but we didn't know this until long afterward. The Belgians were most kind to us. They would bring up bread, eggs, wine, etc., and would not take any pay for the things at all. They were kindness itself, and couldn't seem to do enough for us. We did most of our traveling at night, and it wasn't much fun. We were not allowed to show a light of any kind, and were even forbidden to smoke. As I said before, we hadn't any idea where we were going, but we were all sure we were on our way to meet the Germans, and there was a great deal of speculation as to when the meeting would come. On the morning of the 3rd day we came to the town of Rollers. A halt was called, and we went about making ourselves comfortable. The people here were extremely cordial too, and there was nothing that was too much trouble for them to do for us. I got into a house where the man spoke English. He had been in the shipping business in Antwerp, and knew a great many of the firms my father had dealt with. I really felt quite at home. They asked me if I thought they had better move, or whether the Germans would ever get as far as Rollers. I'll never forget how I scorned the idea, and assured them that they would be as safe there as they would be in England. End of Chapter 1 from My 14 Months at the Front by William Joseph Robinson.
Verses on a Glass Pen presented by a gentleman of 60 to a lady of 14 by unknown author. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Verses on a Glass Pen presented by a gentleman of 60 to a lady of 14. I vow I ne'er will deign again to borrow from a goose's wing, or be indebted for a pen to that dull, stupid, waddling thing. Dear youth, with what a charming air this precious gift he did impart! He cried, "Take this, my lovely fair," and then exchanged it for my heart. But ah, to every fair he meets, the same soft, flattering tale he tells. To every maid he still repeats, "With love for thee my bosom swells." Let Cowley boast his numerous fair, they governed only in their turn. But Caulfield quite outdoes him there, for all his flames at once do burn. Grant me, kind fate, in pity grant the key to his inconstant heart. Then for no other maid he'll pant, no eyes but mine shall heal his smart. End of Verses on a Glass Pen presented by a gentleman of 60 to a lady of 14.
April 14th, from the Proceedings of the Academy of Natural Sciences of Philadelphia, Volume 26, 1874. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. April 14th. The President, Dr. Ruschenberger, in the chair. 22 members present. Professor Leidy called attention to the Bulletin of the United States Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories, No. 2, presented this evening. It contains a review of the vertebrata of the Cretaceous period found west of the Mississippi River by Professor Cope. In this article he was quoted in such a way as not fairly to express his original meaning. Thus, on page 7 of the Bulletin, reference is made to the Proceedings of this Academy, 1856, page 312, in which it is intimated that Thespesius occidentalis was referred to the Mammalia, and regarded perhaps as a dinosaurian. In the Proceedings I have rather expressed the reverse, as I state of Thespesius occidentalis, quote, "Among the collection of vertebrate remains are 2 apparent caudal vertebrae and a first phalanx of some huge animal, which I suspect to be a dinosaurian, though they may have belonged to a mammalian." End quote. I may add that on page 8, Professor Cope, quoting from the same Proceedings, page 89, indicated that I had referred Ischiotherium to a Sirenian. This is so, but Professor Cope appears to have overlooked the more full account of the animal in the Transaction of the American Philosophical Society, 1859, page 151, in which, though I still refer it with doubt to the Mammalia Sirenia, I state that the remains may have belonged to an aquatic reptile. In view of the reptilian character of Ischiotherium, Professor C. has changed the name to Ischiosaurus, but his reason for doing so appears to me not to be valid, as classical authorities at times have included reptiles in the word therian, and it has been considered admissible as applied to the extinct Cherotherium. End of April 14th, from the Proceedings of the Academy of Natural Sciences of Philadelphia, Volume 26, 1874. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Die 14 Brüder by Karl Bartsch. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 14 Brüder. Im grauen Altertume hatten 14 Brüder, alle reiche, mit vielen Grundstücken in Mecklenburg belehnte Herren, den Entschluss gefasst, ein großes, prächtiges Gotteshaus in Rostock zu erbauen. 7 von diesen Männern haben nun deshalb im ganzen Lande Geld und Baumaterialien zusammengebracht und nach Rostock geschickt. Die anderen 7 aber sind in Rostock geblieben und haben hier den Bau der Marienkirche beaufsichtigt und geleitet. Von diesen 7 in Rostock gebliebenen Brüdern hat nun einer die Kasse oder den Beutel gehabt und die anderen in der Berechnung betrogen. Dieses ist jedoch entdeckt worden, worauf ihn denn seine Brüder getötet haben. Ein Tableau in der Marienkirche stellt die 7 Brüder dar, welche in Rostock den Bau der Kirche leiteten und besorgten. In ihrer Mitte erblickt man auch den Betrüger mit einem Beutel in der Hand. Außerdem, dass sich mehrere kleine Kugellöcher in verschiedenen Teilen seines Körpers befinden, zeichnet er sich auch noch durch die Weiße seines Gesichtes von den anderen 6 Brüdern aus, wodurch er gleichsam als eine Leiche erscheint. Auch zeigte mir der Kirchendiener oben am Turme, in der Höhe, wo ungefähr die Glocken hängen, nach der Abendseite und den Predigerwohnungen zu, 14 menschenähnliche Gegenstände, die in dem Mauerwerke als Verzierung angebracht sind, darstellend die sämtlichen 14 Brüder oder Männer, welche den Kirchenbau ausgeführt haben sollen. End of Die 14 Brüder bei Karl Bartsch.
The White Lady of Hazelwood, A Tale of the 14th Century by Emily Sarah Holt. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. Chapter 1. At the Patty Maker's Shop. Quote, Man wishes to be loved, expects to be so, and yet how few live so as to be loved. Reverend Horatius Bonbar, D.D. It was a warm afternoon in the beginning of July, warm everywhere, and particularly so in the house of Master Robert Altham, the patty maker, who lived at the corner of St. Martin's Lane, where it runs down to the Strand. Shall we look along the Strand? For the time is 1372, 500 years ago, and the Strand was then a very different place from the street as we know it now. In the first place, Trafalgar Square had no being. Below where it was to be in the far future stood Charing Cross, the real Eleanor Cross of Charing, a fine Gothic structure, and 4 streets converged upon it. That to the northwest parted almost directly into the Haymarket and Hedge Lane, genuine country roads, in which both the hay and the hedge had a real existence. Southwards ran King Street, down to Westminster, and northwards stood the large building of the King's Mews, where His Majesty's hawks were kept. 200 years later, bluff King Hal would turn out the hawks to make room for his horses, but as yet the word mews had its proper signification of a place where hawks were mewed or confined. At the corner of the mews, between it and the patty makers, ran up St. Martin's Lane, its western boundary being the long blank wall of the mews, and its eastern a few houses, and then St. Martin's Church. Along the Strand eastwards were stately private houses on the right hand, and shops upon the left. Just below the cross, further to the south, was Scotland Yard, the site of the ancient Palace of King David of Scotland, and still bearing traces of its former grandeur. Then came the Priory of St. Mary Rounceville, the town houses of 6 bishops, the superb mansion of the Earl of Arundel, and the house of the Bishops of Exeter, interspersed with smaller dwellings here and there. A long row of these stretched between Durham Place and Worcester Place, behind which, with its face to the river, stood the magnificent Palace of the Savoy, the city habitation of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, eldest surviving son of the reigning king. The Strand was far narrower than now, and the 2 churches, instead of being in the middle, broke the monotony of the rows of houses on the north side. Let us look more especially at the long row which ran unbroken from the corner of St. Martin's Lane to the first church, that of Our Lady and the Holy Innocents at Estrond. What would first strike the eye was the signboards, gaily painted and swinging in the summer breeze. Every house had one, for there were no numbers, and these served the purpose. Consequently, no 2 similar ones must be near each other. People directed letters to Master Robert Altham, "at the Catherine Wheel by St. Martin's Church, nigh the King's Mews," when they had any to write. But letters, except to people in high life or in official positions, were very rare articles, and Master Altham had not received a full dozen in all the 27 years that he had lived in the Strand and made patties. Next door to him was John Arnold, the bookbinder, who displayed a Saracen's head upon his signboard. Then came in regular order Julian Walton, the mercer, with a wheelbarrow, Stephen Fransard, the girdler, with a cardinal's hat, John Silverton, the pelter or furrier, with a star, Peter Swan, the court verdier, with cross keys, John Morstow, the luminer or luminator of books, with a rose, Lionel de Fer, the French baker, with a vine, Herman Goldsmith, the court goldsmith, who bore a dolphin, William Alberton, the forcermonger, who kept what we should call a fancy shop for little boxes, baskets, etc., and exhibited a fiordalise, Michael Lady Chapman, who sported a unicorn and sold galoshes, Joel Garlickmonder at the White Horse, who dealt in the fragrant vegetable whence he derived his name, and Theobald Adehome the hatter, who, being of a poetic disposition, displayed a landscape entitled, as was well understood, The Hart's Bourne. Beyond these stretched far away to the east other shops, those of a mealman, a lapidary, a cordwainer, namely a shoemaker, a lindrapper, for they had not yet added the syllable which makes it linen, a lorimer, who dwelt in bits and bridles, a pouchmonger, who sold bags and pockets, a parchment maker, a treaclemonger, a spicer, a chandler, and a pepperer, all 4 the representatives of our modern grocer, an apothecary, a scrivener, who wrote for the numerous persons who could not write, a fuller, who cleaned clothes, a tapicer, who sold tapestry, universally used for hangings of rooms, a barber, an armor, a spurrier, a scourer, a dyer, a glover, a turner, a gold beater, an upholster or upholsterer, a tooth drawer, a buckler maker, a fletcher, who feathered arrows, a poulterer or poulterer, a vintner or wine merchant, a pewterer, a haberdasher, a pinner or pin maker, a skinner, a hamper maker, and a hosier. The list might be prolonged through 50 other trades, but we have reached Temple Bar. So few houses between St. Martin's Lane and the Temple Bar, yes, so few. Ground was cheap, and houses were low, and it cost less to cover much ground than to build high. Only very exalted mansions had 3 floors, and more than 3 were unknown even to imagination. Moreover, the citizens of London had decided ideas of the garden order. They did not crush their houses tight together as if to squeeze out another inch if possible. Though their streets were exceedingly narrow, yet nearly every house had its little garden, and behind that row to which we are paying particular attention ran the Covent Garden, the Abbot of Westminster's private pleasure ground, and on its southeast was Andreas's garden, bordered by "the King's Highway, leading from the town of St. Gilles to Strand de Grasse." The town of St. Gilles was quite a country place, and as to such remote villages as Bloomansbury or Iselden, which we call Bloomsbury and Islington, nobody thought of them in connection with London, any more than with Nottingham or Durham. The houses were much more picturesque than those of modern build. There was no attempt at uniformity. Each man set his house down as it suited him, and some thatches turned to the east and west, while others fronted north and south. There were few chimneys except in the larger houses, and no shop windows. A large wooden shutter fixed below the window covered it at night, and in the day it was let down to hang, table-wise, as a counter, whereon the goods sold by the owner were displayed. The Strand was one of the few chief streets where various trades congregated together. Usually every street had its special calling, and every trade its own particular street. Some of the latter retain their significant names even yet: Hosier Lane, Cordwainer Street, Bread Street, Soper's Lane, the Poultry, Silver Street, Ironmonger's Lane, and Paternoster Row, in which last lived the text writers and rosary makers. The mercers lived mainly in Cheapside, the drapers in Lombard Street, they were mostly Italians, as the name shows, the furriers in St. Mary Axe, the fishmongers in Knightrider Street, the brewers by the Thames, the butchers in Eastcheap, and the goldsmiths in Grutham's, now Gutter, Lane. But it is time to inquire what kind of patties were inviting the passer-by on Mr. Oldham's counter. They were a very large variety: oyster, crab, lobster, anchovy, and all kinds of fish, sausage rolls, jelly, liver, galantine, and every sort of meat, ginger, honey, cream, fruit, cheesecakes, almond and lemon, little open tarts called brie tarts, made of literal cheese, with a multitude of other articles, eggs, honey or sugar and spices, and many another compound of multifarious and indigestible edibles. For what number of incongruities, palatable or sanitary, did our forefathers not put together in a pie? For one description of dainty, however, Mr. Altham would have been asked on this July afternoon in vain. He would have deemed it next door to sacrilege to heat his oven for a mince pie, outside the charmed period between Christmas Eve and Twelfth Day. On the afternoon in question, Mr. Altham stepped out of his door to speak with his neighbor the girdler, and no sooner was he well out of the way than another person walked into it. This was a youth of some 18 years, dressed in a very curious costume. Men did not affect black clothes then, except in mourning, and the taste of few led them to the somber browns and decorous grays worn by most now. This young gentleman had on a tunic of dark red, in shape not unlike a butcher's blue frock, which was fastened round the hips by a girdle of black leather, studded with brass spangles. His head was covered by a loose hood of bright blue, and his hose or stockings, for stockings and trousers were in one, were a light bright shade of apple green. Low black shoes completed this showy costume, but it was not more showy than that of every other man passing along the street. Our young man seemed rather anxious not to be seen, for he cast sundry suspicious glances in the direction of the girdlers, and having at length apparently satisfied himself that the patty-maker was not likely to return at once, he darted across the street and presented himself at the window of the corner shop. 2 girls were sitting behind it, whose ages were 20 and 17. The young ladies were scarcely so smart as the gentlemen. The elder wore a gray dress striped with black, over which was a crimson kirtle or pelisse, with wide sleeves and tight gray ones under them. A little green cap sat on her light hair, which was braided in 2 thick masses, one on each side of the face. The younger wore a dress of the same light green as the youth's hose, with a silvery girdle and a blue cap. "Miss Alexandra," said the youth in a loud whisper. The elder girl took no notice of him. The younger answered as if she had just discovered his existence, though In truth, she had seen him coming all the time. "Oh, Clement Wakefield, is that you? We've no raveloys (sausage rolls) left, if that be your lack." "I thank you, Miss Ricarda, but I lack not a sort. Miss Alexander knows full well that I come but to beg a kind word from her." "I've none to spare this evening," said the elder, with a toss of her head. "But you will, sweetheart, when you hear my tidings." "What now, is your mother bought a new kerchief, or the cat catched a mouse?" "Nay, sweetheart, mock me not. He'll be grand doings, whereof me lord talk this morrow at dinner. I be awaiting. What say you to a goodly tournament at the Palace of the Savoy?" "I dare reckon you fell asleep and dreamed thereof." "Mistress Alexandra, you'd make a saint for to swear. Albeit, if you reck not thereof, I had meant for to practise me cousin at Arundel House, for to get you standing room with the maids yonder. But seeing you have no mind thereto, I dare warrant Mistress Joan Sellerton shall not say me nay, and maybe Mistress Argenta—" "Come within, Clement, and eat a flown," said Ricarda in a very different tone, taking up a dish of cheesecakes from the counter. "When shall a jousting be?" "Oh, it make no bones, Miss Ricarda. Your sister hath no mind thereto, 'tis plain." However, Clement suffered himself to be persuaded to do what he liked, and Ricarda, going close to her sister to fetch a plate, whispered to her a few words of warning as to what she might lose by too much coldness, whereupon the fair Alexandra thawed somewhat and condescended to seem slightly interested in the coming event. Ricarda, however, continued to do most of the talking. Clement Wingfield was scullion in the Bishop of Durham's kitchen, and would have been considered in that day rather a good match for a tradesman's daughter, for anything in the form of manufacture or barter was then in a very mean social position. Domestic service stood much higher than it does now, and though Mr. Altman's daughters were heiresses in a small way, they could not afford to despise Clement Wingfield, except as a political stratagem. "And what like shall the jousting be, Clement?" asked Ricardo, when that young gentleman had been satisfactorily settled on a form inside the shop, with the substantial cheesecake before him, not a mere mouthful, but a large oval tart from which 2 or 3 people might be helped. "It shall be the richest and reddest show was seen this many a day, me mistress," replied Clement, having disposed of his first bite. "In good sooth, mistress, but you want how to make good flowns. My lord had none such at his table." "That was Sandrina's making," observed Ricardo with apparent carelessness. "Dear heart, that's wherefore so sweet, trow," responded Clement gallantly. Alexandra laughed languidly. "Come now, Clem, tell us all about the jousting, like a good lad as thou art, and win us good places to see the same, and I will make thee a chowet pie (liver pie) of the best," she said, laying aside her affected indifference. "By me troth, I'll talk till me tongue droppeth the floor," answered the delighted Clement, "and I have heard all of Will Pierpoint, that is in my Lord of Arundel his stable, and as thick as incleaving with one of my Lord of Lancaster his palfreymen. The knights be each one in a doublet of white linen, spangled of silver, having round the sleeves and down the face thereof a border of green cloth, whereon is broidered the device chosen, wrought about with clouds and vines of golden work. The ladies and damsels will be likewise in green and white. For the knights, moreover, there will be masking visors, 14 of peacocks' heads and 14 of maidens' heads, and the one sort to tilt against the other. My Lord Duke of Lancaster, that is lord of the revels, beareth a costume of white velvet, pale with cramoisy, striped with crimson velvet, whereon be wrought garters of blue, and the Lady of Cambridge, that is the lady of the jousts, and shall give the prizes, shall be in indigo colour blue, all wrought with roses of silver. There be at this present 40 women broiders a working in the palace, in such haste that they be paying mighty wage, 4 pence halfpenny each one by the day." In order to understand the value of these payments, we must multiply them by about 16. The wages of a broderess, according to the present worth of money, were, when high, 6 shillings a day. And the device, what is it? Well, I counsel not any man to gainsay it. It is as it is. There you have it. Truly a merry saying. And which shall it be, Clem? Mistress Alexandra was quite gracious now. Thursday shall be a fortnight, being St. Malden's Day, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Will hath passed word to me to get me in, and 2 other with me. You will come, me mistresses? There'll not be room for Mrs. Amphilis, I'm sorry. Alexandra tossed her head very contemptuously. What does Amphilis want of jousts? Said she. She's fit or not saved to sift flour and cleanse vessels when we have done with them. And she hasn't a decent kirtle, never name a hood. I wouldn't be seen in her company for 40 shillings. Sandria's been at father to put her forth, added Ricarda. If he could but hear of some service in the country, well, little blessing were asked. There's no good lying no money out on the like of her. A soft little sound at the door made them look around. A girl was standing there of about Clement's age, a pale, quiet-looking girl who seemed nervously afraid of making her presence known, apparently lest she should be blamed for being there, or anywhere. Alexandra spoke sharply. Come within and shut the door, Phyllis, and stare not thus like a goose. What wouldst? Phyllis neither came in nor shut the door. She held it in her hand while she said in a shy way, The party's all ready to come forth if you will come. And then she disappeared, as if frightened of staying a minute longer than she could help. Ready to come forth? Echoed Ricarda. Cannot a stupid thing take them forth by herself? I beg her not to do so, explained her sister. But call one of us. She is so handy. Go there, Ricarda. She'll be setting every one wrong side up. Ricarda, with a martyr-like expression, which usually means an expression very unlike a martyr's, rose and followed Amphilis. Alexandra, thus left alone with Clement, became so extra amiable as to set that not overwise youth on a pinnacle of ecstasy until she heard her father's step, when she dismissed him hastily. She did not need to have been in a hurry, for the patty-maker was stopped before he reached the threshold by a rather pompous individual in white and blue livery. Liveries were then worn far more commonly than now, not by servants only, but by officials of all kinds, and by gentlemen retainers of the nobles, sometimes even by the nobles themselves. To wear a friend's livery was one of the highest compliments that could be paid. Mr. Altham knew by a glance at his costume that the man who had stopped him bore some office in the household of the Duke of Lancaster, since he not only wore that prince's livery, but bore his badge, the ostrich feather ermine, affixed to his left sleeve. Master Altham the patty-maker, I take it? Ye, good master, and your servant. A certain lady would fain wit of you, master, if you have at this premises dwelling with you a daughter named Amphilis. I have no daughter by that name. I have 2 daughters, whose names be Alexandra and Ricarda, that dwell with me, likewise one wedded, named Isabel. I have a niece named Amphilis. That dwelleth with you? Aye, she doth at this present, since my sister, her mother, is departed, dead. But you have had some thought of putting her forth, maybe? Mr. Alden looked doubtful. Well, we have talked thereof, I and me maids, but no certain end was come to thereabout. That is what the lady has heard. Mistress Walton, the silkwoman, at the wheelbarrow, spake with this lady, saying such a maid there was for whom you sought service, and the lady wotteth, knows, of a gentlewoman with whom she might be placed, and she should serve, and the service suited your desires for her. Pray you, come within. Let us talk therein at our leisure. I am beholden to Mistress Walton. She knew I had some thoughts about it, and she hath done me a good turn to name it. The varlet, as he was then called, followed Mr. Altham into the shop. Erelet is a contraction of this word, but varlet at that date was a term of wide signification, including any type of personal attendant. The varlet of a duke would be a gentleman by birth and education, for gentlemen were not above serving nobles even very menial positions. People had then, in some respects, less nonsense about them than now, and could not see that it was any degradation for one man to hand a plate to another. Alexandra rose when the varlet made his appearance. She did not keep a heart, and she did keep a large stock of vanity. She was consequently quite ready to throw over Clement Wingfield as soon as ever a more eligible suitor should present himself, and her idea of mankind ranged them in two classes, such as were and such as were not eligible suitors for Alexandra Altham. Mr. Altham, however, led his guest straight through the shop and upstairs, thus cutting short Miss Altham's wiles and graces. He took him into what we should call his study, a very little room close to his bedchamber, and motioned him to the only chair it contained, for chairs were rare and choice things, the form or bench being the usual piece of furniture. Before shutting the door, however, he called, "Phyllis." Somebody unseen to the varlet answered the call and received directions in a low voice. Mr. Altham then came in and shut the door. "I have bidden the maid to bring us Hippocras and spice," said he, "so you shall have a look at her." Hippocras was a very light wine, served as tea now is in the afternoon, and spice was a word which covered all manner of good things, not only pepper, sugar, cinnamon, and nutmegs, but rice, almonds, ginger, and even gingerbread. Mr. Tinnislow, for so the varlet was named, sat down in the chair and awaited the tray and ampholas. End of The White Lady of Hazelwood, A Tale of the 14th Century, Chapter 1.
Selections from The Black Death in the 14th Century by I.F.C. Hecker, M.D. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Selections from The Black Death in the 14th Century, from the German of I.F.C. Hecker, M.D., translated by B.G. Babington, M.D. Preface. We here find an important page of the history of the world laid open to our view. It treats of a convulsion of the human race, unequaled in violence and extent. It speaks of incredible disasters, of despair and unbridled demoniacal passions. It shows us the abyss of general licentiousness in consequence of a universal pestilence which extended from China to Iceland and Greenland. The inducement to unveil this image of an age long since gone by is evident. A new pestilence has attained almost an equal extent, and though less formidable, has partly produced, partly indicated, similar phenomena. Its causes and its diffusion over Asia and Europe call on us to take a comprehensive view of it, because it leads to an insight into the organism of the world, in which the sum of organic life is subject to the great powers of nature. Now, human knowledge is not yet sufficiently advanced to discover the connection between the processes which occur above and those which occur below the surface of the earth, or even fully to explore the laws of nature, an acquaintance with which would be required, far less to apply them to great phenomena in which one spring sets 1,000 others in motion. On this side, therefore, such a point of view is not to be found if we would not lose ourselves in the wilderness of conjectures, of which the world is already too full. but it may be found in the ample and productive field of historical research. History, that mirror of human life in all its bearings, offers, even for general pestilences, an inexhaustible, though scarcely explored, mine of facts. Here, too, it asserts its dignity, as the philosophy of reality, delighting in truth. It is conformable to its spirit to conceive general pestilences as events affecting the whole world, to explain their occurrences by the comparison of what is similar, by which the facts speak for themselves, because they appear to have proceeded from the higher laws which govern the progression of the existence of mankind. A cosmical origin and convulsive excitement, productive of the most important consequences among the nations subject to them, are the most striking features to which history points in all general pestilences. The latter, however, assume very different forms, as well in their attacks on the general organism as in their diffusion. And in this respect, a development from form to form in the course of centuries is manifest, so that the history of the world is divided into grand periods in which positively defined pestilences prevailed. As far as our chronicles extend, more or less certain information can be obtained respecting them. But this part of medical history, which has such a manifold and powerful influence over the history of the world, is yet in its infancy. For the honor of that science which should everywhere guide the actions of mankind, we are induced to express a wish, that it may find room to flourish amidst the rank vegetation with which the field of German medical science is unhappily encumbered. Chapter 1. General Observations. That omnipotence which has called the world with all its living creatures into one animated being, especially reveals himself in the desolation of great pestilences. The powers of creation come into violent collision. The sultry dryness of the atmosphere, the subterraneous thunders, the mist of overflowing waters, are the harbingers of destruction. Nature is not satisfied with the ordinary alternations of life and death, and the destroying angel waves over man and beast his flaming sword. These revolutions are performed in vast cycles, which the spirit of man, limited as it is to a narrow circle of perception, is unable to explore. They are, however, greater terrestrial events than any of those which proceed from the discord, the distress, or the passions of nations. By annihilations they awaken new life, and when the tumult above and below the earth is past, nature is renovated, and the mind awakens from torpor and depression to the consciousness of an intellectual existence. Were it in any degree within the power of human research to draw up, in a vivid and connected form, an historical sketch of such mighty events, after the manner of historians of wars and battles and the migrations of nations, we might then arrive at clear views with respect to the mental development of the human race, and the ways of Providence would be more plainly discernible. It would then be demonstrable that the mind of nations is deeply affected by the destructive conflict of the powers of nature, and that great disasters lead to striking changes in general civilization. For all that exists in man, whether good or evil, is rendered conspicuous by the presence of great danger. His inmost feelings are roused. The thought of self-preservation masters his spirit. Self-denial is put to severe proof, and wherever darkness and barbarism prevail, there the affrighted mortal flies to the idols of his superstition, and all laws, human and divine, are criminally violated. In conformity with a general law of nature, such a state of excitement brings about a change, beneficial or detrimental according to circumstances, so that nations either attain a higher degree of moral worth or sink deeper in ignorance and vice. All this, however, takes place upon a much grander scale than through the ordinary vicissitudes of war and peace, or the rise and fall of empires, because the powers of nature themselves produce plagues and subjugate the human will, which, in the contentions of nations, alone predominates. End of Selections from The Black Death in the 14th Century by I.F.C. Hecker, M.D. Recording by Louise J. Bell.
Die 14 glücklichen Tage, Teil 1 by Friedrich de la Motte Fouquet. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Der Wagen der Prinzessin war eben vorbeigefahren. Huldreich hatte sie aus dem Schlage hervor den grüßenden Leonardo gedankt, und dieser saß nun tiefsinnig unter dem Schatten einiger schlanker Pinien, die um eine Rasenbank herstanden, von wo er aus seinem Gärtchen die schöne Herzogstochter sehen konnte, wenn sie ihre Lieblingsgegend am nahen Flusse aufsuchte. Er hatte sich das zu diesem Zwecke so eingerichtet und trank nun fast an jedem Tage selige Schmerzen aus dem Anschauen der innig geliebten, unerreichbaren Schönheit. An diesem Abend ergriff ihn eine unruhige Sehnsucht, die er vordem nicht so gekannt hatte. »Ach, nur ein einziges Mal mit ihr sprechen«, seufzte er. Wie herrlich es sein müsste, wenn sich die blühenden Lippen in ihrer zarten Lieblichkeit auftäten, um ein freundliches Wort für mich hervorzuhauchen, die stolzen und doch so lockenden Augen günstige Lichter für mich hersendeten, und ich es auffangen könnte, in mein ganzes Wesen und wüsste, dass es an mich gerichtet wär, dass sie wenigstens in einem Augenblick ihres Lebens meiner gedacht und sich meines Daseins gefreut hätte. Ich wollte ja nachher still und froh in mein Gärtchen zurückgehen mit dem Nachhall jenes herrlichen Moments, und klänge der nicht mehr hell genug, so verhallte ich auch. Aber nun so durchaus nichts, nichts. Von dem armen Dichter Leonardo, dem kranken, wehmütigen Träumer, was gelangt von dem an Kristallines Thron? Sie soll einmal eine Canzone von mir gelobt, soll sie gesungen haben. Ich war sehr froh und stolz, als ich's vernahm, aber da kam der Zweifel nachgeschlichen. Es mag die Erfindung eines wohlwollenden Freundes oder eines spottenden Feindes sein, der es sich ausdachte, zuckt vielleicht eben jetzt erbarmungsvoll die Achseln über mich oder lacht meiner mit seinen Spießgesellen. Und wenn's denn wäre, nun, so hat sie gelobt und vergessen, und ich und meine Canzone sind ein altes Band von vorvorgestern geworden. Zähere, zähere Sehnsucht, damit die Krankheit zu Ende geht. Er schwirrte missmutig, unruhvoll auf den Saiten der Zither, die neben ihm lag, und verdeckte mit der anderen Hand sein glühendes Gesicht, vor dessen auch geschlossenen Augen Kristallinens Reize nicht verschwinden wollten. Da war es, als sage ihm einer ins Ohr: »Töricht, wer Bescheidenes wünscht.« Die Stimme klang schrillend, hell, und als er sich aber aufrichtete, war niemand zu sehen. Es müssen die Zittersaiten gewesen sein, sagte er. Entweder griff ich selbst in meiner Zerstreuung darauf, oder es streifte auch wohl ein nächtlich Geflügel drüber hin. Denn spät ist es schon, die Sonne ging bereits in den Golfo, und siehe, wie es sich von feuchten Nebeln auftürmt, sogar dicht neben mir, als wollte es sich mit auf die Bank lagern. Bin ich selber doch nichts als ein tränenfeuchter, verduftender Nebel. Damit warf er sich in seine vorige Stellung, aber der helle Schall drang wieder, fast schmerzend in seine Ohren, rief: Träumer, Träumer auf, die Zeit ist kurz, deine Wünsche lang. Das ist wahr, sagte Leonardo, umherschauend. Wer kennt mich denn hier so gut? Ich, antwortete dieselbe Stimme, aus dem Nebel hervorgellend, der sich neben ihm auf der Bank zusammengerollt hatte. Wisse nur, ich bin das, was ihr meistens den Teufel zu nennen pflegt, und habe mit dir zu reden. Bin ich denn wahnsinnig? Murmelte Leonardo. Es kam ihm vor, als bilde sich der Nebel mehr und mehr zu einer hässlich verzerrten Menschengestalt. Ein pfeifendes Lachen drang daraus hervor, dann sagte die Stimme weiter: Ob du wahnsinnig bist? Von Engel und Teufel schwatzt ihr ums dritte Wort, glaubt meistens daran, erscheint's aber einem, so will ihm das kleine Gemütchen springen, will toll werden, weil ihm begegnet, wovon er schon vieles weiß, nur dass es nicht in ihn hineingehen will. Und das misslautende Gelächter fing nach diesen Worten von neuem an. Still, Satan, rief Leonardo, sich ermutigend, lache anderswo. Mit mir, dem frommen Dichter, hast du nichts gemein. Mußt du wohl, kam die Antwort zurück. Woher sonst vernehmst du mich? Es mag immer ein ganz artiger, diabolischer Resonanzboden in deinem frommen Dichtergemüt angelegt sein, dieweil ich so ausführlich in dich hineinsingen kann. Aber lass gut sein, Bürschlein, hör zu, du möchtest Kristallinen. Und du durftest ihren Namen nennen, durftest ihn nennen in dieser Verbindung, schrie Leonardo. Muß doch wohl, entgegnete der Teufel abermals. Tu ich's ja doch, muß es wohl können. Hör, Versmännlein, ergib dich mir, und das schöne Mägdlein ergibt sich dir. Du bist ein ungeschickter, einfältiger Teufel, sagte Leonardo verächtlich. Lügst du auch nicht, ich liebe mein unsterbliches Leben, liebe Kristallinens unsterbliches Leben, wahre diese Lichter als mein urgöttliches Eigentum. Was jammerten denn eure Edeln soeben? hohnlachte es aus dem Nebel zurück. Weil ich auch die sichtbare Blume liebe, rief Leonardo, weil ich sie näher beschauen möchte, einatmen ihr reines Gedüft. Aber davon weißt du Höllenbewohner nichts, weißt nicht, wie wenig der Liebende fremder Hülfe verdanken mag, am wenigsten euch. Aber den Lüften und Flammen und Strömen und Tieren nicht, so scholl es ihm entgegen. Da blast ihr Flöten und sendet feurige Funken zu Booten und Schiffe übers Meer und jagt auf ungestümen Rossen. Das kommt euch brav vor, und alles sind ja nur Kräfte, gut, bös, nachdem man sie braucht. Aber uns zu brauchen, da fehlt das Herz. Ihr seid ja, rief Leonardo, die Stürme, die Flammen, die Fluten, die grimmen Bestien der ziellosen Ewigkeit, ein nie verrinnernder Greuel. Wer's mit Ähnlichen aufnimmt, steht drüber als ein Held. Wer aber das Bleibende zum Kampf ruft, erliegt als ein frevelnder Tor. Herr, entgegnete der Teufel, ihr habt mich nicht zum Kampfe gerufen. Ich kam ohn euer Zutun, weil euer weiser Schöpfer ein Partikelchen von mir auch in euren Sinn gelegt hat. Von Kindheit auf, Knäbchen, tanzt ich um deine Wiege. Herr, du sollst mir dein ew'ges Glück nicht verschreiben, das, weiß ich, gilt nicht. Ein einziger, recht innerlicher Gedanke zum Guten, und zerrissen wär unser Kontrakt. Gerettet du, betrogen ich. Nein, nein, nicht also. Aber auf Erden möcht ich dich zausen, raufen, verderben für alles, was du eben von mir geschmäht. Gib mir dein übriges zeitliches Glück, dein zeitliches nur, ich gebe dir 14 selige Tage in Kristallinens Armen. Nicht aus Teufels Händen des Engels Liebe, sagte verachtend Leonardo. Ihre Liebe kann ich dir nicht geben, gellte die Stimme. Ihre Liebe habe ich nicht. Die mußt dir hübsch selber gewinnen. Mittel nur, Mittel, die habe ich. Nimm nur aus Teufels Händen den Eintritt ins Hoflager, Geld dich zu schmücken, armer Poet, und dergleichen Zeugs. Das nehmen die Klügsten meist aus seinen bessern Händen. Sprechen wolltest du, die Prinzessin, ja nur. Wohl gut, treibst dann, soweit du selber willst, gehst du nicht weiter. Hei, so hat sich der Teufel verrechnet, und du bist frei. Gewinnst du aber Kristallinens hübschesten Schatz, so ist dein leibliches Glück nach 14 Tagen des Genusses mein. Das leibliche Glück nur? Wiederholte Leonardo nachdenkend. Das leibliche Glück nur? Aber du betrügst mich, Erzfeind. Betrüg dich selber nicht, rief dieser entgegen. So kann ich's auch nicht. Unheil kann ich über dich bringen, Verzweiflung nur dir. Über dein äußeres Leben will ich Macht, rächerische Macht. Ha! Er besinnt sich. Wolltest ja nur die Erinnerung ihrer Rede, nun soll die Erinnerung ihrer Gunst nicht zureichen. Bleibst im Staube, Männlein. Schaff mich an den Hof, rief Leonardo plötzlich auf. Ich will nicht, was du denkst, und wollt ich's, könnt ich's je erreichen. Nun dann, das Leben ist kurz, 14 Tage göttlich lang, die Erinnerung solcher Wonne durch allen Jammer schön. Was wollte dann Verzweiflung an mir? Ich fühle meine Gewalt über dich, Satan. Schaff mich hin, es gilt. Es gilt, brüllte ihm der Feind wie ein donnerndes Echo ins Ohr. Darauf hob er sich, nun völlig gestaltet, in die Höhe und schritt in ungeheurer Größe und Hässlichkeit, das Haupt weit jenseits der Pinienwipfel hinausstreckend, über die Mauern des Gärtchens hinaus. Der zitternde Leonardo glaubte, die widerwärtigen Züge noch aus der Ferne in der Bildung des nächt'gens Gewölkes zu erkennen. Am andern Tage konnte er nicht mit sich selbst einig werden, wie es mit der Erscheinung gewesen sei. Mehrenteils hielt er sie für einen Traum und ward dennoch ein furchtsames Herzklopfen, ein zagendes Hoffen auf unerhörte Dinge nicht los. So oft Ross oder Wagen gegen seine Fenster herankamen, dachte er, nun müsse es halten, und man werde an seine Pforte klingen und ihn an des Herzogs Hofhalt laden. Aber vorüber trabten die Rosse, rollten die Wagen, lautlos hing sein Pfortenring, der Tag lief unausgezeichnet zu Ende, wie alle seine Vorgänger. So ging es die ganze Woche hindurch, und Leonardo gedachte nur noch jenes Gesichts als einer seltsamen Betörung seiner eigenen Sinne. Umgekehrt schien des Phantoms Prophezeiung eher in Erfüllung zu gehen, denn auch von seiner Gartenbank sahe der arme Dichter Krystallinen nicht mehr vorüberfahren. Es war, als vergesse sie ihre Lieblingsgegend am Flusse gänzlich. Sehen muß ich sie doch, sagte Leonardo endlich, wofern ich nicht in meinen trüben Dunkel verschmachten will. Er ging in die Stadt zu seinem alten Meister Alanio, der sich sehr freute, einen Schüler zu begrüßen, von dessen Talent er so vielen Ruhm auch für sich selber hoffte, obgleich man in Leonardos jetziger Abgeschiedenheit wenig von ihm vernahm. Die Lieder aber, welche daraus hervorklangen, gefielen den weisesten Meistern in dieser Gegend, und viele schöne Frauen sangen sie gerne nach. Alanio redete freudig und liebevoll von der edlen Kunst, ohne dass sein Jünger ihm diesmal mit so ganzer Seele zuhörte, als sonst bei ähnlichen Gesprächen. Krystallinens Ausbleiben lag schwer auf seinem Herzen. Er fürchtete ihre Krankheit, ihre Entfernung oder sonst ein großes Übel für seine Neigung, und doch gewann er nicht den Mut zu einer unumwundenen Frage. Da fügte es sich, dass sein Meister ihm von selbst, ganz unabsichtlich entgegenkam, ihm weit mehr erzählend, als er zu hören erwarten konnte. Es war nämlich die Rede von der Reinheit der Kunst und wie sie nur in frommen Gemütern ihre Wohnung aufschlage. Die andern empfinden wohl eine Sehnsucht danach, fuhr Alanio fort, aber eine vergebliche, törichte, missverstandene. Dann erwarten sie oft von der hohen Magierin, sie solle ihr verstörtes Gemüt heilen. Umsonst. Die reinen Strahlen leuchten durch die Nacht, und die Nacht begreift sie nicht. So geht es gegenwärtig mit unserem Herzog. Leonardo sah ihn fragend an. Habt ihr das in eurer Gartensiedelei nicht erfahren? Sagte Alanio. So will ich's euch von Anfang an erzählen, denn es ist ein merkwürdiger Vorfall. Etwa 9 Tage mögen verstrichen sein, seit der Herzog einmal um Mitternacht sehr ängstlich nach den Pagen im Vorgemach schrie. Sie kamen hereingestürzt und fanden ihn verwildert im Zimmer umherlaufen. Ein böser Geist, rief er, verfolge ihn, habe ihn aus dem Bette aufgejagt, hässlich zwischen seine Vorhänge hineinblickend. Die Pagen gedachten anfänglich, ihn zu beruhigen, aber sein Entsetzen teilte sich ihnen auf eine unerklärliche Weise mit, ob sie gleich keine Erscheinung wahrnahmen. Sie liefen schreiend aus dem Zimmer, der Herzog gräßlich rufend ihnen nach, und was von Dienern herzukam, empfand das gleiche überwältigende Grausen in der Nähe ihres Herrn, so daß dieser, von allen verlassen, durch die Bogengänge des Palastes hinrannte, bis ihn mit den ersten Strahlen des Morgens das Ungetüm verließ. Atemlos sank er da auf den Boden nieder, und seine Kämmerlinge, nun auch von dem wilden Entsetzen befreit, trugen ihn in seine Betten zurück. Je heller das Tageslicht heraufstieg, je mehr schämten sich Pagen und Lakaien ihres nächtlichen Schreckens. Einer schob die Schuld auf den andern, und nur darin waren sie sämtlich einig, die ganze Geschichte für eine tolle Einbildung zu erklären. Nicht also der Herzog. Das gräßliche Gesicht habe er wirklich gesehen, behauptete er, und die ganze Nacht sein seltsam gellendes Rufen gehört. Sing mich doch, sing mich doch, sing mich doch fort. Dabei war er selbst fest überzeugt, es müsse diese und alle folgenden Nächte wiederkommen, bis er durchaus wahnsinnig sei, und nur Gesang könne es vielleicht vertreiben. Die Prinzessin Kristaline verließ ihren kranken Vater keinen Augenblick, all ihre sonstigen Vergnügungen gänzlich vergessend, seitdem jener furchtbare Vorfall eingetreten war. Da sie recht artig singt und die Zither sehr zierlich schlägt, hofft sie, die Krankheit des Herzogs ohne fremde Hülfe bannen zu können. Aber um Mitternacht ergriff die Tollheit den alten Herrn, das Entsetzen darüber sowohl Kristallinen als die übrigen. Sie flohen, der Herzog brüllte ihnen verlassen nach, und diese Nacht verging genauso wie die vorige. Darauf nahm man seine Zuflucht zu Musikern und Dichtern, von denen, wisst ihr, es in unserer Stadt sehr viele gibt. Vergebens. Dasselbe gräßliche Schauspiel, immer wiederholt. Endlich rief man auch mich. Er stockte. Leonardo bat ihn dringend fortzufahren. Erspare mir, antwortete Alanio, die grauenvolle Erinnerung. Mich ergriff der heillose Geist, der den Herzog und alles ihm Umgebende verstört. Ich musste mit den anderen fliehen. Seitdem wagt sich keiner mehr hin, und man sieht täglich dem Ableben des geplagten Fürsten entgegen. Und seine Tochter? Fragte Leonardo. Sie verharrt bei ihm, bis der Schrecken sie von ihm treibt, entgegnete Alanio. Diese Worte bestimmten Leonardos Entschluss, den er jedoch verschwieg, um durch keine Einrede gestört zu werden. Sie zu sehen, in ihrer Gegenwart zu singen, schien ihm ein Preis, für den alle Schrecken des Wahnsinns und der Geisterwelt nur als ein leicht zu bestehendes Spiel gelten. Zur Nachtzeit brach er auf, als wollte er in seinen Garten zurückgehen, sein Weg richtete sich aber nach dem Palaste. Dort fand er alles erleuchtet, unruhige Bewegung der Wachten und Diener in den Galerien, Musik aus verschiedenen Zimmern. Man sah, dass ein Mächtiger die Schrecken der Nacht und Einsamkeit von sich abzuwehren strebte. Im Hereintreten zeigten sich ihm die Gesichter der Leute bleich und dennoch mit einem äußeren Anstrich von Heiterkeit und Mut wie gewaltsam überschminkt. Dabei sah jeder den andern ungewiss an, als fürchte er, irgendein feindseliges Gespenst unerwartet in seiner Nähe zu treffen, und so blickte man auch fragend, trotzig, scheu auf den eintretenden Leonardo. Dieser nannte seinen Namen und die Ursach seines Herkommens, nämlich durch Gesang und Saitenspiel einen Versuch zur Heilung des Fürsten zu wagen. Achselzuckend, ungläubig und missmutig führten ihn einige Pagen in das herzogliche Gemach. Die Hellung, welche durch reiche Beleuchtung und rückstrahlende Spiegel darin verbreitet war, blendete anfänglich sein Auge. Fast glaubte er, plötzlich aus der dunkelnächtigen Stunde in die funkelndste, wolkenloseste Tagesmitte versetzt zu sein. Man spielte lustige Tänze, und nachdem der Blick wieder über das bunte Lichtergewirr zu herrschen begann, nahm Leonardo in der Mitte des geräumigen Zimmers eine Gruppe tanzender Damen wahr, Kristallinen als ihre Anführerin. Auf sie nun blieb sein ganzer Sinn geheftet, auf sie, die in den zierlichsten, sittigsten und dennoch anlockendsten Bewegungen auf und nieder schwebte, gewiegt von den Tönen der Musik wie ein Schmetterling, von blauer Lenzluft. Dabei leuchteten die lieblichen Augen paradiesisch hell unter den hochgewölbten Brauen hervor, die Gestalt wie des Antlitzes Harmonie offenbarte sich vollkommener in jeglicher Wendung, und doch legte sich ein Schatten von Bangigkeit über den süßen Reiz, immer sichtbarer, je länger der Tanz währte und je tiefer die Nacht von den Fenstern dunkelte. Plötzlich sank Kristalline ermattet auf ein Ruhebette zu den Füßen ihres Vaters nieder, und Leonardo ward nun erst des Fürsten ansichtig, wie er prächtig geschmückt, von reich gewaffneten Rittern umgeben, auf einem hohen Throne saß, so finstern angesichts, dass aller Glanz um ihn her davor zu erbleichen schien. Sein krankes Haupt war mit einem purpurroten Tuch umwunden, das sich wie ein blutiger Streif durch die krausen schwarzen Locken hinzog. Es ist der bekannte Fluch, ächzte er. Nun wird sie müde, nun wird sie scheu und meine kühnsten Ritter bleich, und schon die Steigen mag der böse Geist heranziehen. O, wer hilft mir? O, mir Verlornen, wer? Leonardo trat vor und bat um Vergunst zu singen. Des alten Herzogs bewilligende Antwort hörte er kaum, denn Kristallinens wunderschöne Hand winkte ihm, auf einem Sessel ihr und dem Fürsten gegenüber Platz zu nehmen. In ihr süßes Anschauen versunken, traute er sich Wunderkräfte zu und stimmte die Zither, welche man ihm brachte, mit Mut und Fertigkeit die kühnsten Gänge darauf versuchend. Schon wollte er den Gesang beginnen, da kam es ihm vor, als greife eine gewaltige, unsichtbare Hand begleitend mit ein, und als flüstere es ihm schrillend ins Ohr: Sing mich doch, sing mich doch, sing mich doch fort. Plötzlich brach ihm wie ein Donnerschlag der Gedanke an seinen Bund mit dem Teufel durchs Herz. Er glaubte nun zu erkennen, was dessen ganzes Spiel mit dem Herzog bedeute und wie die höllische Macht als verabscheuungswerter Bundsgenoss neben ihm stehe. Ein unnennbares Grausen ergriff ihn, zugleich ein heftiger Widerwillen, Kristallinens reiner Engelsgestalt gegenüber die feindselige Hülfe bei sich zu fühlen. Dabei kam ihm die Zither fremd vor und unheimlich, ja seiner eigenen Stimme laut, nicht frei von des argen Gesellen Anhauch. Er lockte über diesen innern Streit seltsam grässliche Töne aus den Saiten, sang schaurige, avernische Worte und ward dessen erst inne, als Kristalline vor seinem Liede immer bleicher auszusehen begann. Erschrocken nach den andern umblickend, sah er lauter entsetzte Gesichter, den alten Herzog ganz verzerrt, ohne dass jedoch einer es gewagt hätte, dem furchtbaren Sänger Einhalt zu tun. Er selbst fühlte sich wie im Orkus befangen und sah Kristallinens wunderschöne Augen aus unermeßlicher Ferne herüberleuchten, den Verlorenen zu sich emporrufend. Mit Anstrengung aller bessern Kraft stritt nun sein Lied wider die Eingebungen der Hölle, und er fühlte, wie ihm der Sieg gelang. Als Orpheus stellte er sich dar, vor dessen reinen Klängen die alte Feindseligkeit in ihrem eigenen Aufenthalte zur Liebe werde, das Grausen zur Lust. So geschah es in ihm selbst, und ein gleiches Gefühl spiegelte sich auf den Gesichtern der Hörer. Kristallinens Schönheit lächelte wieder in aller eigentümlichen Herrlichkeit und zog den Sänger immer höher zu olympischen Gipfeln empor. Als er an die Stelle kam, wo Eurydike dem Mythos gemäß versinkt und Orpheus seines Siegerlohns beraubt, trostlos in die Oberwelt zurückwankt, trennte er die Personen. Nicht sei er Orpheus, rief er durch die Melodie seines Saitenspiels helltönend hin, ein anderer schöner, begabter Sänger sei er. Dann hielt er einen Augenblick, wie still vergleichend, inne und brach zum Schluss in folgendes Sonett aus. Verloren dir dein leuchtender Karfunkel, Orpheus, dein bessres Selbst bei toten Schatten, dich halb Erstorbenen grüßt, dich Lebensmatten, das Sonnenlicht als unerfreulich dunkel. Mir aber lacht siegkündendes Gefunkel aus lichten Sternen über frische Matten, zieht Liebesflüstern, sich dem Lenz zu gatten, verstreut viole Düfte, strahlt Ranunkel. So war, o Heron, dir im Streit zerronnen die edle Kraft. Ich, Lieder stammelnd, siege, woher der bessere Preis den schwächern Seiten? Du mußtest wegschauen von geliebten Sonnen, da brach dein Mut, doch ich im frohen Kriege sah überirdschen Reiz mich aufwärts leiten. Er legte die Zither zu Kristallinens Füßen nieder, das Sonnenlicht blitzte soeben erheiternd durch die Scheiben, von einer offenen Galerie wehte erquickender Morgenduft herein. Man fühlte, dass des bösen Geistes Macht gewichen war und begrüßte einander wie in einem neuen, friedlichen Leben. Noch selbigen Tags geschah ein feierlicher Kirchgang wegen der glücklichen Vertreibung des Nachtgespensts. Dem Gebote des dankbaren Herzogs gemäß ging Leonardo, prächtig geschmückt, und zwischen ihm und Kristallinen das zusammengelaufene Volk rief preisend seinen Namen. Durch die blaue Frühlingsluft hin flogen aus Fenstern und Balkonen frische Lorbeer- und Myrtenkränze nach seinem Haupte. Alle Dichter, Alanio als ihr Führer, priesen den edlen, heilbegabten Genossen in herrlichen Liedern. Noch regte sich dumpf in Leonardos Brust die Erinnerung an den schlimmen Bundesfreund, doch ein Blick auf Kristallinens jungfräulich fürstliche Gestalt benahm ihm alle Besorgnis, jemals in die Schlingen des Verlockers zu fallen. Ich werde sie sehen, ich werde sie lieben, sprach er bei sich selbst, und gewänn ich je den Mut, es ihr zu bekennen, und o all ihr Heiligen, und lächelte sie mir Gegenliebe zurück, wie könnte ein unreiner Wunsch in diesem ihr geweihten Herzen wach werden? Er fühlte dies alles noch lebhafter, als sie während des Gottesdienstes neben ihm kniete, die himmlischen Augen wie nach ihrem Vaterlande emporgerichtet, wie ein goldenes, klingendes Gewebe, die Töne sie umwallend. Er liebte sie rein, kindlich, ruhevoll in diesem Augenblicke, wie man eine schöne Blume liebt. Ein so edles, beseligendes Gefühl blieb ihm lange Zeit hindurch getreu. Dass Kristalline von seiner Liebe wissen möge, war sein einziger, ihm dünkte nicht unbilliger Wunsch. Und doch fürchtete er wieder, sie durch ein Geständnis zu erzürnen, sich vorsagend, wie ihm ja so vieles schon gewährt sei, wie er ihr täglich gegenübersitzen dürfe, und freundliche Worte aus ihrem blühenden Munde hörte, wie sie ihn sogar oftmals in ihr jungfräulich zierliches, wohlgeruchduftendes Gemach rufen lasse, ihr seine oder anderer Gedichte vorzulesen, und wie es Torheit sei, ein so herrliches und so gesichertes Glück für einen tollen ikarischen Flug auf das Spiel zu stellen. Es geschah, dass ein kunstreicher Meister das Leben des edlen Dichters Torquato Tasso gerade um diese Zeit aufgezeichnet hatte, vorzüglich sorgsam und liebevoll, was dessen Neigung zu der holden Fürstentochter Leonore von Este betraf. Viele Menschen fanden große Freude an einem solchen Buche, teils weil sie sich oft an Tassos Gedichten ergötzt hatten, teils weil dessen Leben selbst als ein schönes, verliebtes Gedicht erschien. Leonardo ward gerufen, dieses Werk der Prinzessin vorzulesen. Er fand sie, des heißen Sommertages wegen, in einem durch grüne Vorhänge kühl verdunkelten Gemach. 2 Aloen trieben neben ihr auf 2 schönen Marmorgestellen die seltene Blüte hervor. Grüne Polster trugen die wie träumend hingegossene Gestalt. Da las der liebende Dichter des hohen Kunstgenossen Liebe und seine unendliche, nie gestillte Sehnsucht nach dem schönen Kinde des Throns. Unwillkürlich deuteten seine Blicke die Worte für sich. Auf seinem Antlitz lag seine ganze Geschichte, sein innighaftes, heimlichstes Hoffen und Fürchten. Christaline wandte anfänglich ihre Blicke scheu von ihm ab, aber der Zauber seiner liebehauchenden Stimme schien die bange Magdlichkeit zu beschwören. Öfter und öfter schaute sie nach ihm hin und hing zuletzt mit den tränenglänzenden, herrlichen Augen unausgesetzt an seinen Lippen fest. Tassos Sehnsucht und seine Klagen, in immer süßern Akzenten sprechend, gestalteten sich endlich sichtbar in Leonardos ganzes Wesen ein. Er ließ das Buch sinken und sank zugleich auch selbst zu Kristallinens Füßen. Sie reichte ihm weinend die zarte Hand, wollte sie aber, von seinem glühend darauf gedrückten Küssen erschreckt, gleich wieder zurückziehen. Da sah er, Verzeihung flehend, zu ihr auf. Noch trieb sie ihr fürstlicher Stolz empor, sie machte eine Bewegung, den kühnen Dichter zu verlassen, welche sie diesem jedoch unversehens näher brachte. Sie küsste ihn auf die Stirn und seufzte unter Tränen. »Ach, Tasso, wie hast du mich verraten?« Dieser Moment hatte Leonardos Liebe belohnt und ermutigt zugleich, so dass er nun als ein sicherer Triumphator auf seinen dunklen, gefesselten Gegner hinabblickte. »Der Tag«, sprach er oftmals, »erhebt sich aus der Nacht, und die Nacht in ihrem tiefsten Ingrimm ragt ihn nur glänzender auf und täuscht fortwährend sich selbst mit ohnmächtigem Kampf gegen ihren Herrn. Wo bist du nun hingeschwunden vor dieser Engelsgestalt, du böser Dämon, der du mich zu verführen gedacht?« Leonardo und Cristaline trafen einstmals gegen Abend im Schlossgarten zusammen. Sie setzten sich auf eine Marmorbank unter das Gebüsch am Abhange einer kleinen, selten besuchten Anhöhe, und während Cristaline von den Zweigen der Myrten und Lorbeersträuche umher einen Kranz zu flechten begann, schaute Leonardo in süßer Liebesruhe still ergötzt ihren anmutigen Geschäfte zu. Die weißen, schlanken Finger wandten sich aufs Allerzierlichste zwischen den dunklen Blättern hin, diese in ein phantastisch zartes Gewebe zusammenschlingend. Plötzlich hielt Cristaline inne, legte das angefangene Geflecht neben sich auf die Bank und sagte verwundrungsvoll emporblickend: Sieh doch, mein Freund, sieh doch den seltsamen bunten Vogel. Leonardo sah in die Höhe. Auf einem blühenden Zweig, den Liebenden gegenüber, saß der fremde Gast, im flammendroten, goldgestreiften Gefieder prangend und sehr klug nach den beiden herüberschauend, während die Abendluft ihn und seinen beblätterten Sitz leise hin und her schaukelte. »Ich möchte ihn haben«, sagte Christaline, »und dann doch wieder nicht. Er sieht mir gar zu menschlich gescheit aus. Dergleichen mag ich nicht um mich leiden.« »Aber mich doch gern«, entgegnete Leonardo lachend. »Da sagst du meinem Menschenverstande viel Tröstliches.« Sie scherzten noch darüber, als der Vogel plötzlich auf Kristallinens Lorbeer- und Myrtenzweige hinschoss und, sie im Schnabel forttragend, sich auf einen entfernten Baum schwang. »Oh, der Dieb«, rief Kristalline seufzend, »ich hatte dir doch das schöne Geflecht zugedacht, Lorbeer und Myrte, dir, mein kunstreicher Geliebter, mein geliebter Künstler. Du solltest es bewahren und sein Anblick dir immer wieder sagen, wie hoch die Kunst, wie schön die Liebe sei.« »Er darf es mir nicht fortnehmen«, sprach Leonardo und versuchte den Vogel, der sehr zahm aussah, an sich zu locken. Dieser tat fast, als höre er auf ihn, aber wenn Leonardo nahe kam, schwang er sich um 2, 3 Bäume weiter, dann wieder ebenso klug und ruhig nach ihm und Kristallinen herabsehend. Sie waren bei diesem Verfolgen schon über die Grenzen des Schlossgartens hinausgekommen, und Kristalline ging, immer lachend über die vergeblichen Versuche ihres Freundes, neben diesem durch den Wald. Leonardo griff zuletzt unmutig nach einem Stein. »Kann's ihm die Freundlichkeit nicht abjagen, so mag's der Schreck tun«, rief er und schleuderte nach dem Tiere. Dieses flog krächzend auf, hielt aber seine Beute im Schnabel fest und ließ bald wieder seine flammendrote Farbe durch ein nahes Gebüsch leuchten, in welchem es sich niedergelassen hatte. Abermals eilten Leonardo und Kristalline ihm nach, um abermals getäuscht zu werden, und so ging es wiederholt fort, bis endlich der Vogel des Spieles überdrüssig zu werden schien, sich blitzschnellen Fluges über die höchsten Bäume hinschwingend und hinter den entferntesten Pinienwipfeln verschwindend. Leonardo sah ihm mißmutig nach, und Kristalline sagte mit einem Male ängstlich: »Aber, mein Gott, wo sind wir denn? Wo mag der Palast sein und die Stadt? Sieh doch die stille Einsamkeit um uns her, Leonardo.« In der Tat hatte sie ihre eifrige Jagd in ein kleines, waldumschlossenes Tal geführt, dessen keiner von ihnen jemals vorher ansichtig geworden war. Es sah lieb und still darin aus, der Rasen hellgrün und frisch, die Bäume schirmend, dicht beblättert umher, ein leis rauschender Quell zu ihren Füßen, an dessen Rande eine zierlich von Zweigen und glatten Pinienstämmen erbaute Hütte. »Es ist wahr«, sagte Leonardo, »auch mir ist die Gegend ganz fremd. Aber was zitterst du, Kristalline? Scheint dir's nicht lieblich hier?« »So weit vom Schlosse«, sagte sie, »so allein, und der Abend dunkelt schon.« »Vertraue doch der Führung dessen, dem du dein Herz vertrautest, liebe Kristalline«, sagte Leonardo und drückte ihre Hand schmeichelnd an seine Brust. »Beruhige dich, ich will die Hüttenbewohner nach dem Heimwege fragen. Wir können nicht weit vom Schlossgarten sein.« Er öffnete die Tür. Drinnen war alles still und einsam, aber sehr zierlich. Vom Schilf geflochtene Matten, lebendige Blumen an den offenen Fenstern emporrankend, ein schöner grüner Marmelstein statt des Herdes, auf welchem jedoch nur wenige längst erkaltete Asche vormalige Bewohner anzudeuten schien. Alles trug überhaupt die Spuren vielzeitigen Leerstehens und Verlassenseins. »Hier finden wir wohl niemanden«, sagte Christeline besorgt. »Niemanden als uns«, ergänzte Leonardo ihre Rede und zog sie, den Arm um sie schlingend, mit sanfter Gewalt sich nach in die Hütte. »Wie es hier alles so häuslich, so treu und wohlbekannt aussieht«, fuhr er fort. »Es ist für zwei Liebende eingerichtet, Christeline. Raum nur für Zweie. Deutsame Liebesblumen am Fenster. Ist dir's nicht auch also zumut?« »Wie denn?«, fragte Christeline verwirrt. »Als wären wir hier daheim«, entgegnete Leonardo, »als wär ich am Morgen ausgegangen auf Jagd oder Fischerei, und du empfingst mich, den Rückkehrenden, als dein liebliches Weib. Guten Abend, liebe Christeline.« »Was du für ein Tändler bist«, sagte sie, immer höher errötend. »Lass uns vor die Hüttentür treten.« »Nicht doch, Liebe, Süße«, sprach er, »die Bäume wiegen schon im späten Abendwinde ihre Wipfel, und hier ist behaglich und traut. Bleib in unserer hübschen Behausung, meine Holde.« »Himmel, mein Vater, wie wird mein Vater nach mir aussehen?«, seufzte sie. »Scheut seinen Zorn.« »Wir wissen jetzt nicht, wo sein Hofhalt liegt«, sagte Leonardo. »Er samt seiner ganzen Dienerschaft weiß von unserer Hütte und unserem Tale nichts. Wir sind jetzt wirklich von ihnen geschieden. Der Augenblick schenkt dich mir wirklich als mein liebliches Weib.« »Der Augenblick«, entgegnete sie, »was ist ein Augenblick gegen eine Stunde? Was eine Stunde gegen 14 Tage? O, betrachte doch das Leben nicht so kurzsichtig.« »14 Tage«, wiederholte Leonardo nachdenklich. »14 Tage, sagtest du? Ach, Christeline, die sind göttlich lang. Und wenn man sie mit zeitlichem, immer doch auch nur endlichem Elend abkaufen kann, ha, wehe dem feigherzigen Zauberer.« »Was willst du, Leonardo?«, flüsterte sie. »Deine Glut erschreckt mich.« »Mein süßes Weib«, so nannte er sie wieder, mit kühnem Umfangen, mit schmeichelnden Kosen ihre Scheu wegschmelzend, gewann er der Liebe letzten, heimlichsten Preis. Sie erwachten aus ihrem süßen Rausche, und ein gräßliches Hohngelächter brach in ihr Ohr. »Verraten«, schrie Christeline, ihr Angesicht in beide Hände verbergend. Leonardo sprang im gereizten Grimm aus der Hütte. Draußen leuchteten durch das schon tiefe Abenddunkel des Vogels häßlich kluge Augen. Er ließ die Lorbeer- und Myrtenzweige vor Leonardos Füße niederfallen und stieß abermals den grauenvoll lachenden Ton aus, welcher die Liebenden soeben erschreckt hatte. Leonardo rief schaudernd zu ihm hinauf. »Ich kenne dich nun, Böser, aber was wagst du dich jetzt schon zu mir? Noch bin ich dein Herr, entfleuch!« Augenblicklich war der Vogel verschwunden. Christeline flüsterte aus der Hütte. »Gottes Willen, mit wem sprichst du denn?« »Wir sind nicht verraten«, sagte Leonardo freundlich. »Folge mir nur getrost.« Christeline nahte sich ihm zitternd. »Bist du es auch selbst, der da steht, Leonardo?«, fragte sie. du hältst dich so im Dunkeln, tritt doch mehr ans Licht hinaus. Kennst du mich nicht? Antwortete Leonardo, einen heißen Kuss auf ihre Lippen drückend. Ach, sagte sie, kenne ich mich denn selbst noch? Tritt doch weiter vor. Die wachsende Finsternis draußen erschreckte Kristallinen noch mehr. Wie ward es denn mit einem Male so dunkel, sprach sie. Oder ist es schon so spät? Was wird man im Schloss denken? Wir sind verloren, o Leonardo. Was hast du getan? Sei ruhig, mein süßes Engelsbild, entgegnete er. Wir sind sicher, ganz sicher. Eine lange, selige Zeit liegt vor uns, und die ferne Gewitterwolke am Horizont droht nur meinem Haupte allein. Sprich nicht so wunderliche Dinge, sagte Kristalline. Ich verstehe dich nicht. Ich scheue mich vor dir. End of Die 14 glücklichen Tage, Teil 1 bei Friedrich de la Motte Fouqué. Die 14 glücklichen Tage, Teil 2 bei Friedrich de la Motte Fouqué. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tu es nicht, liebe Kristalline, bat Leonardo sehr erweicht. Wir wollen von heut an recht glücklich sein. Jetzt folge du mir nur und sei unbesorgt. Der Rückweg zum Palaste muß sich uns sogleich zeigen, und dorten denkt niemand an unseren Bund. Seine Zuversicht ermunterte die bebende Fürstin, sie lehnte sich hingebend, innig vertrauend auf seinen Arm, und nach wenigen Schritten zeigte eine Durchsicht des Waldes das Schloss in nicht gar weiter Entfernung. Kristalline entwarf einen Plan, wie sie unbemerkt in ihr Gemach gelangen könne und wie Leonardo von einer ganz anderen Seite kommen oder lieber heute gar nicht zurückkehren solle, als sei er ganz entfernt gewesen, durch eine Dichtergrille weit über Land getrieben. Keinen Augenblick verliere ich fortan, sagte Leonardo entschlossen. Ich bleibe bei dir. Ach, seufzte Kristalline, gilt dir meine Angst so wenig? Willst du meinen Bitten keinen halben Tag opfern? Was ist ein halber Tag? Für mich, was ein Jahr für andere, entgegnete Leonardo, und für deinen Ruf sorge nicht. Er ist gerettet, dafür muß ein anderer sorgen. Wer denn? Fragte Kristalline zusammenfahrend und scheu umblickend. Du sprichst schon wieder so seltsame Worte. Ich meine die Liebe, die uns verbündet, sagte Leonardo beruhigend. Traue doch ihr und mir die Kraft, dich zu schützen, zu. Sie traten in den Schlossgarten und standen plötzlich mitten unter des Hofstaates glänzendem Gewimmel, ohne dass jemand zu bemerken schien, wie sie beiden eben erst hereinkamen. Vielmehr glaubten die meisten, Kristallinen vor kurzem an jenem Springquell Leonardo vor jener Blumenterrasse gesprochen zu haben. Dem Herzog war es gegen Abend in den Sinn gekommen, im Freien das Nachtmahl einzunehmen, und alle Damen der Prinzessin sprachen davon, wie ihre Herrin vor einer Viertelstunde aus den Zimmern herabgekommen sei. Der Fürst wünschte sich Glück, dass er die schöne Tochter so gut durch sein Gartenfest überrascht habe, und lachte über Kristallinens Verlegenheit, aus der sie sich auch gar nicht zu finden wisse. »Habe ich's nicht gut gemacht? Habe ich's nicht gut gemacht?« schrillte es in Leonardos Ohr. Still, murmelte dieser, hilf mir künftig, ohne zu schwatzen. Der Laut schwieg augenblicklich, und Leonardo genoss an Kristallinens Seite die Lust der heitern Festlichkeit in vollen, erschöpfenden Zügen. So günstig ihm heute die Sterne emporgestiegen waren, so freudig gingen ihm die nächste und die nächstfolgenden Sonnen auf. Ein erwünschter Zufall folgte dem andern, seine und Kristallinens Liebe, unverraten, von allen unabsichtlich begünstigt, blühte in aller Pracht der Innigkeit und Gewährung. In den Augen seiner Geliebten stand er als ein Priester der heiligen Poesie da, vor dessen siegreichen Blicken sich jedes dunkle Gewölk zerteile. Der Herzog ehrte ihn wie einen Gesandten einer höheren Macht. Alanio freute sich in seines Jüngers hellstrahlendem Glanze und sprach mankes begeisternde Wort der Weihe in sein Herz. Das Ende der glücklichen 14 Tage stand wohl anmahnend und dunkel vor Leonardos Gemüt, aber es trieb ihn nur an, der Gegenwart noch freudiger zu genießen. Ja, er blickte mit Stolz auf eine so auserlesene Wonne, die er sich durch absichtliches Hinwerfen eines ganzes Lebens kühn erobert hatte. Wie auf Leonardos Gebot zerstreute sich auch einst an einem sonnenhellen Nachmittage der ganze Hofstaat. Den Herzog befiel ein bleierner Schlaf. Einige mussten ihn nach seinem Gemache führen, andere wurden durch unvorhergesehene Besuche abgerufen, noch andere bildeten sich ein, Feuer in der Stadt wahrzunehmen und rannten eilig hinaus. Kristalline blieb neben Leonardo allein am geöffneten Fenster stehen, durch welches aller duftige Zauber des Frühlings kosend zu ihnen hereinwehte. Sie umfasste schmeichelnd ihren Liebling, in süßer Bewundrung zu ihm emporblickend. »Es geht alles nach deinem Willen, du heiliger Dichter«, sagte sie. »Du gebietest, nein, du gebietest nicht einmal. Es fällt dir nur ein, dass du die fremden Gesichter los sein möchtest, und nach allen Weltgegenden stäuben sie hinaus. Nein, mein Geliebter, ich zweifle nicht länger. Wir dürfen uns göttlicher Huld erfreuen.« »Göttlicher Huld?« wiederholte Leonardo und senkte schwermütig das von Zweifeln gewiegte Haupt. Kristalline starrte ihn erschreckt an. »Um Gottes Willen, nicht wieder so rätselhafte Worte als vorige Woche im Walde«, schrie sie auf. »Und künftige Woche? Wie da?« fragte Leonardo. Doch plötzlich, nach der Zither greifend, sang er folgendes Liedchen in den blühenden Garten hinaus. Leicht zieht den lust'gen Ring der bunte Schmetterling sein Leben lieben, ein süßer Hauch, mag schnell vorbei es ziehen, was kümmert heut es ihn, viel muß zerstieb er auch, lebend'ge Blütenlust umschwebt er leicht die Brust, lockt mich zum Lieben, mich flücht'gen Hauch, ob Morgennacht, ob Licht, mich frohn kümmert's nicht, viel muß zerstieben, dies Leben auch. Unter Küssen, Gesängen und Festen gingen die glücklichen 14 Tage dahin. Der letzte von ihnen stieg endlich herauf, ernst, furchtbar, den verfemten Leonardo aus seinem letzten ruhigen Schlaf erweckend. Er blickte erschütternd empor, als die Strahlen der Morgensonne wie schon feindliche Geschosse in seine Augenwimpern hineindrangen. Dennoch ermahnte er sich wieder, dem Tage zurufend. Du ja gehörst noch mein, du auch sollst den Genuss angehören. 12 reiche Stunden erwarten des fröhlichen Wink. Auf, ihr farbigen, Labung spendenden Horen, auf zum letzten Reihn und schmückt ihn mir scheidend mit euren allerliebstlichen Blumen. Es geschah nach seinem Willen. Kristalline, von süßen Träumen aus ihrem Schlummer aufgeküsst, schwebte dem Geliebten wie eine junge Göttin, eben erst aus dem zartesten Morgenrot erblüht, über die tauigen Terrassen entgegen. Beider Gemüt jubelte mit den Lerchen Himmel an. In süßer Liebesglut, in heitern Spielen, im frohlockenden Wechselgesang stieg ihnen das Sonnenlicht höher herauf. Eher nicht, als sie es selbst wollten, fand sich das bunte Hofgesinde auf ihren Wegen, um ihnen mit sinnreichen Spielereien die Zeit in wechselnder Lust zu vertreiben. Man setzte sich in der weiten, festlichen Marmorhalle zur Tafel. Fremde Musiker hatten sich eingefunden, die mit herrlichen Harmonien durch das Gespräch hinbliesen, ohne es zu unterbrechen, nur als ein begleitender Chor liebessehnender Wohllaute. Auch den Herzog ergriff der fröhliche Rausch, er gebot, die edelsten Weine zu schenken, Leonardo glühte in Liebe, Stolz und Freude. Da sagte der Fürst gegen das Ende des Mahls: Unser heiterer Tag ist gleich zu Ende. Lasst uns den kühlen Abend unter den Gartenlauben genießen. Kaltes Entsetzen rieselte plötzlich durch Leonardos Gebein. Es sind die letzten Tropfen, sagte er zu sich selbst, aber sie gehören mir noch, und ich will sie ohne Zagen genießen. Viele, viele Minuten hat eine Stunde. Man trat in den Garten. Aus dem Saal herüber schallte der Hörner und Flöten Getön den Wandelnden nach durch die hochgewölbten Laubengänge. Kristalline neben ihrem Liebling hin, mehr schwebend als gehend, so kosend hob sie die Freude des Tages empor, pries in den zierlichsten Worten ihr und Leonardos Glück. 1000 fröhliche Stunden sah sie in der Zukunft sich aufblühen, vor allem entwarf sie für morgen die Anordnung eines herrlichen Festes. Das schnitt in Leonardos Herz. Er sah die letzten Abendlichter unter Kristallinens reizende Gestalt hinziehen. Ein tiefer Seufzer drängte sich ihm aus der gepressten Brust. Kristalline merkte in ihrer Freude auf nichts Unfrohes. Sie fuhr in ihrem lieblichen Geplauder fort und stand mit Leonardo plötzlich vor einer großen Pomeranzenlaube, in welcher ihr Vater mit den schönsten Frauen und artigsten Rittern des Hofhalters saß. Seht da, sagte der Herzog, wie hier ein günstiger Geist alles Holde zusammenführt. Setzt euch hier zu uns, ihr beiden, und Edelknaben, schenkt uns Zyprier in den glänzenden Bechern. Zündet auch farbige Lampen an, denn der Tag ist nun ganz hinunter. Leonardo wankte schaudernd der glühenden Kristalline nach in die Laube. Sie zog ihn auf eine Rasenbank neben sich, ihre zarte, warme Hand in der seinigen lassend. Belebtes Gespräch wandelte geistreich durch die edlen Paare, mit dem funkelnden Becher neigte sich ein Page vor Leonardo, Kristallinens Füßchen ruhte, vom hohen Grase umhüllt, auf der Rose seines Schuhes. Er wusste von dem allen nur dunkel, fühlte nur in unendlicher Bangigkeit den rettungslosen Verlust all seiner Freude, sah nichts als die immer tiefer, tiefer sinkende Dämmerung. Die Edelknaben zündeten die Lampen an. Ein grässlicher, durchdringender Schrei brach plötzlich aus des Herzogs Munde. Der Satan, rief er, ist wieder hier, der Satan jener schrecklichen Nächte. Dabei verzerrte der Wahnsinn alle seine Züge gewaltsamer als je. »Oh, schnell nach Leonardos hilfreicher Zither«, rief die bebende Kristalline. »Singe den Bösen fort, Leonardo. Leonardo, was wirst du so bleich?« »Nennt mir den Teufelsbanner nicht mehr«, schrie der rasende Herzog. »Der steht mit dem grausen Gespenst im Bund, hat es an meine Fersen gehext, dass es hier hereinkäme. Der Satan spricht mir die ganze Geschichte ins Ohr, so hell, so schrillend, dass es mich toll macht.« Aller Augen wandten sich entsetzt auf Leonardo, der totenbleich, hohlen Auges vor sich hinstarrte. »Rechtfertige dich«, rief Kristalline. Er wollte reden, da rauschte es wie mit gewaltigen Fittichen durch die Laube, und die schrillende Stimme fragte allen vernehmbar: »Sprich, Leonardo, kluger Sänger, sprich, leugne es, wenn du darfst. Was? Wäre nicht mit dir im Bunde? Was? Leugne!« »Das kann ich nicht«, sagte Leonardo dumpf vor sich hin. Kristalline floh, ein Kreuz schlagend, von seiner Seite. Der Herzog begann abermals laut zu rufen: »Den Teufelsbanner fort, den Leonardo fort!« »Erst dann nur lässt der Satan von mir, er hat's mir eben krass ins Ohr geraunt, den Leonardo fort!« Die Hofleute stürmten voll Wut und Entsetzen auf den Unbewaffneten ein. Im unbewussten Grimm riss er einem von ihnen den Degen von der Hüfte und machte sich durch das Getümmel Bahn. Dann rannte er zerrissenen Herzens, verstörten Gemüts in die dunkle Nacht hinein, lief durch den dicksten Wald, bis er gegen einen Baumstamm anschmetternd in ohnmächtiger Erschöpfung liegen blieb. Bald aber fühlte er sich wachgeschüttelt wie durch einen gewaltigen Sturmwind. Es war noch finstre Nacht, die Sterne standen hoch am Firmament, hart neben ihm saß der Teufel in seiner nebligen Riesengestalt. »Möchtest schlafen, Männlein?«, brüllte er ihm ins Ohr. »Das wird nun selten mehr geschehen, mein Knecht. Merk auf, ich will dir was erzählen. Der Herzog ist geheilt. Ab ließ ich meine Hand von ihm, sobald du aus der Laube flohst. Dir flucht der ganze Hof, und Kristallinchen glaubt's, dein Herzblatt glaubt's. Es schüttelt sie wie Fieberfrost, wenn man dich nennt. Sie hat's auch schon verboten, dein Liebchen, dass man deinen Namen spricht in ihrer Gegenwart.« »Du bist ein Lügner von Anfang an«, sagte Leonardo. »Willst hören, sehen«, so scholl es zurück. »Ich stell dich auf die Zinnen des Palasts.« Damit streckte er die gewaltige Faust nach ihm. »Zerschmettere mich von da, wenn du willst«, rief Leonardo, »aber sehen und hören mag ich nicht. Ich glaube dir, ach, muß sie nicht irr werden vor deinem abscheulichen Gewebe.« »Hör zu«, raunte der Teufel mit weniger harten Lauten. »Hör zu, mein Bürschlein, alles wird noch gut. Den Körper gabst du mir, gib mir das Lumpenseelchen auch dazu. So liegst du heute noch in Kristallinchens Arm und bleibst in Freuden 30 Jahre lang. Nachher wirst unter mir ein wackrer Kamerad.« »Ich will nicht«, rief Leonardo, in dessen Busen Mut und Stolz bei diesen Worten wieder erwachten. »Ich will nicht. Nimm hin dies zerbrechliche Leben, das dir verfallen ist. Die Seele bleibt mein zum Trost in allem Elend, mein die Erinnerung der 14 glücklichen Tage. Raub mir das, wenn du kannst. Wirst doch noch mein, hohnlachte der Teufel. Hab in der Hölle des Übels viel und häuf die Kohlen dir so lang aufs Haupt, bis zischend hinausschurrt die Geduld. Das wird sie nicht, sagte Leonardo, seine innere, unverlierbare Kraft fühlend, erhob er sich und schritt weiter durch den Wald, der Teufel als ein minder kennbarer Schatten neben ihm, der mehr und mehr in der Morgendämmerung verblich und gänzlich fort war, als die Sonne vor des Wanderers Aug an der Waldgrenze eine weite, erquicklich blühende Landschaft bestrahlte. Er blickte wehmütig hinaus. So viele, viele glückliche Menschen, sagte er zu sich selbst. Sie kennen sich untereinander und lieben sich, und die erlabende Frühluft weckt sie zu dem gewohnten friedlichen Lebenslauf. Es muß so schön sein, unter den heimatlichen Bäumen zu bleiben, zu wissen, mit welchen guten Hausgenossen man zu Mittag und zu Abend beisammensitzen wird, und dass morgen und übermorgen und noch Tage und Monde und Jahre in derselben freundlich stillen Gestaltung uns empfangen werden. Nicht bloß vermutlich, man fühlt die Sicherheit in den frommen, genügsamen Herzen. Ach, und ich? Er legte sein Haupt ins Gras. Ein dumpfes Getön fernher donnernd traf an sein Ohr. In die Höhe blickend sah er von den waldigen Gebirgen jenseits der Ebene blauen Dampf aufsteigen. Wie konnte ich denn auch des Besten, des Tröstlichsten so gar vergessen, schollt er sich selbst. Krieg, wusst ich ja früher, gibt's an jener Grenze, und ich will zwischen die Kugeln, welche dir, Satan, vielleicht den Entwurf meiner langwierigen Plage verrücken können, hohnlache nicht. Viele Kriegsboten stehen nicht unter deiner Gewalt. Ihre edle Bestimmung erhebt sie weit über dich hinaus. Ihre Zuschriften sind von höherer Hand geschrieben. Ihnen trau ich mich an. Es vergingen wenige Tage, so stand Leonardo bereits unter den Fahnen eines sieggewohnten Condottiere. Diesen hatte des Jünglings trotzig finstrer Blick, die ernste, männliche Verzweiflung auf seinen Zügen gefallen. Er dachte, aus ihm einen rühmlichen Genossen zu ziehen. Was er ihm aber auch anvertrauen mochte, war es Patrouille, Überfall, Feldwacht, offener Angriff, alles misslang. Bald brach ein panischer Schrecken unter die Kriegsleute, welcher er führte, bald verriet sie ein unsichtbares Hohngelächter der fast schon beschlichenen Feinde, bald drückte seine Vorposten ein bleierner, verderblicher Schlaf. Bald zeigte sich ein Trupp in seinem Rücken mit Feindespanieren, von dem man nachher nicht erfahren konnte, woher oder wohin. Es gelang ihm eben nichts, und nur seine todsuchende Verwegenheit schützte ihn vor der Schmach, sich gegen den Verdacht einer kopflosen Feigheit verteidigen zu müssen. Gegen das Ende des Feldzuges ließ ihn der Condottiere zu sich berufen. »Leonardo«, sagte er, »ich habe jetzt eine entscheidende Tat im Sinn. Du bist brav, gescheit, aber du bringst Unglück unter meine Scharen. Ich weiß nicht, welch ein Teufel dir entgegen ist. Nimm diesen Beutel Goldes und lass uns.« Leonardo warf das Gold unter seine Gefährten aus, die ihn auch bereits scheuen gelernt hatten und es kaum anzufassen wagten. Dann ging er schweigend aus dem Lager. Von der nächsten Höhe sah er, wie seine ehemaligen Kameraden unter lustiger Kriegsmusik gegen den Feind anrückten, sah, wie sie ihn aus allen seinen Verschanzungen schlugen und jubelndes Victoria durch die Lüfte klang, der erste glückliche Erfolg dieser Schar, seitdem sie ihn gekannt hatten. Er knirschte ingrimmig mit den Zähnen, des Teufels Hohngelächter umschallte ihn, ein blinkender Dolch lag vor ihm im Grase. Den mit dem Fuße den Berg hinunterstoßend rief er: Nein, ich will dich nicht, ich bin ja doch glücklich gewesen, und Kristallinens Liebe hat mir gehört. Was kann die Verzweiflung mit mir? Entschlossen, keinen andern mehr in das Walten seines feindlichen Dämons mit zu verflechten, trat Leonardo den Heimweg nach seinen kleinen Gärtchen an. Er musste, um dorthin zu gelangen, durch die Residenz von Kristallinens Vater. So wenig er auch seit jenes unglücklichen Abends Schrecken, noch weniger seit seinem verfehlten Feldzuge auf das Gehen und Kommen des Menschen im Betreff seiner gab, musste ihn das absichtliche, verächtliche Wegwenden aller Stadtbewohner, deren er ansichtig ward, befremden. Es sprach daraus nicht allein die Scheu vor dem Teufelsbanner, nein, vielmehr der Widerwille und Abscheu beim Anblick eines ganz gemein Verworfenen. Indem er noch darüber sann, kam ihm in einer engen, wenig besuchten Gasse Alanio entgegen. Er wollte es machen wie die andern. Leonardo vertrat ihm zürnend den Weg und rief, den sich umwendenden, krampfhaft beim Mantel fassend: Steh, ich will es wissen, was ihr verrückten Satansbedörten gegen mich habt. Steh, sprich, die Verzweiflung eines ganz Verschmähten könnte gefährlich werden. Alanio trat mit sichtlichem Entsetzen, soweit er konnte, von ihm ab. Über schreckensbleiche Lippen brachte er endlich die Worte: Frag deine Kriegsgefährten, Bösewicht, unwürdiger Heuchler, frage den Marchese Malaspina. Was soll mir der? Entgegnete Leonardo, ich kenne keinen solchen. Aber sprich nur dreist, wer er ist und was er dir gesagt hat. Ein Führer in eurem Heerzuge war er, sagte Alanio, der deine schmählichen Plünderungen mit ansah, welchen dein Messer meuchlings in den Rücken traf. Bei Gott, ich weiß nichts von ihm, schrie Leonardo. Ich fordere den Verleumder auf, sich mir zu stellen. Kaum hatte er dies gesprochen, so klang das bekannte satanische Hohngelächter ihm allein vernehmbar durch seinen schmerzenden Kopf. Ah, ich weiß schon, sagte er nun resigniert, der Marchese Malaspina. Freilich steht es nicht in meiner Gewalt, euch mit dem schlimmen Dorn bekannt zu machen, euch zu überzeugen, dass ihr zu einer Teufelslarve gesprochen habt, während ihr mit einem Menschen zu verhandeln meintet. Geht nur, ihr Betrogenen. Er ließ Alanio los, welcher sich kaum frei fühlte, als er schon wie ein gejagtes Wild die Gasse hinunterlief. Leonardo ging schweigend, tief gekränkt nach seinem Gärtchen hinaus. Auf der Pfortenschwelle desselben lag ein Dolch und eine gläserne Flasche, die eine gärend rote Flüssigkeit, man sah ihr die giftige Kraft an, enthielt. Er stieß beides in den vorüberströmenden Bach, ausrufend: Ich kenn dich wohl, Teufel, aber du hast meine Seele noch nicht und gewinnst sie auch nicht. Wer nicht glücklich mehr ist, war es doch vielmals, und der frohen Erinnerung Tempelgebäu leuchtet in mir, unzugänglich deiner zerstörenden Faust. Er trat in den Garten. Die Pinien sahen hell und hoch in die blaue Luft hinaus. Die Myrten schwankten freundlich beschattend um seine Wege, und indem er diesen ehemaligen Vertrauten seiner heißen Sehnsucht das seitdem genossene Glück erzählte, ward ihm immer freudiger und stolzer zumut. Er legte sich als ein müder, aber unbezwungener Kämpfer in dem wohlbekannten Gartenhause zur Ruhe. Um Mitternacht weckte ihn das Leuchten blaugelber Flammen. Sein Gärtchen stand in Feuer. Wie trockene Stäbe knisterten die Pinien aus der Glut in die Höhe. Die Myrten neigten ihre versenkten Zweige gekrümmt auf den glimmenden Rasen, des Teufels Hohngelächter schallte drein. Ich konnt es ja denken, sagte Leonardo und ging, seine Zither im Arm, über die Kohlen hinaus, welche, von einigen Tränen aus seinen Augen befeuchtet, wieder heller aufzischten und nach seinem Mantel leckten. Nehmt mich nur hin, sprach er sie an, aber des Teufels Stimme schrillte laut: Noch nicht, mein Hirsch, noch nicht, die Jagd ist mir ein gar ergötzlich Spiel. Leonardo lagerte sich unter einen Korkbaum, dem Brande seiner kleinen Besitzung fast gleichgültig zusehend. Liebe, Ehre, Vermögen, sprach er zuletzt, was habe ich denn nun noch, was er mir nehmen kann? Er griff in die Saiten der Zither, aber ihr Resonanzbogen sprang mit hässlichem Misslaut in viele Stücke. Ja, so, sagte er, du gehörst ja auch zu den Äußerlichkeiten, aber nun biete ich dem Feinde Trotz. Von der jungen Sonne heitersten Lichtern umspielt, trat er seinen Weg nach den herzoglichen Gärten an. Er wollte sich an den Gesträuchen, Rasenplätzen, Bäumen und Springbrunnen ergötzen und an der Vergangenheit, welche aus ihnen hervorwehte, sicher, dass der böse Geist an ihnen, die nicht sein gehörten, keine Macht habe. Sich unter eines Gesträuches duftiges Dunkel niederlassend, vernahm er leichte Tritte über die Terrasse her. Was ihm sein klopfendes Herz verkündet, war nur allzu wahr. Kristalline kam, wie am letzten Frührot seiner glücklichen 14 Tage, morgenfrisch, liebreizend, ihr goldenes Haar in den duftigen Lüften wehend, zu der Pflanzung dunklern Schatten herab. Aber sie war diesmal nicht allein. Leonardo sah ein Frauenzimmer neben ihr, ihm aus der Zeit seiner glücklichen Liebe als schlaue Botin wohlbekannt. Die beiden lieblichen Gestalten ließen sich, ohne seiner zu gewahren, dicht neben ihm auf eine Rasenbank nieder. Und noch immer, fragte die artige Vertraute, wollt ihr mit diesen Zähren den Tau betauen? Lasst sich die Perlen nicht zum Preis eines schmählichen Sohnes der Dunkelheit ergießen? Es ist ja auch nicht für ihn, sagte Christeline, nur für die Gestalt, in der er mir erschien. Ich habe dir noch nie gesagt, was mir eigentlich begegnet ist, und empfind es auch selbst erst in diesen Tagen recht verzehrend. Du warst ja schon um mich, liebe Rosalda, fuhr sie fort, als mein Vetter Ascanio hier am Hofe lebte, und mußt den schlanken, goldlockigen Jüngling noch in Angedenken tragen, ob er gleich schon seit Jahren unter Don Juan de Austria bei Lepanto blieb. So einer holden Erscheinung vergisst man nicht leicht. Ich liebte ihn sehr und wusste, dass mein Vater uns füreinander bestimmt hatte. Diesem glich Leonardo in meinen Augen, als er das erste Mal vor uns erschien. Diesem Leonardo? Unterbrach sie Rosalda voller Erstaunen. Ich weiß nicht, entgegnete Christeline. War es meine eigene Betörung oder war es Leonardos magische Kunst? Aber es geschah so. Mich selbst scheltend, dass ich einen solchen Jüngling so lange übersehen konnte, gab ich ihm gleichsam als einen billigen Ersatz mein ganzes Sein und Leben zum unbegrenzten Eigentum. Erst in dem grässlichen Augenblick, wo seine Rechtfertigung vor des bösen Geistes Anklage verstummte, ließ auch der Zauber von mir ab. Fremd, in freudloser, dürftiger Gestalt stand er nun plötzlich an meiner Seite. Gestern, dünkt mich, schlich er durch die Stadt, ich erschrak vor meiner ehemaligen Betörung. Wie konntest auch du, Rosalda, die du mit freien Augen sahst, nicht früher dergleichen ahnen? Diesen bleichen, kranken Grämler sollte Kristalline lieben, das widerlegte sich ja von selbst. So sehr war ich eben nicht darüber erstaunt, sagte Rosalda. Wie oft haben schon die reizendsten und vornehmsten Damen kunstreichen Meistern ihre Liebe geschenkt, deren äußere Missgestalt vor der innern Herrlichkeit übersehend, von wundersüßer Liebesgewalt befangen. Das mag geschehen sein, entgegnete Kristalline, aber mit mir war es nicht also. Leonardos Lieder gelten bei vielen Leuten für kunstreich, selbst noch in dieser Zeit lobt Alanio manches daran. Mir sind sie niemals in das Gemüt gedrungen, nur einmal, noch ehe ich ihn kannte, weiß ich, dass ich eine Kanzone von ihm sehr gern hatte. Seine andern Lieder lobte ich, weil sie von dem kamen, der mir liebenswert erschien. Mit dem Zauber seiner Miene starb auch die Täuschung über seine Poesie. Die ist nun ab und tot für mich, wie der ganze Mensch. Der lebt ja leider noch, sagte Leonardo, sich in dumpfer Wut aus dem Gebüsch in die Höhe richtend. Die Damen blickten zitternd nach ihm hin, lautlos vor Entsetzen. Also niemals, niemals glücklich gewesen, niemals dein Liebling, Kristalline, sprach er, immer nur das Spielwerk der Hölle? Hör, hör, wie der Teufel durch den Wald lacht, nun hat er mich, Kristalline. Oh, Kristalline. Unfähig, länger in seine ehemaligen Himmel zu blicken, er, der Verstoßene, Betrogene, senkten sich seine Augen, ein hell funkelnder Dolch leuchtete aus dem Grase herauf. Jetzt will ich dich, schrie der Verzweifelnde, mit heftiger Begier die Waffe ergreifend. Kristalline sank zu seinen Füßen und flehte ihn in abgebrochenen Lauten um Erbarmen. Es gilt nicht dir, Schöne, rief er, es gilt mir, der ich nie etwas in der Welt gewesen bin, mir, dem bleichen Grämler, dem ewig Ungeliebten. Ha, so nimm ich denn hin, du Feind aller Liebe und alles Lichts. Der Dolch fuhr blitzschnell durch seine Brust. Um den Fallenden kreiste schreiend der bunte Vogel, die Damen flohen entsetzt nach dem Palaste. Diener, welche sie hinaussandten, fanden den Leichnam nicht mehr, nur dunkles und schwarz geronnenes Blut auf der angegebenen Stelle, von welcher sie ein geheimes Ergrauen bald wieder hinwegtrieb. Nachher ward Kristalline sehr betrübt und ließ täglich Messen für Leonardos Seelenrettung lesen, aber dem ungeachtet hat man seinen Klagelaut noch in vielen Nächten aus dem Gartengebüsch heraufgehört. End of Die 14 glücklichen Tage Teil 2 bei Friedrich de la Motte Fouquet.
Fourteenth Day from Journal of a 14 Days Ride Through the Bush from Quebec to Lake St. John by Mrs. Davenport. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 14th Day, Monday, September 4th. Terrific bushfires. Indians make a cache for the return. Horses prostrated. Arrived at Mr. Tremblay's. Astonishment of the Lake St. John people. Gales. Forests on fire. Tried to cross the river Metabechuan. Awoke this morning and found the horses had started on in front to find some fresh grass. We did not follow for a little time. Found I must take off Honoré's moccasins. My feet were too sore to bear them, so wearing only stockings, the men carried me along till we reached a lake so lovely as well to deserve its name, Lac de la Belle Rivière. Alongside this lake ran the road, where for some distance the bush had been set on fire, evidently for the purpose of clearing the land for farming, and was still burning. It was a grand sight to see the flames starting hither and thither, leaping from tree to tree, leaving nothing but blackened trunks. At the end of the lake we crossed a river, over which was a bridge in a tolerable state of preservation. Here we left the government road and turned into one made by Mr. Price, and which, with few exceptions, though narrow, was not so difficult nor dangerous to traverse. Here the Indians deposited all the provisions, thinking we were close to Lake St. John, hiding them to be ready to take back with them to Quebec on their return from the lake, and soon after the pole on which my carriage was fixed broke, and I was thrown to the ground. Charles soon cut a new one, and we proceeded till we came to a swamp with some nice grass. Here Johnson let the horses rest, and tried to persuade them to eat, but they were unable to do anything but sink down on the grass, till we continued our journey, when whilst the men raised one horse, the other two fell down, so that it was some time before they could get them all on their feet. Poor Jerry fell through one piece of bog, and all the men had to dig him out with their hands. There were numerous bridges to make and swamps to cross, so we travelled but slowly. In some places tall grass flourished high above our heads, and raspberries of immense size and delicious flavor abounded everywhere. We also saw some very fine trees, far different from the miserable specimens we had previously encountered. Towards 6 p.m. we saw corn, etc., growing, so knew we must soon arrive at our destination, and presently we left the bush and saw houses, log huts, and fields before us. Arrived at Mr. Tremblay's, his wife welcomed us most hospitably, and after enjoying the luxury of plenty of hot water and putting on a fresh habit, fortunately I had brought two with me, we had some supper. By this time the house was crowded with people, asking questions and expressing amazement at the journey we had made. Madame Tremblay requested information as to the fashions, wished to know if crinoline was worn, and if my riding habit was the costume now adopted by ladies. The conversation being all carried on in French, it would be nonsense my attempting to describe her expressions of astonishment. She had been educated in a convent at Baie-Saint-Paul, and seemed to think she had lowered herself greatly in coming to live at Lake St. John. Mr. Tremblay told us that we were the third party he had rescued from starvation in trying to reach the lake by that road. He said that last winter he came from Quebec with 8 horses and 8 men, and that for 2 days and 2 nights they had been obliged to travel without stopping, having no food for either man or beast. They barely reached the lake alive. Our horses were now comfortably housed, but poor Jenny looked very bad and would eat nothing. About 8 p.m. Malcolm and I made Mr. Tremblay take out his horse and buckboard to drive us across the river Métabetchouan to Mr. Charlton's, where we hoped to find letters from England awaiting us. A regular gale was blowing, and the log hut trembled with the violence of the storm. The whole country seemed on fire, and the wind but fanned the flames. However, I determined to set out, but we could get only about 2 miles, the wind blowing the fire across the road, and the dense smoke almost suffocating us. Several people on the road warned us back, saying it was not safe to proceed. Most thankful would I have been to have found myself out of this frightful place. I could not help remarking to Malcolm that it was very like what one would imagine the infernal regions to be, the groaning, creaking trees, and sighing, moaning wind sounding like the lamentations which would proceed from that abode of tortured and evil spirits. It was too dark to see anything but the glare of the flames, and I was glad to return to Mr. Tremblay's, where we passed the night. Malcolm tried to get some boots for me and stockings for himself, but I was glad to remain quietly in the house. He returned about midnight, bringing a pair of boots for me, and thus ended our first evening at Lake St. John. End of 14th day from Journal of a 14 Days' Ride Through the Bush from Quebec to Lake St. John by Mrs. Davenport. Read by Anita Sloma Martinez. Letter 14 from 14 Months in Canton by Mrs. John Henry Gray. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 14, Canton, July 8th, 1877. My dear Mother, I am sure you will be much amused with the description I am about to give you of a visit we have lately received from several Chinese ladies and gentlemen. Punctually at the hour we had invited them, 3:00 p.m., they arrived. The party consisted of my friend, Mrs. Haokwa, her 2 daughters, a friend of theirs, the wife of a high mandarin who brought her 2 little boys, 3 grandchildren of Mrs. Haokwa, a little boy aged 8, and 2 girls of 4 and 6 years. They were accompanied by a great number of amas, and also by male attendants. 8 gentlemen arrived, independently of the ladies, and about a quarter of an hour after them. 2 of them were the brothers Haokwa, the others their friends, and young Haokwa's tutor. Some youths whose relationship to the gentlemen I never found out were also with them. Many male attendants accompanied the gentlemen, and you can imagine what a large party they looked when they were all assembled. Just before the ladies came, a present arrived for me from Mrs. Haokwa in true Eastern style. It consisted of 4 cages with their feathery occupants. These were 2 canaries, a parrot, a pair of lovebirds, and 3 very small Chinese birds. Accompanying them were 2 live Chinese pheasants tied up in a basket. Some coolies brought these cages, etc., into the veranda. They scarcely had set them down, and I had not had time to look at them, when there was a ring at the bell, and the ladies were carried into the hall in their covered chairs. Out they stepped in their blue embroidered costumes, their hair immensely decorated with flowers, rouge on their cheeks and by the side of their eyebrows, their lips painted vermilion, and in some cases the palms of their hands also rouged. I felt overwhelmed and could only smile a welcome. The ladies took seats in the drawing-room. The gentlemen moved about the rooms, examined our blue porcelain, of which we now have a large collection, and pronounced it good. They then took a turn in the veranda and in the compound, and asked to see the church. We had had dinner prepared for all the party, intending the ladies to sit at one table in the dining-room, the gentlemen at another. But this did not satisfy the rigid rules of Chinese etiquette. The ladies, on hearing of the arrangement, shook their heads and begged Minnie to tell me that they required nothing to eat. They had come only to see me. The actual fact was that they had expressed a wish to be present at a dinner served up in European fashion. On our pressing the matter, the gentlemen spoke for the ladies, and said they could only eat if they might have their dinner first, before the gentlemen entered the dining-room. It still wanted 3/4 of an hour to the time at which we had ordered the repast for the whole party, but on the waiting boys being consulted, they said that the cook could give the ladies dinner by themselves in 10 minutes. With the marvelous facility that Chinese show in preparing a dinner at the shortest notice possible, the meal was prepared in that time, the half of what had been ordered for the whole party being served up. The ladies, to while away the 10 minutes, went upstairs, examining everything with childlike curiosity. Minnie told me that one and all were struck with the cleanliness of the European house. The young ladies were delighted with the contents of my work-box, and begged for some needles and some pearl buttons. The amas received a needle each from me, which they stuck into their coiffures. We now sat down to dinner, the amahs taking up their places behind their respective mistresses, upon whom they waited as if they were little children. They become very confidential companions of the ladies, and are treated well as a rule by them. In fact, these ladies seemed to cling to their amahs as English children cling to their nurses, asking them their advice and their opinion in all matters. We had by request no chopsticks on the table, using only knives and forks. My poor friends looked sorely puzzled as to the manner in which they should be held, and tried to copy me. The European food appeared to be most distasteful to them, and I saw one of the young ladies retch and put out of her mouth into her amah's hand, when she thought I did not see her, some meat she had tasted. They persisted all the time in saying that it was all very good, very good. They struggled valiantly on, and just tasted each dish, repeatedly saying that they liked it. The poor things were a little relieved, I fancy, when the sweets made their appearance. I was quietly watching all the movements around me, and I saw an amah take a little sponge cup pudding into her hand, break it into pieces, and feed her mistress with it. The same thing also happened with the fruit. A Chinese lady is most dependent upon her amah. She does nothing for herself, and they say that her garments are taken off by the amah at night, and that she is lifted up and put into bed like an infant. Chinese ladies cannot understand us European ladies. They say, "You all the same as men." They certainly do not admire us, neither our manners, nor our dress, nor our independence. They ask me why I do not dress like them, why I do not rouge, etc. The ladies were very abstemious, only tasting the champagne and sherry. The tea was evidently a great comfort to them, as it was served in their own fashion. When our dinner was over, the ladies proposed that I should take them to the Chamin Gardens, which are at 10 minutes' distance from the chaplaincy. You would have been diverted if you could have seen our party start from the house. The ladies wore beautifully embroidered robes. The underskirt was in dark blue silk, with raised embroidery of shaded light blue flowers. The skirt sits extremely close, and is in fact very narrow. The front piece of it is laid on, and is stiff with embroidery. At the sides and back it is folded into tiny plaits, and the embroidery is worked on the outside of each plate. There was a border of pale blue shaded flowers round the edge of the ladies' skirts. The trousers were made in plain dark blue silk, and the tunic in the same color and material, made with wide flowing sleeves. The throat and sleeves were edged with the shaded pale blue embroidery. The ladies, on arriving, apologized that they had not on their best red costumes, saying that they could not wear them on account of their mourning. The two Miss Hauqua's dresses were plainer in style than the dresses of the elder ladies. Their shining long hair was worn in one long plait, tied at the end with blue ribbon. All my visitors, I mean the ladies, were small-footed excepting Mrs. Hauqua. On leaving our house, I gave my hand to the latter in true Chinese style, and we started on our walk. I felt a little shy of stepping on to the public promenade with my Chinese friends. The young ladies hobbled on a few steps, but they soon became tired and mounted the backs of their amahs. The young married lady was carried in this manner all the way. I must say that it is a most inelegant style of being carried. The lady passes her arms round the amah's neck, and places her knees in the hands of the servant, which are held out behind her. Our progress was very slow, and I believe the distance seemed immense to the ladies, who were wholly unaccustomed to walk outside their gardens. Mrs. Hauqua rested on each bench by the way, and we took half an hour or more to walk the short distance. We'd returned home in the same style, and when we reached the chaplaincy, the amahs handed the ladies long pipes, from which they took a whiff or two. The attendant stands behind on one side and prepares the pipe. When it is ready, she puts the end of the long tube to the lady's lips, who takes one or two whiffs only. The ladies now enjoyed a quiet gossip with each other. I have not yet told you that the 3 young children belonging to the widower were dressed in strict mourning. The little girls wore plain cotton tunics and trousers, and had no flowers in their hair. Their shoes were plain white bound with blue. The little boy wore pale blue silk trousers, tied round the ankle with blue ribbon. He also wore white shoes, and his tail was tied with blue. The gentlemen expressed much satisfaction with the dinner, and also with the wines, to which I heard they had done ample justice. Mr. Halqua came up to me and said, "Thank you, number 1 good dinner." All were now in the veranda, and tea was again handed. The ladies sat apart from the gentlemen, not addressing them, only speaking to each other. They at last rose to take leave, and we ordered their chairs to be brought into the hall. With many bendings, nods, and chin-chins, they now entered their chairs, taking the children with them, and were carried off. The gentlemen left soon after, about 7 o'clock. They sent their visiting cards, which are made of broad strips of red paper having the names written on the right-hand side, to us immediately on reaching their house. This is an Eastern custom, signifying that the guests have arrived home in safety. This entertainment took place on Tuesday, and on Wednesday an invitation arrived for us to dine at the Halquas' house, and to take some friends with us. But I must reserve the account of this dinner for another letter. End of Letter 14 from 14 Months in Canton, by Mrs. John Henry Gray. Reading by Anita Sloma Martinez.
The Number 14 by Anonymous. From the New York Times, January 29th, 1871. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Number 14. The number 14 has been discovered to be of great historical import. The first king of France, named Henry, was consecrated on the 14th of May, 1029. On the 14th of May, 1588, the Parisians rose against Henry III, and the last Henry was assassinated upon the 14th of May, 1610. Henri de Bourbon was the 14th king who bore the titles of France and Navarre, and in his name we find just 14 letters. Henry IV was born in December 1553, the figures of which date added together make 14, exactly 14 centuries, 14 decades, and 14 years after the birth of Christ. His first wife, Margaret of Valois, was born on the 14th of May, 1552. The Battle of Ivry was fought and won on the 14th of March, 1590. On the 14th of May in the same year, the white-plumed hero was beaten in the faubourgs of Paris, and on the 14th of November the 16 swore to die rather than obey his rule. On the same day, 6 years later, was registered the papal bull empowering the legate of Rome to nominate an occupant of the French throne to Henry's exclusion. On the 14th of December, 1599, he was reconciled to the Duke of Savoy, and on the 14th of May, 1610, he was stabbed by Ravaillac in the Rue de la Ferronnerie, the assassin's opportunity being supplied him by the stoppage of the royal carriage, owing to the narrowness of the street, which 56 years before Henry II had ordered to be widened, his unfulfilled order bearing the date of the 14th of May. It will be noticed that one date, that of the 14th of May, plays a prominent part in this catalogue of coincidences, and upon that same date in 1643 Louis XIII died, the figures 1643 when added again producing the magical number 14. Louis XIV ascended the throne in 1643, died in 1715, equal to 14 again, and lived to the age of 77, 7 and 7 making 14. Louis XV died in 1774, a date supplying the same number both in its extremes and the sum of its central figures. Louis XVI had reigned just 14 years when he summoned the States General destined to bring about the Revolution. On the 14th of July, 1789, the Bastille was destroyed, and in 1814 the Bourbons were restored, a year bearing the all-important number not only in its figures, but likewise in their sum. On the 14th of July, 1815, Napoleon informed Captain Maitland that he threw himself upon England's protection. On the 14th of July, 1870, diplomatic relations were broken off between France and Prussia. And lastly, on the 14th of August, Marshal Bazain's army retreated over the Moselle before the advancing legions of Germany. End of The Number 14 by Anonymous. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Survey of Occupations Open to the Girl of 14 to 16 Years by Harriet Hazen Dodge. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Survey of Occupations Open to the Girl of 14 to 16 Years by Harriet Hazen Dodge. Girls Trade Education League, Boston, Massachusetts, 1912. Preface. This survey is designed especially to meet the numerous inquiries of teachers, vocational counselors, and social workers as to what the girl can do who seeks wage earning in the earliest years in which the law allows her to engage in it. It gives briefly, therefore, such information as it has been possible for the Girls' Trade Education League to secure thus far concerning the occupational field in Greater Boston for a girl of 14 to 16 years. It makes no claim to intensive or exhaustive research, and it is to be expected that modifications will result through further and more scientific studies. It is based, however, upon extensive inquiry made of employers of woman and girl labor in Boston, and upon visits to the workrooms of industrial establishments, upon inquiries made of girls in wage earning, and of others who in special ways are acquainted with occupational opportunities and conditions for young girl workers. In its effort to discover the entire field of work in Boston open to these girls, the League received assistance through the courtesy of the Chief of the District Police in being given access to the complete list of industries in Boston in which the girl of 14 to 16 years is employed, and the number of girls in each industry as returned by the factory inspectors from time to time during a 2-year period. It received assistance also through the courtesy of the Superintendent of Schools in being permitted to make use of the records of employment tickets required by law to be signed by intending employers of such girls, with a statement of the capacity in which they are to be employed. Percentages given for the numbers of girls in different occupations are based upon these returns. Obviously, they can make claim only to approximate accuracy. In careful comparison of the data afforded by the two sources, however, with consideration also of figures gathered directly from employers, it is believed that these percentages do not seriously err in giving an idea of the proportion engaged in the various kinds of work. Occupations in Boston for these young girl workers, in which the greatest number are found and in which there are several establishments, are given in outline form. Outlook in respect to wages has been stated with reference to a living wage for women workers estimated at $9 to $11. The facts as given have been critically reviewed by numbers of employers and others who are acquainted in various ways with one or more occupations which the 14 to 16-year-old girl enters. To all these, as well as to those who were of assistance in assembling information, both the Girls' Trade Education League and the writer make grateful acknowledgment. Part 1. The field of work and its conditions. 3,000 to 4,000 girls in Boston, possibly more, certainly no fewer, of the age of 14 to 16 years are working for wages. Opportunity is afforded them chiefly by the department stores, the candy factories, and the shoe factories, which secure about 60% of the total number, the department stores leading with about 1/3 of all employed. Outside this group, the number of young girls in any individual industry is small, those industries which take the next greatest numbers being knitting mills, paper box factories, bookbinderies, laundries, and shops producing machine-made clothing, along with those where the cheaper tailoring is done. The number entering millinery and dressmaking appears to be constantly decreasing, and the kind of work offered to be chiefly that of errand girl. A remainder of 20 to 24% are distributed among miscellaneous industries, in which, with the exception of some cases where the girls are engaged in packing and labeling, the number in each industry is small, the range being something like 2 to 30. These industries include, among others, so great a variety as addressing and mailing, feather work, engraving, electric work, leather work, braid and ornament, brush, buffing wheel, carpet, cigar, cork, druggist supplies, elastic and rubber goods, extract, hardware, nail, novelty, preserved fruit, and tin can manufacturing. In this group, young girls are found in the cigar industry, employed in stripping the mid-rib from the tobacco leaves, branding or stamping the name of the cigars by a machine operated by a foot lever, and labeling the boxes after they have been packed. In the manufacture of carpets, they set the colors for the printer, who calls these out by numbers, to which the color setters must quickly respond by rolling along the track the right box of dye to the spot where it is needed in coloring the design. In buffing wheel manufacture, they unfold bolts of flannel and refold them again in layers. Then, when circular pieces have been cut from these, they place them one on top of the other, preparatory to their being stitched many times around on a machine to form the buffing wheel. In brush making, they insert handles in ferrules, fasten ferrules to handles, weigh and insert bristles, and when the brush is finished, wrap the bristles with paper before packing. In novelty manufacture, they fold, inspect, erase soiled spots from and count Christmas and Easter cards and Valentines, and do simple pasting on these and on calendars, and collate the calendar leaves. In engraving, they lay the cards one at a time on a copper plate for the engraver, whose hands, covered with ink, are too soiled to touch them. In feather work, they tie ends of ostrich feathers to fashion willow plumes, and assemble pieces of marabou on a series of iron teeth or prongs, preparatory to the making of boas. In electric work, they wind, wire, and assemble pieces of apparatus. In leather work, such as the making of pocketbooks, bags, and belts, they assemble parts, do simple pasting, and turn the edges of the leather. In thread and twine factories, they doff, that is, remove the bobbins from the spindles when they are filled with the spun yarn and replace them with empty ones. In addressing and mailing, they insert circulars in envelopes and address them in longhand. With the exception of cigar making, carpet manufacture, and leather work, the usual wage in these occupations, even after consecutive years of employment, is $5 to $6, and there is almost no opportunity for advancement either in wage or manual skill, while in the novelty card manufacture and addressing and mailing, the work is nearly always temporary, with a wage of $5 to $7. In cigar manufacture, which is strongly unionized, the beginner in stripping tobacco leaves serves an apprenticeship of 2 weeks at $3.50, at the end of which time she receives the regular wage of $7, After gaining experience and skill, she may advance on piecework to a maximum of $10 to $11. Labeling and stamping are paid by the week from $5 to $7. In the carpet industry, young girls start on a low wage and in work which is very disagreeable because of the chemical action of the dye on clothing, nails, and skin. But there is the possibility of advancement to filling or winding the drums of yarn and to printing the design in colors by a set pattern, with practically steady employment and a comparatively fair wage. The leather work offers the possibility of increase in wages above the $5 to $6 wage, and for a small number of older workers the opportunity of operating power sewing machines. In the remainder of these miscellaneous industries, girls are for the most part packing, bottling, and labeling, for example in biscuits, preserved fruit, druggist supplies, extract and nail manufacturing, or finishing, that is, trimming or cutting threads on a machine-stitched product, as in the case of elastic and rubber goods, or doing rude sewing, as that of tags on garments and braid ornaments on cards. In all these cases the usual wage is $4 to $5 and very rarely exceeds $6. The limited range of choice. Such then is the occupational field open to the 14 to 16-year-old girl. Seldom, because of her immaturity, can she secure general office work, even though she be an accurate speller and bright in arithmetic. Naturally, she is considered by her parents as too young to go away from home to the responsibilities of domestic service, even if she would, and for like reason, personal service such as that of the trained nursery maid is all but barred, while the minimum age requirement of the infants' hospitals, which train girls for this work, is 17 years. To become a telephone operator, she must also be at least 17 years of age, and the telephone company gives preference always to those girls who have had high school education, almost never taking a girl who has had only the grammar school course. The highly skilled trades of millinery and dressmaking have practically closed their doors on the 14 to 16-year-old apprentice, although there is constant demand for older girls who have real ability or who have had training before entering the shops. Range of choice for the untrained 14 to 16-year-old girl, therefore, lies almost absolutely between the factory and the department store, and even within these restricted boundaries, possibilities are lessening. One of the largest department stores has recently set the minimum age of all female employees at 17, including the stock and bundle girls. Many individual establishments in the factory industries offering work which she can perform will not employ the 14 to 16-year-old girl because she is too immature, thoughtless, childish, undersized, and slow to grasp details, careless, frivolous, irresponsible, full of kinks, and as one far-sighted employer said, the firm is looking for dividends and it cannot afford the economic waste. In the minds of many employers, just the 2 years more maturity is a decided asset, while some in the same industry in which others are employing the 14 to 16-year-old girl will not take girls under 18. Employers who express approval of the child worker do so because her fingers are nimble, because she is more easily taught their ways, or because when there is a lack of supply of experienced and mature workers, they resort to taking her on and training her. It may be said here that in establishments where the standard is higher in regard to age requirements, it is nearly always above the average in other respects. In the group of occupations employing the greatest number of 14 to 16-year-old girls, the candy factory, the department store, and the shoe factory, the last two hold opportunities for advancement to a high wage. In the stitching room of the shoe factory are workers excellently paid who started at the age of 14, and in the department stores there are assistant buyers and buyers who have risen to their present position from that of cash girl and are receiving salaries well into the thousands. Bookbinding, paper box making, clothing machine operating, the knitting mills, and the laundries include work which is semi-skilled and which affords to some a living wage. That opportunity for advancement is wholly lacking in many of the occupations which the 14 to 16-year-old girl enters has already been pointed out. But where opportunity does exist for advancement to more desirable positions, even in the first possible steps, whether it be from bundling to selling on the bargain table in the basement store, or from the totally unskilled task of the factory to the task which is slightly skilled, the sifting process for the mass of young girl workers is a merciless one, and it is based upon perseverance and capability noticeably above the average, upon a tactful aggressiveness, and upon the existence of a vacancy above. Dropped into the monotonous, unskilled, though manually active tasks of the factory, or the more attractive but continuously low-paid tasks of the department store, the average young girl worker lacks the control, the perseverance, the far-sightedness, and the patience to stick to and perform her present task with an eye to a position beyond. One of two things often happens, therefore. She shifts from one place to another, looking vainly for something more satisfactory, or her sensitiveness gives way to dull resignation, and small flames of initiative and ambition easily die out. In the factory she frequently remains year after year at the same low-paid work, which develops neither manual skill nor intelligence. In the department store, studies of the situation thus far make it apparent that the great majority of cash and bundle girls do not reach selling, but discouraged by the low wage and the keenness of the competition in getting ahead, they drift instead into other occupations, obviously those of the factory, with the hope, sometimes realized, sometimes not, of doing better elsewhere, in wages at least. The girl's handicap in schooling. Often when the 14-year-old girl enters an industry, the amount of intellectual training which she has gained from school is but the minimum which the law allows. The department store lays more emphasis upon schooling than the factory, where the requirement in this respect is usually the legal one only, but in the former a full grammar school education is not necessary, only one store in Boston requiring it. The mass of our 14 to 16-year-old wage earners have received far less than the full grammar schooling, and very many whose associations in their home life are constantly with those of foreign birth and foreign language enter upon their vocational careers able merely to pass the letter of the law, to read at sight and write legibly simple sentences in the English language. And yet almost every employer in the factories, describing the type of girl he desires, specifies a bright girl. This means the girl who is naturally bright, who understands the directions of her forewoman easily, and who uses judgment even in doing unskilled work. But it is easy to imagine the handicap in meeting this qualification for the foreign-born girl whose school life ends with the 3rd grade, the maximum educational requirement by law in Massachusetts for the girl who would seek work at 14. The girl's handicap in health. In early wage earning, not only does the girl's mentality tend to become warped, but frequently her health becomes impaired also. Her work usually requires constant sitting or constant standing. It takes her suddenly from some sunshine, some out of doors, and some play at least, confining her for an 8 or 9 hour day at a set task indoors, too often under workroom conditions which, in matters of ventilation, spacing, and light, are directly opposed to her physical welfare. When range of choice for the girl is limited to store or factory, other things being equal, it is preferable for her to find a place near enough to her own home so that she can secure out-of-door air in walking to and from her work, go home for a warm lunch, and save car fares. The problem for the educator. The wage-earning world affords the untrained 14 to 16-year-old girl meager opportunities, and it necessarily places a low valuation on her earning capacity. Because of the unskilled work which it gives her to perform, it has an influence upon her efficiency as a future worker, and upon her future worth as a human being, which is nearly always a destructive one. Added to this stands the now well-established fact that the majority of girls do not leave school early for work because of financial conditions of the home. Instead, they leave because other girls are leaving, because they are too big for their class, because they don't get on well in their studies, or because they are tired of school and would rather go to work. The situation, therefore, presents a serious problem to educators, for the solution of which they have begun earnestly to strive. This is particularly true in Boston. Here, the public trade school appeals to many girls who would otherwise have left school at the earliest possible moment, but who now obtain further schooling and special training in the trades of millinery, dressmaking, and clothing machine operating. At the North Bennett Street Industrial School, experimental work is being done under private enterprise, but subject to the supervision and approval of the Board of Superintendents of the Boston Public Schools, looking towards a possible modification of the Upper Grammar School, which shall be especially adapted to pupils who leave school early to enter industrial pursuits. The girls are taught sewing, cooking, and housekeeping, learn something of textiles, and receive instruction in subjects particularly helpful in wage earning, such as arithmetic and English. The public continuation classes in preparatory salesmanship enable girls employed in such positions as cash, bundle, and stock girls to become better prepared for advancement in their work and more intelligent generally. They are allowed by their employers to attend these classes without loss of pay for the time taken. Through a public continuation school recently established in the North End for the girls working in the candy factories, an experiment is being made in furnishing educational opportunities to those who have left school woefully unfitted for successful and happy lives. A certain number of these girls are allowed by their employers to attend the school for a specified number of hours a week without a decrease in wages. They are given a course in household arts which aims to give them greater efficiency and healthier ideals in their service in industry or the home. The whole problem raised by the young girl in industry is the development and conservation of worthy womanhood in spite of conditions which tend to suppress and destroy it. Its solution can be effected only through the cooperation of educators and employers, of teachers and parents, through a more intimate knowledge of individual girls in the schoolroom and of the experience of girl wage earners, and through an adaptation of schools and classes to the real needs of individual girls as future wage earners and homemakers. Part 2. Outlines of Principal Occupations. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in department store work. Approximate percentage of all employed, 33%, more than in any other occupation. Kinds of work: cash girl, bundle girl. Beginning wage, $2.50 to $4 in the majority of stores. First steps in advancement: cash girl to bundle girl. Bundle girl may advance to cashiering and office work, or to stock girl and selling. Qualifications: brightness, alertness, ability in spelling, penmanship, arithmetic, and good conversational English. Practical knowledge of fractions in making out sales slips is especially important. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage: doubtful in the majority of stores. Advancement to selling depends upon the adaptability, alertness, and stature of the girl, upon initiative and capability above the average. If a girl starts at 14, it is usually from 3 to 5 years before she can become a sales girl. Cashiers receive $4 to $6, general office girls $4 to $7. The wage of stock girls is $4 to $6, and the average wage of salesgirls is about $7. The maximum in selling after long service, and in a very few cases, is $10 to $12. In the room at the very top, however, buyers receive $1,000 to $5,000, and in rare cases much more. Manual skill, none. Mental development, poor for a young girl lacking in healthy ideals. Her mind tends to become stunted because of false standards based upon the artificialities of life which are chiefly and constantly before her view. Good for an older girl with strong character and a power of discrimination. Even the work of cash and bundle girls affords mental exercise, and selling calls for keen observation and tact. Constant contact with people tends toward breadth of view. Disadvantages or dangers. Constant running to and fro of the cash girls, constant standing of the sales girls, poor ventilation, especially in bargain basements, and exposure to drafts. For the young girl, unsteadiness of employment, and extravagant desire for dress induced by her surroundings. Seasons, rush months previous to Christmas, dull January, February, and the summer months. Hours, usual, 8 o'clock to 5:30 or 6 o'clock, with a half hour to an hour for lunch. During summer months, closing at 1 o'clock on Saturdays and at 5 o'clock on other days. Location of establishments, center of the city, Roxbury, South Boston. Opportunities for training, classes held in stores, continuation classes of public schools, and of Women's Educational and Industrial Union. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in candy manufacture. Approximate percentage of all employed, 16%. Only the department stores employ more. Kinds of work, floor girls, carrying trays from one department to another, wrapping, packing. Beginning wage, $3 to $4.50. First steps of advancement. Floor girl to wrapping pieces of candy in tin or gilt foil and packing candy in boxes, or to dipping, that is, immersing the cream candy molds, usually with the hand, in melted chocolate. Qualifications, cleanliness, manual dexterity. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage. Very poor. Average wage $5 to $6. Maximum for wrappers and packers $7. For dippers $8. Payment usually on a time basis. Manual skill, poor. Dipping requires skill of a low grade, and all the other kinds of work are unskilled. Mental development, none. Disadvantages or dangers. Temperature of the dipping rooms above or below normal. Tendency of new workers to overindulge in candy eating. Seasons, busiest September to Christmas. Busy before Easter and until early summer. Dull January and July. Hours, usual, 54 hours a week in a few establishments. In others, usually the largest factories, 48 to 50 hours a week, with a half-holiday Saturday. 7:30 or 8 o'clock to 5:30 or 6 o'clock, with a half hour to an hour for lunch. Location of establishments, North End chiefly, South Boston. Opportunities for training, none outside the factory. Employment of the 14-year-old girl in boot and shoe manufacture. Approximate percentage of all employed, 14%. Kinds of work, floor girls, doing miscellaneous work, especially running errands between different departments, tagging, blacking, lacing, sorting and assembling parts of shoe, trimming threads, cementing bows and ornaments onto shoes, applying cement to edges of leather, pressing these edges by hand, The small young girl is most often placed as floor girl and at sorting and assembling. Beginning wage, $3 to $5. First steps of advancement, from the miscellaneous processes given above to stitching, in which the first process is stitching linings. Qualifications: manual dexterity, speed, good eyesight. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage: good, because of the opportunities in the stitching room. The kinds of work here are 1. Stitching on linings, range of wage $6 to $15, usual wage $7 to $9. 2. Top stitching, range of wage $8 to $18, usual wage $10 to $12. 3. Top stitching and vamping, range of wage $8 to $25, usual wage $12 to $15. Stitchers are paid by the piece. Seasonal fluctuation lowers the average wage for the year, which remains, however, above that in the clothing machine operating. See clothing industry. Manual skill, fair. The work in the stitching room calls for skill of much the same order as that in clothing machine operating. Mental development, poor. Disadvantages or dangers: on the work in the stitching room, eye strain, tense application and overspeeding on account of piecework, noise and jar of machines. In some processes, dirtiness of the work. Seasons: busy summer and winter months, dull late spring and late fall. Hours, usual, 7:30 to 5:30, with an hour or a half hour for lunch, and a half day on Saturday in the summer. Location of establishments: Jamaica Plain, South Boston, East Boston. Opportunities for training: none outside the factory. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in dressmaking. Approximate percentage of all employed, 1.5% to 2%. Almost none as apprentices, chiefly as errand girls. Kinds of work: when doing apprentice work, sewing on hooks and eyes, overcasting, seam binding. Beginning wage, $1.50 to $3. First steps of advancement: assisting in waist and skirt finishing. Qualifications: a real liking to sew, a desire to fashion things from materials, ability to use the hands readily, good eyesight, ability to apply oneself steadily, quickness of movement, good general education. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage: poor for the untrained 14 to 16-year-old girl, as she is nearly always used for errands rather than in apprenticeship. Good for the older girl with marked ability or with trade training. The average dressmaker's assistant gets $6 to $9. Wages range from the apprentice's fee to the $30 to $40 a week wage of head waist drapers in dressmaking shops. A person who becomes head of her own establishment may secure $1,000 to $5,000 or more income. The dressmaker who goes out by the day receives $1.50 to $3.50, according to her ability. Manual skill, good. Mental development, good. The work demands intelligence, it offers a stimulus to the imaginative and creative sense, and enables the girl to apply what she learns to the making of her own clothes. Disadvantages or dangers: eye strain, constant sitting, overtime in rush seasons, hurried lunch hours, danger in the large dressmaking shops that a girl remain on a subdivision of the work and so fail to master the trade. In some establishments, irregularity in the receipt of wages due to the delay of customers in paying bills. Seasons: work is steady for 9 to 10 months of the year, with 2 dull months in summer and sometimes 1 in winter. Hours, usual, 8:30 to 5:30 or 6 o'clock, with a half hour to an hour for lunch the entire 6 days in the week. Location of establishments: large shops, chiefly Boylston and Tremont Streets, others scattered over the city. Opportunities for training: Boston Trade School for Girls, High School of Practical Arts. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in millinery: approximate percentage of all employed, 1% to 1.5%. Kinds of work: in apprenticeship, doing simple work in the making of hats. This includes making bandeaus, making and sewing in linings, making frames, and putting on facings. Beginning wage: apprenticeship is usually without pay both spring and fall seasons, then $3 to $4. First steps of advancement: from apprenticeship to assistant maker, receiving $3 to $4 at first and $5 to $6 within a year or two. Qualifications: liking to sew, artistic sense, originality, resourcefulness, not only in the trade, but in the ability to tide over the dull season with other work, dry hands, ability to use one's fingers quickly, good eyesight, good general education. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage: same as dressmaking. Steps of advance from assistant maker are 1. Maker at $8 to $12, who covers as well as makes frames and is responsible for seeing that the hats are prepared for the trimmer. 2. Trimmer, $15 to $25 or more, demanding originality and artistic ability. 3. Possibility of owning one's own establishment, with an income varying according to one's business ability. Manual skill: good, same as dressmaking. Mental development: good, same as dressmaking. Disadvantages or dangers: tensity and unsteadiness of work and overtime resulting from the short rush season, eye strain, constant sitting, hurried lunch hours. Seasons: 12 to 14 weeks in the spring and again in the fall. This short season, added to the low wage of the first 2 or 3 years, should be looked squarely in the face by a girl who must earn her own living. Hours usual, long in the busy season, as long as the law permits. Location of establishments, same as dressmaking. Opportunities for training: Boston Trade School for Girls, High School of Practical Arts. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl as errand girl: approximate percentage of all employed. Percentages given for dressmaking, millinery, and the clothing industry include errand girls, from 1 to several employed in different dressmaking, millinery, and tailoring establishments. Kinds of work: delivering hats and gowns to customers, going to the stores for trimmings and materials to match samples. Beginning wage, $3 to $5 when errand girl only. First steps of advancement, none. Qualifications: brightness and carefulness and responsibility in receiving and executing directions. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage, none, unless a girl does errands incidentally to an apprenticeship, which but very seldom happens. In such a case she may gradually be taught the trade, and her wage range from car fares to $2.50 the first year. It should be carefully noted that if an untrained girl receives the higher wage in a millinery or dressmaking establishment the first year, the chances are that she is not being taught the trade. This is particularly true of millinery. Manual skill: none unless accompanied by apprenticeship. Mental development: none, except that in connection with apprenticeship, the errand work is of value in familiarizing the girl with the various materials used in the trade and their relative prices. Disadvantages or dangers: lack of outlook, weariness engendered by running hither and thither at beck and call, oftentimes carrying large parcels, exposure to temptations which may present themselves to a young girl going about in a large city alone and unprotected. Seasons. Demand for her employment comes chiefly in the spring and fall. Hours, usual, from 8 to 10 hours a day, uncertain and varying with the need for the girl's services. Opportunities for training. The occupation requires none. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in clothing industry, products ready-made and cheaper tailored garments. Approximate percentage of all employed, 4 to 6%. Kinds of work. For the untrained girl, unskilled hand work or hand finishing, sewing on hooks and eyes and buttons, cutting threads, pinning, folding, packing. Beginning wage, $3 to $5. First steps of advancement. The untrained 14 to 16-year-old girl is only in rare instances transferred to sewing on the power machines. Ordinarily, she remains on hand finishing. Qualifications: good eyesight, carefulness, application, speed. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage. Poor in hand finishing. Maximum wage $6 to $7 paid by the week. Fair in machine work. A girl advances to more difficult processes and higher wage as her skill and speed increase. Usual wage $7 to $9, maximum $10 to $11, paid by the piece. Figures given are the estimated averages for the year, allowing for unsteadiness of employment. Manual skill, fair. The machine work calls for intelligent control of hand and finger movements, fine, quick, and accurate. Mental development, doubtful. It is possible, when a girl has the opportunity to handle an entire garment, to gain suggestions for the making of her own clothes. Disadvantages or dangers: eye strain, tense application and overspeeding on account of piecework, constant sitting, noise and jar of machinery. Seasons. Seasons fluctuating according to public demand for product. In general, busy September to December, March to June. Slack January, February, July, August. Hours, usual, 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock, with a half hour to an hour for lunch. In some cases, shortened day Saturday. Location of establishments: factories producing machine-made clothing, chiefly Bedford Street District. Tailoring shops, chiefly North and West Ends. Opportunities for training: Boston Trade School for girls, Hebrew Industrial School. These schools train girls in clothing machine operating. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in knit goods making. Approximate percentage of all employed, 3 to 4%. Kinds of work: tagging, packing, putting on buttons and fasteners, and in the hosiery mill, looping, operating a machine which knits the stocking toe, and topping, with fingers placing the stitches which top the foot of the stocking carefully on metallic points arranged on a ring, preparatory to the knitting of the foot. Beginning wage, $3 to $5. First steps of advancement: from the small jobs such as tagging to hand finishing where sweaters are made, or to the knitting machines, and from time work to piecework. Qualifications: good health, especially strong lungs and good eyesight, keen observation, quick motions, carefulness. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage: fair. The wage for the work on the knitting machines ranges from $6 to $14, usual wage $7 to $9. Manual skill, doubtful. Mental development, none. Disadvantages or dangers: constant sitting or constant standing during long hours, eye strain, lint in the atmosphere, noise of machinery. Seasons: comparatively steady, what fluctuations there are varying in different years. Hours, usual, 7:30 to 12 o'clock and from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Establishments giving Saturday afternoons usually have a shorter lunch hour. Location of establishments: South Boston, Bedford and Albany Street districts, and West Roxbury. Opportunities for training: none outside the factory. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in laundry work. Approximate percentage of all employed: 2 to 2.5%. Kinds of work: shaking, which consists of vigorously shaking the damp and crumpled pieces into a smoother state and piling them one on top of another ready for the mangles. Wrapping laundry for delivery. Beginning wage: $3.50 to $4. First steps of advancement: from shaking to receiving from or feeding the mangle. Feeding the mangle means placing the pieces smoothly and accurately on moving metal aprons, which carry them under heated rollers by which they are dried and pressed. Receiving means folding the clothes rapidly and neatly as they come out smooth and dry. Wage: $4.50 to $5. Qualifications: physical strength, endurance, quickness of movement. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage: poor for the 14 to 16-year-old girl. It is only in a very exceptional case that she is possessed of the necessary strength and perseverance to remain in the work long enough to reach the starching and ironing room. The processes of starching and ironing are paid by the piece, with a wage in the one case of $6 to $12, in the other $8 to $12, but these processes are performed only by the older girls and by women. Manual skill: poor in most of the processes, fair in fancy ironing. Mental development: none. Disadvantages or dangers: constant standing. In the shaking, strain on the shoulders and back. Oftentimes dampness and poor ventilation. Danger, in spite of the guard required by law, of an injured hand on the mangling machine if a worker is careless. Seasons: busiest, summer; slack, winter. Hours, usual, 52 to 54 hours per week. Daily hours vary with the different days of the week. Location of establishments: chiefly in the South End, some in Dorchester and North End. Opportunities for training: none outside the laundries. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in paper box making. Approximate percentage of all employed: 2 to 2.5%. Kinds of work: as helpers or strikers, moistening paper with glue, turning up the sides and ends of boxes ready to be stayed or fastened at the corners, slipping the covers onto completed boxes, piling, carrying, packing. Beginning wage: $3.50 to $4. First steps of advancement: from striking to machine work, which includes the operating of covering, banding, staying, and lacing machines. Qualifications: accuracy of hand and eye, deftness, neatness, speed. The occupation: outlook for the girl in respect to wage: doubtful in the factories making plain boxes. Wages range from $7 to $12. Usual wage $7 to $8, paid by the piece. Fair in factories making fancy candy boxes, where in bench work the box is made by hand. Wages in this work range from $8 to $14. Usual wage $10 to $12, paid by the piece. Manual skill: none in striking and little on the machine work. Fair on the bench work, which requires the exercise of a skillful hand, and while it does not demand originality, does give the opportunity for fashioning a thing in its wholeness. Mental development: none. Disadvantages or dangers: odor and handling of glue, disagreeable to some girls, especially at first. Danger of serious injury to the hands in operating the staying machine if a girl fails to make use of the guards which are provided by law. Seasons vary according to the product. In nearly every factory, however, dull through January, after Easter, and in midsummer. Hours usual, somewhat less than 54 a week in most of the factories, 8 o'clock to 5:30 with a half hour for lunch, or 7:30 to 5:30 with an hour for lunch. Location of establishments, North Station District. Opportunities for training, none outside the factory. Employment of the 14 to 15-year-old girl in bookbinding. Approximate percentage of all employed, 1 to 2%. Kinds of work. The less difficult folding by hand of printed sheets for book forms, feeding folding machines, inserting pamphlets in envelopes for mailing. Beginning wage, $3 to $4. First steps of advancement. Transfer from the simpler to the more difficult processes, such as more difficult hand folding, pasting, laying of gold leaf on book covers, machine sewing. Qualifications: neatness, accuracy, speed. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage. Poor for the 14 to 16-year-old girl because of the temporary and unskilled work which is so often given her when she is employed. Doubtful for others because of the increasing number of machines which are gradually displacing handwork in almost every process. Usual wage of experienced workers, $7 to $8. Most of the work is paid by the piece. Figures given are the estimated average wages for the year, allowing for unsteadiness of employment. Maximum $10 to $12. Manual skill, doubtful. The handwork which is done by girls and women today is for the most part mechanical. Mental development, doubtful. In some of the binderies, a variety of interesting printed and illustrative matter passes through the worker's hands, which, in spite of the required speed, may give to an intelligent person some play of imagination. Disadvantages or dangers. In gold laying there is a very serious lack of ventilation, due to the fact that the slightest stir of air interferes with the proper laying of the thin gold leaf. Seasons vary greatly with the different binderies. For example, those which handle school books are busiest during the weeks of summer vacation. Those putting out fiction are the busiest in the months preceding Christmas. Hours usual, 8:30 to 12 o'clock, 1:30 to 5:30. Saturday afternoons free throughout the year. Location of establishments, chiefly Summer, Federal, and Purchase Streets. Opportunities for training, none outside the bindery except the U.S. Grant School in East Boston, a public pre-vocational center. Employment of the 14 to 16-year-old girl in packing and labeling. Approximate percentage of all employed, impossible to determine, a great many engaged in this occupation in connection with various industries. Kinds of work, packing in boxes of all sorts of goods, according to the industry, from nails to bonbons, pasting labels on boxes. Beginning wages, $4 to $5. Qualifications, speed, and in the labeling a certain degree of neatness and accuracy. Outlook for the girl in respect to wage, very poor, maximum $5 to $6. Manual skill, poor. Mental development, none. Disadvantages or dangers, lack of outlook. Seasons vary according to the industry. Hours usual, vary according to the industry. Location of establishments all over the city. Opportunities for training. The occupation requires none. End of Survey of Occupations Open to the Girl of 14 to 16 Years by Harriet Hazen Dodge. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 14 of Song of Myself by Walt Whitman. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. Recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The wild gander leads his flock through the cool night. "Ya honk," he says, and sounds it down to me like an invitation. The pert may suppose it meaningless, but I, listening close, find its purpose and place up there toward the wintry sky. The sharp-hoofed moose of the north, the cat on the house sill, the chickadee, the prairie dog, the litter of the grunting sow as they tug at her teats, the brood of the turkey hen, and she with her half-spread wings. I see in them and myself the same old law. The press of my foot to the earth springs 100 affections. They scorn the best I can do to relate them. I am enamored of growing outdoors, of men that live among cattle or taste of the ocean or woods, of the builders and steerers of ships, and the wielders of axes and mauls, and the drivers of horses. I can sleep and eat with them week in and week out. What is commonest, cheapest, nearest, easiest, is me. Me going in for my chances, spending for vast returns, adorning myself to bestow myself on the first that will take me, not asking the sky to come down to my goodwill, scattering it freely forever. End of Section 14 of Song of Myself by Walt Whitman. Read by Chris Pyle.
Excerpt from Campaign of the 14th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers by Sergeant J. Newton Terrell. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contents: A complete history of the campaign of the 14th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers, its various battles and marches, from the time of its departure from New Jersey until its return, giving full details of every event that transpired, the author having taken an active part in those memorable battles of the Potomac Army, the Maryland Campaign, the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, and Petersburg, finally ending in the capture of Lee's army, the occupation of Richmond and Petersburg by our forces, and the rebellion crushed forever. Campaign of the 14th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers. War, with all its horrors, has dawned upon us. Thousands have answered the call and rushed to arms. The farmer leaves his plow, the merchant his store, and all join in one compact body to avenge the insult perpetrated upon our flag. It is not a foreign foe, but a war upon our soil, a civil war. Our forces have been defeated and driven back. The rebel capital, almost within our grasp, has been wrested from us, and the enemy, flushed with victory, are marching with countless hordes upon our almost defenseless capital. The disastrous defeat of McClellan from before Richmond has awakened a feeling among the Northern people that something more active must be done, that we are dealing with a wily foe prepared for war and bent upon the destruction of our once happy and prosperous Union. Congress having met, it was decided to call for more troops to assist in putting down this wicked rebellion, our army having been fearfully decreased by sickness and by battles. The swamps of Virginia and the broiling sun of a southern clime have sent numbers to their graves. Our army must be reorganized, and that speedily. Fresh troops must fill the ranks of those that are no more. A call for 600,000 troops was made. It resounded throughout the North, and soon our decimated ranks were refilled by men who but shortly before were engaged in the peaceful pursuits of life, who are now stern warriors, armed and equipped for the fearful struggle awaiting them. Under that call, the 14th New Jersey Regiment was raised, a band of noble men from various portions of the state. On the 8th of July, 1862, the regiment was formed on the old battleground of Freehold, Monmouth County, New Jersey. William S. Truex appointed commander. For nearly 2 months the officers were busily engaged in preparing the men for the future. Companies were organized, armed, and equipped. Men enlisted daily, not for bounties, but for patriotism. And soon the regiment was ready for its departure for the seat of war. Tents were placed on a line, each company by itself. The men seemed to know the work before them, and with stern resolution resolved to do their duty to the last. A police system was organized, and the camp soon presented a healthy appearance. The men who, but a few days before, were in their quiet homes by the family fireside, talking of war, were no longer there. Their places were vacant, and they in camps anxiously awaiting orders to move. Soldiering then was new. The men were no longer free. On the 26th of August, the regiment was mustered in the United States service for 3 years, unless sooner discharged. Or, as the men remarked, 3 years unless sooner shot. Soldiering now commenced in earnest. At first, the men unused to discipline were not disposed to obey the rules, but they were soon made to know that they were soldiers, and that military rules must be obeyed or they be punished. A guardhouse was built for the purpose of confining those that were disobedient, but it was seldom used, only in case of drunkenness, when the offender was placed in confinement until he became sober. A guard was placed around the camp, each relief posted every 2 hours, and each man having a certain place to walk until he was relieved by the corporal or sergeant of the guard. At night, the officer in charge of the guard visited each post to see that every sentinel was doing his duty. It was called the grand rounds. Midnight was the hour chosen. The men were furnished with Sibley tents and a tick filled with straw to sleep on, each tent holding 16 men. 6 tents to a company and 10 companies in the regiment. A full company was composed of 87 privates, 5 sergeants, and 8 corporals, with 3 commissioned officers, in all 103 men. The companies arranged in alphabetical order. Drills, reviews, inspections, and dress parades were the order of the day. The camp was daily thronged with visitors, mostly friends of the soldiers. A cook and cookhouse were furnished. Each company marched down in single file to their meals. The rations furnished the men were beef, pork, bread, beans, sugar, and coffee. The men were now fairly established in camp, and began to wonder when the regiment would move to the front. Furloughs were granted the men, 5 from each company, as all could not be furnished at once. Several broke guard and escaped, taking French leave, returning before the regiment left for the front. Various rumors were now in circulation, but none of them were reliable. Some of them were that we were going to North Carolina and to Texas, and others that the regiment was to join the Potomac Army, but none knew the destination of the regiment, as there were yet no orders from Washington to move. On the 31st of August, the regiment numbered over 950 men. They were ordered to form in line and march to Freehold, 2.5 miles from camp. It was a splendid sight. The men were in the best of spirits, and with their new uniforms and burnished guns presented a fine appearance. After marching around the principal streets, the men returned to the camp in dirt cars, a great many receiving passes to go home while in camp. The 9 months' men were rapidly forming the 28th New Jersey, near the camp of the 14th. After the men of the 14th were fast for 3 years, they envied them, and wished they had gone for 9 months. But it was now too late, and they must remain 3 long, weary years, unless the war should sooner end. On Monday, September 1st, orders were given the men to be ready to leave at daylight the next morning, with 3 days' rations for Washington. At night the guards were ordered to load their muskets and fire upon anyone attempting to leave camp. The night was dark and rainy, and the camp flooded with water. The next morning, 3 days' rations were furnished the men of hardtack and dry smoked beef. Tents were taken down and packed up. The men were placed in old baggage cars, a passenger car reserved for the officers, and bade good-bye to the old camp. As the train left, it was thought by the men how many of them would return. Friends were there to see them leave. The last good-bye was said, and the cars moved slowly off. Soon the camping ground was left far behind. Arriving at Philadelphia, the men were kindly received by the citizens, and a good supper given them by the ladies of the Volunteer Refreshment Saloon. This building is situated near the wharf, and thousands of soldiers have been furnished with meals, being tired after a weary ride, cooped up in tight cars. It was very refreshing. 3 rousing cheers were given for the ladies of Philadelphia for their kindness. The regiment formed in line and marched to the Baltimore depot. The streets were thronged with citizens, welcoming us and bidding us Godspeed. Again, the men were furnished with baggage cars and started for Baltimore, arriving there at noon. The next day, marching through the city in the hot sun with heavy knapsacks, to the Washington depot, and lying on the sidewalk in the afternoon. While there, the depot was set on fire and burned down, supposed to be the work of an incendiary. Several cars were consumed and thousands of dollars lost. Several regiments were there awaiting transportation. This time, the men were more fortunate and succeeded in getting passenger cars, and supposed they were going to Washington, leaving Baltimore at 11 p.m., riding all night, arriving at Frederick Junction on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, 58 miles from Baltimore, for the purpose of guarding Monocacy Bridge, a splendid iron structure across Monocacy River. A field was picked out, and tents were placed on a line as before. The men were furnished with 10 rounds of ammunition. At night, Companies H and K were detailed for picket. At midnight, the colonel received a dispatch that the rebels under Stonewall Jackson were invading the North in force, and were now in Maryland, having crossed at Edwards Ferry. The regiment was drawn up in line of battle on the turnpike, remaining until morning. All was excitement, as the men were new troops and unused to such scenes. Signal lights were displayed, and the distant report of a gun booming on the midnight air informed us that the enemy were near. The next morning, orders were given to strike tents and fall back. As the 14th was the only regiment stationed at that place, tents were soon down and placed on baggage cars. The colonel seized a coal train that was lying near, and the men were soon on board. The engineer, being a rebel and in favor of the South, was in no hurry to start. The colonel, becoming impatient, drew his revolver and threatened to shoot him if he did not move. At 5 o'clock, everything was in readiness. Muskets were fired in the air to prevent accident, as the men were green troops and did not know how to use them. The train moved off towards Baltimore, riding in those old coal cars, 40 miles to Elysville. About 1 hour after leaving Monocacy, the advance guard of the rebels made their appearance. Had we remained longer, our capture would have been certain, as there were no other troops near, and the whole rebel army in our front. The citizens of Elysville were very kind, giving the men plenty to eat. At 10 o'clock, the regiment marched up a hill about 1 mile, encamping in an orchard, remaining 10 days, doing guard duty, picket and drilling, expecting daily orders to move. One of our men returned to us, having been taken prisoner and paroled by the rebels. They had burned the bridge at Monocacy, laid waste the country, and were advancing northward, closely followed by the Potomac Army under McClellan, overtaking them at Antietam and South Mountain. A terrible battle was fought, resulting in the utter discomfiture of the rebels and sending them back across the Potomac completely routed. Maryland Heights was taken by them in their retreat, with 11,000 prisoners and 60 guns. Colonel Miles, being in command, and a traitor at heart, surrendered without firing a gun. He was killed in the attempt, report says by his own son. Had he defended the place a few hours, it would not have been taken, as the Potomac army was marching on rapidly in pursuit. The men were paroled on the spot, the guns spiked, and the rebels retreated in haste back into Virginia, our army encamping near Harper's Ferry. While at Elysville, 100 men from the regiment went to Monocacy to guard a provision train, commanded by Lieutenant Kerner, remaining there 2 days. Scouting parties were sent out daily, houses were searched, and concealed weapons found hidden in holes, garrets, and cellars. The majority of the people were Seckish and refused to give any information. The regiment was encamped on a farm belonging to an officer in the rebel army. Elysville is a small village on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, 21 miles from Baltimore. It is quite a flourishing place. On the 16th of September, orders came for the regiment to proceed to Monocacy and rebuild the bridge destroyed by the rebels. Again, the men were placed in baggage cars, a dismal, rainy day, riding all night, arriving at the junction the next day. Everything looked desolate. The bridge destroyed, remnants of wagons, dead horses, and mules lying around. A portion of the Potomac Army was there, awaiting supplies. It was raining hard and very muddy. Tents were pitched in a plowed field in regular order. Guards were stationed around camp, and no one allowed to leave. The rebels left a squad of men to destroy the bridge. In the attempt, one man was blown up and buried near the ruins, leaving his arms and head above ground. This was the first rebel the men had ever seen, and for some time was an object of curiosity to us. He lay exposed several days. At last, his remains were taken up and decently interred by our men. Parties were now set to work, the camp laid out in style, and a regular system of order prevailed. The bridge was soon rebuilt and guarded by our men. It was named Camp Hooker, in honor of Fighting Joe, as Hooker was called. The city of Frederick was 3 miles distant, the men receiving passes daily to visit the place. The drills and inspections were very arduous. They were arranged systematically and in perfect order. The reveille was sounded at 6 a.m. Every man was then required to get up and answer to his name at roll call, proceed to the woods, and carry a log for the cookhouse. The drum then beat for breakfast, each man taking his tin plate and cup to the cook. Breakfast consisting of coffee, pork or beef, and dry bread. At 8 o'clock, the guard was mounted for the day. The old guard relieved, would shoot at a mark to clean their guns, and were excused from drill for the morning. The camp guard was as follows: 1 captain as officer of the day, 1 lieutenant as officer of the guard, 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, and 90 men, remaining on 24 hours. The duty of the officer of the day was to see that the camp was kept clean and neat, that all offing and dirt should be removed. Also, to visit the guardhouse each day and once at midnight, and then visit each post, or as was called, the grand rounds. The duty of the officer of the guard was to see that each sentinel was doing his duty, and to see that each officer was saluted properly. The guard was divided into 3 reliefs, 30 men to a relief, 1 sergeant and 1 corporal. The non-commissioned officers were to post each relief every 2 hours. In case of extreme cold weather, no sentinel was allowed to stand but 1 hour. At 9 o'clock, the drums beat for squad drill, lasting 2 hours. This was very tiresome to the men. The same each day. At 12, the drum beat for dinner. At 2, battalion drill until 4. At 5, dress parade or inspections. Supper at 6. Roll call at 9. Taps at 9:15. Each man was then required to put the light out of his tent and retire. No loud talking or laughing was then allowed. Military rules were very strict and must be obeyed. Each day's duties were alike. Saturday afternoon was allowed the men to wash and amuse themselves as they pleased. End of excerpt from Campaign of the 14th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers. Read by Jennifer Fournier.
The 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, passed by Congress on June 13, 1866, ratified July 9, 1868. Note: Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution was modified by Section 2 of this 14th Amendment. Read for LibriVox in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit us at LibriVox.org. I begin with a short historical preface from Wikipedia. The 14th Amendment was adopted on July 9, 1868, as one of the Reconstruction Amendments. The amendment addresses citizenship rights and the equal protection of the laws, and was proposed in response to issues related to former slaves following the American Civil War. The amendment, particularly its first section, is one of the most litigated parts of the Constitution, forming the basis for landmark decisions such as Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, Roe v. Wade, 1973, Bush v. Gore, 2000, and Obergefell v. Hodges in 2018. The amendment limits the actions of all states and local officials, including those acting on behalf of such an official. Here follows the text of the amendment. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state, being 21 years of age. Footnote: the age was changed to 18 years of age by Section 1 of the 26th Amendment. And citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of President and Vice President, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath, as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each House, remove such disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. Section 5. The Congress shall have the power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article. and of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2019.
Sonnet 14 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sonnet 14. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, and yet methinks I have astronomy, but not to tell of good or evil luck, of plagues, of dearths or seasons' quality. Nor can I fortune to brief minutes tell, pointing to each his thunder, rain, and wind, or say with princes if it shall go well. By oft predict that I in heaven find, but from thine eyes my knowledge I derive. And constant stars, in them I read such art as truth and beauty shall together thrive. If from thyself to store thou wouldst convert, or else of thee this I prognosticate, thy end is truth's and beauty's doom and date. End of Sonnet 14 by William Shakespeare, read by Beth Thomas.
The Lion of St. Mark, A Story of Venice in the 14th Century by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. Of all the chapters of history, there are few more interesting or wonderful than that which tells the story of the rise and progress of Venice. Built upon a few sandy islands in a shallow lagoon, and originally founded by fugitives from the mainland, Venice became one of the greatest and most respected powers of Europe. She was mistress of the sea, conquered and ruled over a considerable territory bordering on the Adriatic, checked the rising power of the Turks, conquered Constantinople, successfully defied all the attacks of her jealous rivals to shake her power, and carried on a trade relatively as great as that of England in the present day. I have laid my story in the time not of the triumphs of Venice, but of her hardest struggle for existence, when she defended herself successfully against the coalition of Hungary, Padua, and Genoa. For never at any time were the virtues of Venice, her steadfastness and her patriotism, and her willingness to make all sacrifice for her independence, more brilliantly shown. The historical portion of the story is drawn from Hazlitt's History of the Republic of Venice, and with it I have woven the adventures of an English boy, endowed with a full share of that energy and pluck which, more than any other qualities, have made the British Empire the greatest the world has ever seen. End of Preface by G. A. Henty. Read for LibriVox by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Psalm 14 by Isaac Watts. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner. Psalm 14, first part. By nature all men are sinners. Fools in their hearts believe and say that all religion's vain. There is no God that reigns on high, or minds the affairs of men. From thoughts so dreadful and profane, corrupt discourse proceeds, and in their impious hands are found abominable deeds. The Lord from his celestial throne looked down on things below, to find the man that sought his grace or did his justice know. By nature all are gone astray, their practice all the same. There's none that fears his Maker's hand, there's none that loves his name. Their tongues are used to speak deceit, their slanders never cease. How swift to mischief are their feet, nor knew the paths of peace. Such deeds of sin, that bitter root in every heart are found, nor can they bear diviner fruit till grace refine the ground. Psalm 14, second part. The folly of persecutors. Are sinners now so senseless grown, that they thy saints devour, and never worship at thy throne, nor fear thine awful power? Great God, appear to their surprise, reveal thy dreadful name, let them no more thy wrath despise, nor turn our hope to shame. Dost thou not dwell among the just, and yet our foes deride? That we should make thy name our trust, great God, confound their pride. Oh, that the joyful day would come, to finish our distress, when God shall bring his children home, our songs shall never cease. End of Psalm 14 by Isaac Watts, read by Chad Horner.
Holy Sonnet number 14 by John Donne. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Better my heart, 3-person God, for you, as yet but knock, breathe, shine, and seek to mend, that I may rise and stand, or throw me and bend your force, to break, blow, burn, and make me new. I, like an usurped town, to another due. Labor to admit you, but oh, to no end. Raisen your viceroy in me should defend, but is captived and proves weak or untrue. Yet dearly I love you, and would be loved fain, but am betrothed unto your enemy. Divorce me, untie, or break that knot again. Take me to you, imprison me, for I, except you enthrall me, never shall be free, nor ever chaste, except you ravish me. End of Holy Sonnet number 14 by John Donne, read by Anna Che.
"14 to 1" by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 14th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 14 to 1. There are certain situations inherently too preposterous for fiction. The very telling of them involves the presumption of fact. No writer with any regard for his literary reputation would invent such a tale as that which I am about to relate. The reader will agree with me, I think, that the conclusive events of the story are but another evidence that truth is the most amazing thing in the world. For reasons which will be sufficiently obvious, I shall not make use of authentic names of either the persons or the localities involved in the recital of one of the most thrilling incidents in modern American history, but fold them in the film of fiction necessary to their presentation. I use the word history according to the best of my knowledge and belief. For that portion of the tale which is offered as such, my main witness is dead. I can only say that the testimony satisfied myself. My readers are at liberty to accept or refuse it as they choose. With this prefatory word, which may give force to the narrative, I need only proceed to record the circumstances. The Reverend Mr. Matthews was hitching up his horse to go to the post office. The horse was old. The man was old. The horse was gray. So was the man. The wagon was well worn of its paint, which was once a worldly blue, and the wheels sprawled at the axles like a decrepit old person going bow-legged from age. The Reverend Mr. Matthews did not use the saddle, according to the custom of the region. He was lame and found it difficult to mount. It was a chilly day, and what was once a buffalo robe lay across the wagon seat. A few tufts of hair remained upon the bare skin, but it was neatly lined with a woman's shawl. An old plaid, originally combining more colours than a rag mat, but now faded to a vague general dinginess, which would recommend it to the low tone of modern art. The harness was as old as the buffalo robe, as old as the shawl, as old as the horse, one might venture to say as old as the man. It had been patched and mended and lapped and strapped and tied, past the ingenuity of any but the very poor and the really intelligent. It was expected to drop to pieces at the mildest provocation, and the driver was supposed to clamber down over the bow-legged wheels and tie it up again, which he always did, and always patiently. He was a very patient old man, but there was a spark in his dim blue eye. The reins, which he took firmly enough in his bare hands, were of rope, by the way. He could not go to the post-office on Mondays, because his wife had to use the clothesline. He felt it a special dispensation of Providence that women did not wash on Saturdays, when his number of Zion's Herald was due. She came out of the house when he had harnessed, and stood with her hands wrapped in her little black and white checked shoulder shawl, watching him with eyes where 30 years of married love dwelled gently. Something sharper than love crossed her thin face in long lines. She had an expression of habitual anxiety refined to feminine acuteness. For it was the year 1870, and it was, let us call it, since we must call it something, the state of Tennessee. Mrs. Matthews stood in that portion of the house which Tennessee does not call a loggia. Neither is it a porch, a piazza, or a hall. It results from the dual division of the house, which rises on each side, uniting in one boarded roof and a loft. 2 chimneys of stone or of clay, according to the social status of the owner, flank the house on each side. The Reverend Mr. Matthews' chimneys were of clay, for he was a minister of the Methodist faith. His house was built of logs. Through the space which cut the building, the chickens walked critically, like boarders discussing their dinner. The domestic dwelling of a comfortable pig could be seen in the background. There were sheds, and something resembling a barn for the horse. All were scrupulously neat. Behind, the mountains towered and had a dark expression. A clear sky burned above, but one had to look for it, it was so far, and there seemed so small an allowance of it, so much of the state of Tennessee, so little of heaven. "Are you going to the post-office?" asked Mrs. Matthews, softly. She knew perfectly well, but she always asked. He always answered. If it gave her pleasure to inquire, he reasoned, why not? "Yes, Deborah," said the old man, briskly. "Want to go?" "I don't know. Is Hezekiah tuckered out?" "Hezekiah is as spry as a chipmunk," returned the minister, confidently. Now Hezekiah was the horse, and 31 years old. He received this astonishing tribute with a slow revolution of his best eye, for he was blind in the other, but no one ever mentioned the fact in Hezekiah's presence, which might have passed for that superior effort of intelligence known only to the human race, and vulgarly called a wink. "Well," said Mrs. Matthews, doubtfully, "I don't know as I'll go." She pronounced these words with marked, almost painful hesitation, in an accent foreign to her environment. Her movements and dress were after the manner of Tennessee, but her speech was the speech of New Hampshire. They had been Northerners 30 years ago. Weak lungs brought him, and these mountain parishes kept him. His usefulness had been so obvious that his bishop had never shifted him far, reappointing him from term to term within a 20-mile circuit among those barren fields. The situation was exceptional, the bishop said. At all events, he had chosen so to treat it. 30 years, and such years, seemed a long time to stay true to the traditions of youth and a flag. The parishioners and people whom, for courtesy, one called one's neighbours in those desolate, divided mountain homes, expressed themselves variously upon the parson's loyalty to the national cause. The border state indecision had murmured about him critically, for the immediate region had flashed during the Civil War, and remained sulky still. The Confederacy had never lacked friends in that township. Of late the murmur had become a mutter. The parson had given offence. He had preached a sermon treating of certain disorders which had become historic, for which the village and valley had acquired unenviable notoriety, and which they were slower than some other sections in abandoning, now that the civil situation supposed them to have done so. "If I thought I could prevent anything," proceeded Mrs. Matthews anxiously, I don't know but I'd go. Are you going to hold the meetin' after all?" "Certainly," replied the minister, lifting his head. "I shall dispense the word as usual." "Well," said his wife sadly, "well, I suppose you will. I might have known. But I'd hoped you'd put it off. I was afraid to ask you. I can't help worryin'. I don't know but I'll go too. I can get my bonnet on in a minute." Her husband hesitated perceptibly. He did not tell her that he was afraid to take her, that he was almost equally afraid to leave her. He said, "The lock of the back door isn't mended yet. I don't know but things need watching. That speckled bantam's dreadfully afraid of weasels when she's settin'. I don't know as I blame her." "Well," returned the old lady with a sigh, "I don't know but you're right. If it's the Lord's will I should stay home and shoo weasels, I suppose he can look after you without my help, if he has a mind to. Will you take the sweet potatoes along? There's a bushel and a half, and 2 dozen eggs." The two old people loaded the wagon together, rather silently. Nothing further was said about the prayer meeting. Neither alluded to danger. They spoke of the price of potatoes and chickens. The times were too stern to be spendthrift in emotion. One might be lavish of anything else, but one had to economize in feeling, and be a miser in its expression. When the parson was ready to start, he kissed his wife, and said, "Good-bye, Deborah." And she said, "Good-bye, Levi." Then she said, "Let me tuck you up a little. The buffalo ain't in." She tucked the old robe about the old legs with painstaking, motherly thoroughness, as if he had been a boy going to bed. She said how glad she was she had that nice shawl to line it. "Thank you, Deborah. Keep the doors locked, won't you? And I wouldn't run out much till I get back." "No, I don't know as I will. Have you got your lantern?" "Yes." "And your pistol?" "No." "Ain't you going to take it?" "No, Deborah, I've decided not to. Besides, it's a rusty old affair. It wouldn't do much." "You'll get home by 9, won't you?" she pleaded, lifting her withered cheek over the high, muddy wheel. For a moment those lines of anxiety seemed to grow corrosive, as if they would eat her face out. "Or 1/4 past," said the parson cheerfully, "but don't worry if I'm not here till 1/2 past." Hezekiah took occasion to start at this point. He was an experienced horse. He knew when a conversation had lasted long enough at the parting of husband and wife, in 1870 and in Kennesee. No horse with 2 eyes could see as much as Hezekiah. This was understood in the family. A rickety, rocky path about 4 feet wide, called by courtesy the road, wound away from the parsonage. The cornfield grew to it on either side. The tall stalks, some of them 10 feet high, stood dead and stark, shivering in the rising wind. The old man drove into them. They closed about his grey head. Only the rear of the muddy blue wagon was visible between the husks. "Levi! Levi! I want to ask a question." She could hear the bow-legged wheels come to a lame halt, but she could not see him. He called through the corn in his patient voice. "Well, well, what is it? Ask away, Deborah." "What time shall I begin to worry, Levi?" To this essentially feminine inquiry, silence answered significantly. "My dear," said the invisible husband, after a long pause, "perhaps by 10, or 1/2 past, or suppose we say 11." She ran out into the corn to see him. It seemed to her suddenly as if she should strangle to death if she did not see him once more. But she did not call, and he did not know that she was there. She ran on, gathering up her chocolate-coloured calico dress, and wrapping her checked shawl about her head nervously. At the turn of the path there was a prickly locust tree. It had been burnt to make way for crops after the fashion of the country, which is too indolent to hew. It had not been well burned, and one long, strong limb stretched out like an arm. It was black, and seemed to point at the old man as he disappeared around the twist in the path, where the returning valley curved in, and the passenger found a way to the highway. The parson was singing. His voice came back on the wind. How firm a foundation, ye saints of the Lord! She wiped the tears from her eyes, and came back through the corn slowly. All her withered figure drooped. I don't know but how I'd ought to have perked up and gone with him, she said aloud, plaintively. She stood in the house-place among the chickens for a few minutes looking out. She was used, like other women in that desolate country, to being left much alone. Those terrible 4 years from 61 to 65 had taught her, she used to think, all the lessons that danger and solitude can teach. But she was learning new now. Peace had brought anything, everything, but security. She was a good deal of a woman, as the phrase goes, with a set, strong Yankee mouth. Life had never dealt so easily with her that she expected anything of it. It had given her no chance to become what women call timid. Yet, as she stood looking through the stark corn on that cold grey day, she shook with a kind of horror. Women know what it is, this ague of the heart which follows the absent beloved. The safest lives experience it in chills of real foresight, or fevers of the imagination. Deborah Matthews lived in the lap of daily dangers that had not alienated her good sense, nor suffocated that sweet, persistent trust in the nature of things, call it feminine or religious, which is the most amazing fact in human life. But sometimes it seemed to her as if her soul were turning stiff, as flesh does from fear. If this goes on long enough, I shall die of it, she said. He will come home some day, and I shall be dead of listening and shivering and praying to mercy for him. Prayer is scripture, I suppose, and I haven't anything against it, but folks can die of too much praying, as well as a galloping consumption or the shakes. Only the chickens heard her, however, and they responded with critical clucks, like church members who thought her heretical. Since chickens constituted her duties, she would gratify heaven and divert her mind by going out to see the setting bantam, who took her for a weasel, and protested violently. Mrs. Matthews came back to the house indefinably comforted, in a spiritual way, by this secular interruption, and prepared to lock up carefully, as her husband had bidden her. It was necessary to look after all the creatures first. The critical chickens, the comfortable pig, the gaunt cow, and the rooster, for whom, as he was but one, and had all the lordliness of his race, and invariably ran away from her, and never came till he got ready, Mrs. Matthews had a marked respect, and thought of him as spelled with a capital. It took a great while that evening to get the rooster into the pen, and while her feminine coax and his masculine crow ricocheted about the cornfield, the old lady cast a sharp, watchful eye all over the premises and their vicinity. Silence and solitude responded to her. No intrusion or intruder gave sign. The mountain seemed to overlook the house pompously, as a thing too small to protect. The valley had a stealthy look, as if it were creeping up to her. The day was darkening fast. The gloom of its decline came on with the abruptness of a mountain region, and the world seemed suddenly to shrink away from the lonely spot and forget it. Mrs. Matthews, when she had locked up the animals with difficulty, deference, or fear, according to their respective temperaments, fastened the doors and windows of the house carefully, and looked at the clock. It was 6:30. She took off her muddy rubbers, brushed them neatly, folded away her shawl, and started the fire economically. She must have a cup of tea, but supper should wait for Levi, who needed something solid after Friday evening meeting. She busied herself with these details assiduously. Her life was what we might call large with trifles. She made the most of them. There was nothing better that she knew of to keep great anxieties out of the head and sickening terrors out of the heart. There was one thing, to be sure. Mrs. Matthews called it faith in Providence. The parson's wife had her share of it, but it took on practical, often secular forms. Sometimes she prayed aloud, as she sat there alone, quaking in every nerve. Sometimes she pitched her shrill old voice, as she did to-day, several notes above the key, and sang, "How firm a foundation, ye saints of the Lord, is laid for your faith in his excellent word." But she locked the house up before she sang. She made her tea, too, and drank it. "I always feel to get a better spiritual attitude," she used to say, "when I've had my cup of tea." The house was so neat that its rudeness became a kind of daintiness to the eye, and the trim old lady, in her chocolate calico with its strip of a ruffle at throat and wrists, sat before the fireplace, meditative and sweet, like a priestess before an altar. She used to hate that fireplace with hot New Hampshire hatred, the kettle, the crane, and all the barbarous ways of managing. But she had contrived to get used to it now. It was the dream of her life to save money enough to freight a good northern cook stove over from Chattanooga. But she expected to die without it. The room winked brightly with shiny tinware hung above the fireplace, and chintz curtains at the windows. There were hollyhocks on the curtains, which seemed like New Hampshire, if you may believe very much. There was a centre table with a very old red and black tablecloth of the fashion of 50 years ago. The minister's writing materials adorned this table, his tall inkstand, with its oxidized silver top. His first parish in New Hampshire gave him that inkstand at a donation party, in a sleet storm one January night, with a barrel of flour and a bushel of potatoes. Beside the inkstand lay his quill pen, sharpened with the precision of a man who does not do much writing, the cheap, blue-ruled letter-paper, a quire of it, and the sacred sermon paper, which Mrs. Matthews would not have touched for her life. She would as soon have touched the sermons. These were carefully packed away in the corner in a barrel covered with turkey red and surmounted with a board top. The family Bible lay on the board. Above rose the minister's library. This was a serious affair, greatly respected in the parish, and adored by the minister's wife. It took at least 3 poplar shelves, stained by Mr. Matthews's own hand and a borrowed paint-brush, to hold that library. Upon the lower shelf the family clock ticked solemnly, flanked by Cruden's Concordance and Worcester's Dictionary. For neighbours to these, there were 2 odd volumes of an ancient encyclopaedia, the letters, unfortunately, slipping from A to Z, without immediate alphabetical connection. Upon such subjects, for instance, as alchemy or zoology, the minister was known to have shown a crushing scholarship, which was not strictly maintained upon all topics. Barnes's Notes on Matthew occupied a decorous position in the library. The Life of John Wesley, worn to tatters and covered with a neat brown paper grocery bag, overflowed into 2 octavo volumes, which, after all, had the comfortable, knowing look of a biography which treats of a successful life experience, opulent in fact and feeling, alert and happy. Beside the shrivelled career of this humble disciple, what a story! The History of New Hampshire stood beside John Wesley. A map of the state of Tennessee surmounted the library. For the rest, the shelves were fatly filled with filed copies of Zion's Herald and a Chattanooga Weekly. There was an old lounge in the room, home-made, covered with a calico comforter and a dyed brown shawl. The minister's slippers lay beside it. They were of felt, and she had made them. This lounge was Mr. Matthews's own particular resting-place when the roads were rough or the meeting late. If he were very late and she grew anxious, his wife went up and stroked the lounge sometimes. Their bedroom opened across the house-place from the living-room. It held a white bed with posts and old white curtains much darned. Mrs. Matthews's Bible lay on a table beside the bed. The room was destitute of furniture or ornaments, but it had a rag carpet and a fireplace. When Mr. Matthews had a sore throat and it was very cold, they had a fire to go to bed by. That was delightful. When Mrs. Matthews had taken her cup of tea, and sung How Firm a Foundation till she was afraid she should be tired of it, which struck her as an impiety to be avoided, she walked about the house looking at everything, crossing from room to room, and looking cautiously after her. It was very still. It was almost deadly still. How long the evening! 7, 8, 8:30 o'clock. She tried to sew a little, mending his old coat. She tried to read the religious news in Zion's Herald. This failing, she even ventured on the funny column, for it was not Sunday. But nothing amused her. Life did not strike her as funny that night. She folded the coat, she folded the paper, she got up and walked again. Pretty little home. She looked over it tenderly. How she loved it! How he loved it! What years had they grown to it, day by busy day, night by quiet night! What work, what sorrow, what joy and anxiety, what economy, what comfort, what long, healthy, happy sleep had they shared in it! As she passed before the fire, casting tall shadows on the chintz curtains, she began to sing again, shrilly, "Home, home, dear, dear home." 9 o'clock. Yes, 9, for the rickety old clock on the library shelf said so distinctly. It was time to stop pacing the room. It was time to stop being anxious and thinking of everything to keep one's courage up. It was time to put the Johnny cake on and start the coffee. He would be hungry, as men folks ought to be. God made him so. It was time to peep between the hollyhock curtains and put her hands against her eyes and peer out across the cornfield. It was time to grow nervous and restless and flushed and happy. It was not time, thank God, to worry. The color came to her withered cheek. She was handsomer as an old lady than she had been as a young one, and the happier she grew, the better she looked, like all women, young or old. She bustled about with neat, housewifely fussiness. She knew that her husband thanked heaven for her New England homecraft. None of your easy Southern housekeeping for Levi Matthews. What would have become of the man? As she worked, she sang unconsciously, "Dear, clean home." The Johnny cake was baking briskly. The candles were lighted. The coffee was stirred, and settled with the shell of an egg. It was ready to boil. It was 9:15. Mrs. Matthews's head grew a little muddled from excitement. She began again at the top of her voice. "How firm a foundation, ye saints of the Lord, is laid for your faith in an excellent home." The clock wedged between the concordance and the dictionary struck 9:30 with an ecclesiastical tone. Dogmatically, as if to insist on the point as a tenet on which she had been sceptical. Mrs. Matthews stopped singing. She went to the window. The coffee was boiling over. The corn cake was done brown. She pulled aside the curtain, uneasily. The pine wood fire flared, and blinded her with a great outburst of light. She could see nothing without, and stood for a moment dazzled. Then she began to look intently, and so accustomed her eyes to the masses of shadow and the lines of form outside. The road wound away abruptly, lost in the darkness like a river dashed into the sea. The cornstalks closed over it, stark and sere. She opened the window a little and heard them rustle, as if they were discussing something in whispers. Above the corn shot the gaunt arm of the prickly locust, burned and bare. The outlines of the mountain were invisible. The valley was sunk in the night. Nothing else was to be seen. As she leaned, listening for the sedate hoofs of old Hezekiah, or the lame rumble of the blue wagon wheels, the rooster uttered from his pen a piercing crow, and the bantam hen responded with an anxious cluck. She could have killed either of these garrulous members of her family for the interruption. The chickens always crowed when she was listening for Mr. Matthews. When the irritating sounds had died away on the damp air with long, wavering echoes, a silence that was indescribably appalling settled about the place. Nothing broke it. Even the cornstalks stopped. After a significant pause they began again. They seemed to raise their voices in agitation. "What in the world are they talking about?" she said impatiently. She shut the window, and came back into the middle of the room. The corn cake was burning. The coffee must be set off. The supper would be spoiled. She looked at the Methodist clock. Mr. Cruden and the Reverend John Wesley seemed to exchange glances over its head, and hers. It lacked 7 minutes of 10. But it isn't time to worry yet. The woman and the clock faced each other. She sat down before it. What was the use in freezing at the window to hear the rooster and the talking corn? She and the clock would have it out. She crossed her work-worn hands upon her chocolate calico lap, and looked the thing in the eye. What a superior, supercilious clock! What a theological, controversial clock! Was there even a clock so conscious of its spiritual advantages, so sure it knew the will of the Almighty, so confident of being right about everything, so determined to be up and at it, to say it all, to insist upon it, to rub it in? 5 minutes before 10. 3. 2. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, said in a loud clerical tone, as if it were repeating 10 of the 39 articles to a bishop. But oh, not quite time to worry yet. 10 minutes past. A quarter past. 20 minutes. The woman and the clock eyed each other like duelists. 25 minutes past 10. Half past. Deborah Matthews gasped for breath. She turned her back on the clock and dashed up the window full length. The night seemed blacker than ever. A cloud had rolled solemnly over the mountain and hung darkly above the house. The stalks of corn looked like corpses, but they talked like living beings still. They put their heads together and nodded. As she leaned out, trembling and panting, a flash of unseasonable lightning darted and shot. It revealed the arm of the locust tree pointing down the road. A low mutter of distant thunder followed. It rolled away, and lapsed into a stillness that shook her soul. She came back to her chair in the middle of the room by the centre table. The final struggle with hope had set in. It seemed as if the clock knew this as well as she. The ticking filled her ears, her brain, her veins, her being. It seemed to fill the world. 10:30. It was as if some spirit appealed to the minister's clock. Oh, tell her so softly. Say so, gently as religious love, though you be stern to your duty as religious law. 25 minutes of 11, a quarter of. The woman has ceased to look the clock in the eye. It has conquered her, poor thing, and now that it has, seems sorry for her, and ticks tenderly, as if it would turn back an hour if it could. Her head has dropped into her hands to her knees, her body to the floor. Buried in the cushions of the old rocking-chair, her face is invisible. Her hands have lifted themselves to her ears, which they press violently. She herself lies crouched like a murdered thing upon the floor. 11 o'clock. She must not, cannot, will not bear it. 11 o'clock. She must, she can, she shall. Past all feminine fright and nervousness, past all fancy and waste of weak vision and prodigal anxiety, past all doubt or hope or dispute, it is time to worry now. Deborah Matthews, when it had come to this, sprang to her feet, gave one piteous, beaten look at the clock, then stayed to look at nothing more. She flung open the door, not delaying to lock it behind her, and dashed out. She was as wild as a girl, and almost as agile. She ran over the rocks, and slipped in the mud, and sunk in the holes, and pushed into the cornfield, and thrust out her hands before her to brush the stalks away, and stood for a moment to get her breath underneath the locust tree. How persistently, how solemnly that black arm pointed down the path! She felt like kneeling to it, as if it were an offended deity. All the pagan in her stirred. Suddenly the Christian rose and wrestled with it. "Lord, have mercy," she moaned. "He's my husband. We've been married 30 years. Hain't I prayed enough?" she sobbed, sinking on her knees in the mud among the corn. "Hain't I said all there's any sense in saying to thee? What's the use in pestering God? But oh, to mercy, if thou couldst take the trouble to understand what it is to be married 30 years, and to sit here in the cornfield looking for a murdered husband. He can't," said Deborah Matthews, abruptly starting to her feet. "God ain't a woman. It ain't in nature. He can't understand." She pushed on, past the burned trees and out towards the highway. It was very dark. It was deadly lonely. It was as still as horror. Oh, there! What tidings? For good or for ill, they had come at last. Deep in the distance, the wheels of a bow-legged wagon rumbled dully, and the hoofs of a tired horse stumbled on the half-frozen ground. Far down the road she could see, moving steadily, a little sparkle, like a star. She dared not go to meet it. Friend or foe might bear the news. Let it come. It must find her where she was. She covered her face with her shawl, and stood like a court-martialed soldier before the final shot. "Deborah?" Far down the road the faint cry sounded. Nearer, and advancing, the dear voice cried. He was used to call to her so when he was late, that she might be sure, and be spared all possible misery. He was infinitely tender with her. The Christianity of this old minister began with the marriage tie. "Deborah? Deborah, my dear. Don't be frightened, Deborah. I'm coming. I've come home." Kissing and clinging, laughing and sobbing, she got him into the barn. Whether she clambered over the wheels to him, or he sprang out to her, whether she rode, or walked, or flew, she could not have told, nor perhaps could he. He was as pale as the dead corn, and seemed dazed, stunned, unnatural to her eye. Hezekiah probably knew better than either of these two excited old people how they together got his harness off with shaking hands, and rolled the wagon into the shed, and locked the outbuildings, not forgetting the supper of the virtuous horse, who rests from his labours after 15 miles on a Tennessee road, and at the age of 31. "Lock the doors," said the minister abruptly, when they had gone into the house-place. "Lock up everything. Take pains about it. Give me something to eat or drink, and don't ask a question till I get rested." His wife turned him about, full in the firelight, gave one glance at his face, and obeyed him to the letter. Perhaps, for the first time in her life, she did not ask a question. His mouth had a drawn, ghastly look, and his sunken eyes did not seem to see her. She noticed that he limped more than usual as he crossed the room to lay his old felt hat on the barrel-top beneath the library. "You are used up," she said. "You are tuckered out. Here, drink your coffee, Levi. Here, I won't talk to you. I won't say a word. Drink, Mr. Matthews. Do, dear." He drank in great gulps exhaustedly. When she came up with the corn-cake, having turned her back to dish it, she heard a little clinking sound, and saw that his right hand closed over something which he would have hidden from her. It was the old pistol. He was loading it, rust and all. The two looked at each other across the disabled weapon. "It's all we have," he said. "A man must defend his own. Don't be frightened, Deborah. I'll take care of you." "You might as well out with it," said the old lady, distinctly. "I'm ready to hear. I'm not a coward. New Hampshire girls ain't. I should think you'd know I'd been through enough in this God-forsaken country for that." "Well," slowly, "well, I suppose you're about right, Deborah. The fact is, I've had a narrow escape of it. I was warned at the meeting. We had a gratifying meeting. The Spirit descended on us. Several arose to confess themselves anxious." "What were you warned about?" interrupted his wife. "Never mind the anxious seat. I've sat on it long enough for one night. What's the matter? Who warned you?" "I was warned against the Ku Klux Klan, that's all," returned the parson simply, picking up the crumbs of corn-cake from his knees, and eating them to save the bread. "For a disbanded organization, they're pretty lively yet round these parts. They lay in wait for me on the road home. I had to come round over the mountain the other way. It was pretty rough. I didn't know but they'd detail a squad there. It was pretty late. The harness broke twice, and I had to mend it. It took a good while, and I knew that you—" "Never mind me," cried Mrs. Matthews, with that snap of the voice which gives the accent of crossness to mortal anxiety. "Tell me who warned you. Tell me everything this minute." "That's about all, Deborah. A colored brother warned me. He has been desirous of being present at all the means of grace of late. But for the state of public sentiment, he would have done so. He is that convert brought to me privately a few weeks ago by our new brother, Brother Meminger." "I don't know as I half like that Brother Meminger," returned the wife. "He got converted pretty fast, and he's a stranger in these parts. His speech ain't our speech, either. But it's a southern name. Did he warn you?" "He was not present to-night at the dispensing of the word," replied the minister. "No, I was taken one side after the benediction, without the building, by the colored brother, and warned on peril of my life, and on peril of his, not to go home to-night, and to tell no man of the warning." "But you did. You came home." "Certainly, my dear. You were here." She clung to him, and he kissed her. Neither spoke for many minutes. It seemed as if he could not trust himself. She was the first to put in whispered words the thought which rocked the hearts of both. "When they don't find you, what will they do?" "My dear wife, God knows." "What shall you do? What can we do?" "I think," said the minister in his gentle voice, "that we may as well conduct family prayers." "Very well," said his wife, "if you've had your supper. I'll put away the dishes first." She did so, methodically and quietly, as if nothing out of the common course of events had happened, or were liable to. Her matter-of-fact, housewifely motions calmed him, as she thought they would. It made things seem natural, homelike, safe, as if danger were a delirious dread, and home and love and peace the foundations of life, after war, in Kennesee. When she had washed her hands and taken off her apron, she came back to the lounge and brought the family Bible with her and the hymn-book. They sang together one verse of their favourite hymn, "How Firm a Foundation," with the quavering, untrained voices that had led the choirs of mountain meetings for almost 30 years of patient, self-denying missionary life. Then the parson read, in a firm voice, a psalm, the 91st. And then he took the hand of his wife in his, and they both knelt down by the lounge, and he prayed aloud his usual, simple, trustful evening prayer. "O Lord, our heavenly Father, thy mercies are new every morning and fresh every evening. We thank thee that though danger walketh in darkness, it shall not come nigh us. We bless thee that thou art so mindful of thine unworthy servant and handmaiden. We thank thee that for nearly 30 years we have dwelt in conjugal love and peace beneath our comfortable roof. We thank thee that no disaster hath rendered us homeless, and that the hand of violence hath not been raised against us. We pray thee that thou wilt withhold it from us this night, that we may sleep in peace and awake in safety." "Levi!" A curdling whisper in his ear interrupted the old man's prayer. "Levi! There are footsteps in the corn." "And awake in safety," proceeded the minister firmly, "to bless thy tender care." He did not rise from his knees, but prayed on in a strong voice. So well trained to the religious habit was the woman, that she did not cry out, nor interrupt him again, nor did she even arise from her knees before the old lounge. Suddenly voices clashed, cries upsprang, and a din surrounded the house. "Come out! Come out! Out with the Yankee parson! Out with the nigger-praying preacher! Show yourself!" The old man's hand tightened upon the hand of his old wife, but neither rose from their knees. The confusion without redoubled. Calls grew to yells. Heavy steps dashed foraging about the house. Cries of alarm from the outbuildings showed that the animals, which were the main support of the simple home, were attacked, perhaps destroyed. Then came the demand, "Come out! Come out to us! Show yourself, you sneaking Yankee parson! Out to us!" A terrific knock thundered on the door. Steadily the calm voice within prayed on. "We trust thee, O Lord, and we bless thee for thy mercy to usward." "Open the door, or we will pull your shanty down to hell." "Preserve us, O Lord, for thy loving kindness endureth forever." "Open the door, blank you, or we'll set the torches to it and burn you out." "Protect us, O God." The light lock yielded, and the old door broke down. With a roar the mob rushed in. They were not over 16, but they seemed 60, storming into the little room. They were all masked, and all armed to the teeth. Before the sight which met his eyes, the leader of the posse fell back. He was a tall, powerful fellow, evidently by nature a commander, and the men fell back behind him. "For Christ's sake, amen," said the parson. He rose from his knees, and his wife rose with him. The two old people confronted the desperadoes silently. When the leader came closer to them, he saw that the Reverend Mr. Matthews's hands were both occupied. With the left, he grasped the hand of his wife. In the right, he held his rusty pistol. The hymn book had fallen to the floor, but the family Bible had been reverently laid with care upon the lounge, its leaves yet open at the 91st Psalm. "Gentlemen," said the parson, speaking for the first time, "I would not seem inhospitable, but the manner of your entering has perturbed my wife and interrupted our evening prayer, which it is our custom never to cut short for any insufficient cause. Now I am ready to receive you. Explain to me your errand." "It's a blank short one," said a voice from the gang. "A rope and a tree will explain it easy enough." "And nothing less," cried a hoarse man. "We haven't come on any boys' play this time. We've had chase enough to find you for one night." "That's so. It's no fool's errand, you bet. We ain't a tar and featherin' party. We mean business." "Gentlemen, gentlemen," pleaded the parson. He took the hand of his wife as he spoke, and lifted it to his shrunken breast, and held it there delicately. It was the piteous instinct of manly protection, powerless to protect. "In the name of civil justice, O my neighbours, wherein have I offended you?" "That's our business. It's a serious one, too," cried the hoarse man. "Your blank pious prayer meetin's have been a nursery of sentiments we don't approve, that's all. You've admitted a blank darky among respectable white citizens. Come now, haven't you? Own up." "Certainly," replied the parson promptly. "There was one colored brother present at the Means of Grace on one or two occasions. I regretted that my congregation did not altogether welcome him. He was converted by the mercy of God beneath my ministrations. Would ye that I denied him the poor benefit of my prayers? Nay then, as God hears me, I did not, nor I would not." The old man's dim eyes flashed. He raised his rusty pistol, examined it, and laid it down. Before 16 well-armed men, he began to comprehend the uselessness of his old weapon. He looked upon the array of grotesque and ghastly masks steadily. They rose like a row of demons before his biblically trained imagination. Mr. Matthews believed in demons, in a simple, unquestioning way. "And you've preached against that which was no business of yours. Come now, own to it. You've meddled with the politics and justice of the state. You've preached against the movements of the clan. What's left of it? That isn't much. It's done for. We're only a few gentlemen looking after things on our own hook." "I own to it," said the parson quietly. "I have delivered a discourse upon the topic of your organization. I felt called of heaven to do it. Is that all ye have against me? I pray you for my wife's sake, who is disquieted by your presence, as you see, to leave us to ourselves and go your way, from under my roof." "Have him out! Right smart now!" yelled the hoarse man. "Have him out without more words! A rope! A rope! Where's a rope?" In a moment there was a melee in the house. Cries arose to the effect that the rope was left in the corn. But a fellow who had been browsing about outside ran in with a rope in his hand and handed it to the hoarse man. The rope was Mrs. Matthews's clothesline, Hezekiah's reins. The hoarse man gave it to the leader with an oath. The leader seemed to hesitate, and conferred in a whisper with the hoarse man and with others, but he was apparently overborne in his hesitation. He took the rope, and advanced with a certain respect to the parson, death in his hand, but who knew what pity in his heart? The mask hid it, if any were there. The noise from the gang now increased brutally. Cries, oaths, curses, calls to death resounded through the pure and peaceful room. The hoarse man lassoed the rope, and threw it around the parson's neck. At this moment a terrible sound rang above the confusion. It was the cry of the wife. She had possessed herself magnificently up to this time, the Puritan restraint set upon her white old face. She had not said a word. No murderer of them all had seen a tear upon her withered cheek. But now nature had her way. She flung herself to her knees before the ruffians, then upon her husband's neck, back upon her knees, and so, in a passion wavering between agony and entreaty, pleaded with them. She cried to them for the love of heaven, For the love of God, for the sake of Jesus Christ, his Son, their Saviour, so she put it, with the lack of tact and instinct for scriptural phraseology belonging to her devout, secluded life. The phrase raised a laugh. She cried to them for the love of their own wives, for the sake of their mothers, by the thought of their homes, for the sake of wedded love, and by his honourable life who had ministered respected among them for nearly 30 years, by the misery of widowhood, and by the sacredness of age. In her piteous pleading, she continued to give to the murderers, at the very verge of the deed, the noblest name known to the usages of safe and honourable society. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, for the sake of his grey hair, for the sake of an old wife." But there they pushed her off. They struck her hands from their knees, they tore her arms from his neck, and so were dragging him out, when the parson said in a clear voice, "Men, ye are at least men. Give way to the demand of my soul before you hurl it to your Maker. I pray you to leave me alone for the space of a moment with this lady my wife, that we may part one from the other, and no man witness our parting." At a signal from the big leader, the gang obeyed this request. The men hustled out of the broken door. The leader stood within it. "Watch 'em! Watch 'em like a lynx!" cried the horseman. But the leader turned his back. "Deborah, kiss me, my dear. You've been a good wife to me. I think you'd better go to your brother, in New Hampshire. I don't know. I haven't had much time to plan it out for you. Tell him I would have written to him if I had had time. Tell him to take good care of you. Oh, God bless you, my dear. Why don't you speak to me? Why don't you kiss me? Your arms don't stay about my neck. What, can't hold them there, at this last minute? Pray for me, Deborah. Deborah, why don't you answer me? Oh, my wife, my wife, my wife!" But she was past answering, past the sacred agony of that last embrace. She had dropped from his breast, and lay straight and still as the dead at his feet. "God is good," said the old man solemnly. "Let her be as she is. I pray you, do not disturb her. Leave her to the swoon which he has mercifully provided for her relief at this moment, and do with me as you will before she awakens." A certain perceptible awe fell upon the gang as the old man stepped around the unconscious form of his wife, and presented himself in the doorway. "He seems to be a grateful old cove," said one man in a low voice. "I don't know as I ever heard a feller in his circumstances give God a good name before." "No snivelling!" cried the horseman. "Have it over!" They took him out, and arranged to have it over as quickly as might be. It must be admitted that the posse were nervous. They did not enjoy that night's work as much as they had expected to. They were in a hurry now to be done with it and away. The old man offered no useless resistance. He walked with dignity and without protest. He limped more than usual. His head was bare. His grey hair blew in the rising wind. The rope was around his neck. Someone had wheeled out the blue wagon and rolled it under the locust tree. As this was done, the old horse whinnied for his master from the stall. The parson was pushed upon the cart. Short work was made of it. As the leader of the gang stooped to help the horseman fling the rope over the burned, bare limb of the tree, and to adjust the noose around the old man's neck, which he made insistence on doing himself, a mask dropped. It was the face of the chief himself which was thus laid bare, and alas, and behold, it was even no other face than the face of— "Brother Meminger!" cried the old minister, speaking for the first time since he had been dragged from the house. The leader restored his mask to his downcast face, with evident embarrassment. "You!" said the parson. "I thought," he added gently, "that you had found a Christian hope. You communed with me at the sacrament 2 weeks ago. I administered it to you. I am sorry, Brother Meminger." The fellow muttered something, heaven knew what, and fell back a step or two. Someone else prepared the rope to swing the old man off. He who was known as Brother Meminger dropped to the rear of the gang, surveyed it carefully, then advanced to his place at the front, nearest to the victim. Every man awaited his orders. He was their chief. They had organized, and they obeyed, even in their decline, a military government. There was a moment's pause. "I would like," said the doomed man gently, "a moment to commend my soul to God." This was granted him, and he stood with his gray head bowed. His hands were tied behind him. His face was not muffled. It had a high expression. His lips moved. Those who were nearest thought they heard him murmur the first words of the Lord's Prayer. "Hallowed be thy name," he said, and paused. He said no more, nor seemed to wish it. So they ranged themselves, every man of them, to swing him off, each standing with both hands upon the rope, which had been spliced by another to a considerable length. He who was called Meminger stood, as he was expected, to give the final order. There were 14 of them, and Meminger the chief. Beside him stood an idle fellow, masked like the rest, but apparently a servant, a tool of Meminger's, who had a special service for him, perhaps. If the old man struggled too much, or an accident happened, it was well to have an unoccupied hand. Meminger, in fact, had been well known in the gang for a good while, and was implicitly trusted and obeyed. In putting their hands to the rope, every man of them had of necessity to lay down his arms, both hands being clenched upon the rope, for a strong pull. They meant to break the old man's neck and be done with it. Really, nobody cared to torture him. "We're ready," said the horseman. "Give the signal, cap'n. Hurry up." The light of their lanterns and torches revealed the old man clearly. The long arm of the locust above his head, the stormy sky above. Death was no paler than the parson, but he did not struggle. His lips moved still in silent prayer. His eyes were closed. The men bent to the rope. The chief raised his hand. The last signal hung upon his next motion. Then there was a cry. Then his mask dropped, and from the face of the man beside him another fell, and it was the face of a negro, obedient and mute. Then the powerful figure of the leader straightened. His familiar eye flashed with a perfectly unfamiliar expression. 2 muscular arms shot out from his body. Each hand held a revolver, sprung at full cock and aimed. "Boys," he cried in an awful voice, "I am an officer of the United States, and the first man of you who lets go that rope drops." In an instant, armed as he was, he covered them, every man of them unarmed, and standing as they were. His negro servant sprang to his aid. "The first man of you who stirs a muscle on that rope dies," thundered the quasi-brother Meminger. "I am a deputy marshal authorized by the national government to investigate and hasten the disbanding of the Ku Klux Klan, and in the name of the Stars and Stripes and law and order, I arrest you every man." And in the name of simple wonder and astounding history it was done. The negro servant, whose person bulged with hidden handcuffs, bound the men, one at a time, 14 of them, while his master's experienced weapons covered the gang. They behaved with the composure of intelligent and dumbfounded men. One of them ventured an observation. It was the horseman. He said, "Blank, blank, blank you blank to blank," struggled mightily with his handcuffs, and then held his tongue. The whole posse, by means of this simple stratagem, and by the help of that cowardice elemental in all brutes, was marched to the nearest sheriff, then delivered intact to the power of the law which the great mass of Kennesee's citizens were ready to respect and glad to see defended. The country rang with the deed. Then whispers arose to hush it, for shame's sake. But it crept to northern ears, and I record it as it was related to me. "How is it, parson?" said Deacon Meminger with a bright, shrewd smile, as he cut the old man down, and helped him, trembling as he was, to dismount the shaky cart. "How is it, sir? Are you sorry I came to church at your place, now? I thought, under the circumstances, and I was bound to save you. I and my darky boy have been ferreting out this thing for 100 days. I joined him the first week I came down here. I came on from Washington to do it. We mean to make a thorough job of it, and I guess we've done for him this time. You'll excuse me, sir, but I've got to get him to the sheriff, and I'd go back and see my wife if I were you." She came to herself and her misery soon enough, lying there upon the floor beside the lounge. The first thing which she saw distinctly was the Bible, opened at the psalm which has calmed more souls in shocks of danger, and in the convulsions of lawless times, than any other written words known to the literatures of the race. But the first thing which she heard was his precious voice, pitched low, and modulated tenderly, so as not to frighten her. "Deborah, Deborah," Don't be scared, my dear. They have not hurt me, and I'm coming back to you. End of 14 to 1 by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps.